Good morning, my little couch potatoes, and welcome back to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama. Good morning, everybody. Sorry, my throat's a little rough today. For today's fake daily sponsor, today's court is sponsored by Couch Crumbs because trials are always better with snacks. I hope you all brought your delicious snacks today. Let me know what you're eating in the chat. And it's not just going to be me this morning. I also have, who's that? It's Annie. Welcome, Annie.
Hi, all.
Good morning. Good morning. Let's say hi to our friend, shall we? Hey, Lady and Greg. Good morning. 3 coffees. Oh, boy. Do I need 3 coffees this morning? Oh, feeling it already.
I
Oh,
had
my
yogurt
goodness.
in a solo cup this morning. Lady and Kerry, your picture is really cute.
All in there's elbow feet. Hi, babes. And Captain's here. Good morning. Morning, bebes. Morning. You love my background. Thank you. Here we are at, what is this, 34 Fairview? Is that the right number? I think so. Oh, there we go. There's the, I'm not good with the cameras and which way to go yet. No, you keep going the wrong way, Llama. We have the little flagpole back there. There's the lovely Buffy. Good morning, babes. Good morning. I think Buffy will be joining us later today. So, yesterday we had day 1 of the Karen Reed trial, which was quite a day 1. As many of you know, both Annie and I did not watch the first trial, so we weren't really sure what to what to expect. They had opening statements. The prosecutors it was all right. It wasn't anything to write home about. There were some things that he brought up I know I'm interested in learning more about. Especially the iPhone temperature data that he was talking about. Apparently, that's new evidence in this new trial. So, interested to hear that. And then defense did opening statements, and whew, those were good. There's one word to describe the defense team. It's passionate. Okay, they are passionate about this case, which it's all you can ask for in a defense team. And then we had, let's see, our first witness was Timothy Nuttall, who is a fireman EMT to the scene. And he did well when the prosecution was asking him questions, but then the defense came. And boy, was it a spicy cross of this EMT guy. Oh boy, they had him all wrapped up in circles.
That one
Mostly,
lost all credibility for me.
which is just so crazy because you don't really see that in trials, right?
First witness of the trial.
The first one. Normally first responders, we don't really, there's not much to them when they come to trial, right? Like it's pretty textbook. The defense kind of raked him over the coals because he said that, oh, Karen said, I hit him 3 times. And they were like, but that's not what you said at the first trial. You said it was 2 times. And now you're changing your story. And apparently this guy's memory gets better as time goes by. According to him, they locked him in with that answer. Oh, they set him up for that. He walked right into that door. It was a little hard to watch somebody get annihilated on the stand. I can't wait to see how they are with the other witnesses who, are a lot more spicy. So that was very interesting. Then the next person that was on the stand was Kerry Roberts, right? Is that her name? Yes, Kerry Roberts. She's still on the stand this morning. so far her testimony's been okay. We're just with the prosecution. We haven't went to cross yet. She apparently was driving the car with Karen and Jen McCabe, yes, while they were out looking for John O'Keefe. And she said that Karen sounded hysterical, admitted to drinking a lot that night and not remembering anything, and that Karen spotted John's body under a snow mound almost right away. So that's where we got in today's testimony. Oh yes, please don't forget to hit the like button right now, please. Thank you. The YouTube gods like it, and then they put our video so other people can come and watch us. And if you haven't, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you don't miss when we go live, because guess what? Now that we're covering trial things, when a verdict comes in, we have to come back on randomly, unplanned. It's super fun.
Surprise.
Yesterday was day one of Couch Court with Llama, and we got a trial and a verdict in the Lori Vallow case. She is found guilty of conspiracy for murder in the murder of Charles Vallow. Justice definitely was served. And that too was also kind of weird, which I will get into in just a minute, because I want to say good morning, Polly Prissy Pants. Oh, you know what I can do, Annie? Are you ready? Mom and Annie in the courtroom. Yeah. That was fun. Sorry. So in the Lori Daybell verdict, she was found guilty, and then they were like, we're going to do a stipulation hearing, which I don't think I've seen before, which is about like aggravating factors, right? And they're like, well, we can either bring the jury in and the prosecution bring up two witnesses and an argument. And then Lori just decided to stipulate to the aggravating factors, which I think involved the use of a deadly weapon, I think, emotional and financial harm upon the family, and that she conspired with an accomplice. So basically, she had to admit her guilt in that. I'm so sorry. My dog, for some reason, is wanting to go outside, even though we just let her outside before we came on. Polly Prissy Pants says, so about midway through the juror interviews from Vallow, and they said they never asked why they weren't hearing from Tailight. Well, I do have some of the juror interviews pulled up for us to watch, because there was some talk about it. According to Nate Eaton, when he came on, when we were waiting for the press conference, he said that some of the jurors said they were wondering, waiting for Tailight to come and get on the stand. Obviously, we all here know that Tailight passed, thanks to stupid Lori and Chad and Alex. And that, I'm sorry, that somehow as of yesterday, they had found out that she was serving 3 life sentences already, and that Tailight was dead. And that causes us a little bit of concern because that was before they announced the verdict, that apparently they had discovered this information. But maybe it's not a big deal. Maybe it is. Cynthia Sweezy. Hello. Good morning, Cynthia. Good morning. She says, I don't think the state proved their case with the Vallow trial. Okay. I know she did it, but the case was weak. I think the jury was tainted by Idaho. As I said, you know, that the fact that they knew about, so in the trial, right, they didn't mention Idaho. They didn't mention that it was a court case or that Tailight and JJ and Tammy had passed. And so for that news to come out that they knew she had 3 life sentences, apparently, I do have some questions about that. And as far as the state proved their case, we thought it was kind of a weak case until the last 2 detectives came on with the text messages and things like that. So, you know, I understand, and that's fine. You know what, Cynthia? We love different opinions. So you are more than welcome to be here, even if you don't think that they got enough. But I am curious about her next trial, the Brandon Boudreaux, and what evidence they have with that. Because this one was calling it kind of close, even for us, of tying that all together. So, Oh, the Harry Hole. Welcome back. You were here yesterday. What about the jury misconduct? Yeah, that's what we were just talking about here. And we can watch some of those clips. I'm so sorry. I gotta let my dog is being obnoxious. You want to read some of these for me, Annie, real quick, please, and thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh gosh, that's big. Hi, you guys. The one juror said he wasn't convinced until the state put it all together in closing. I think it was a squeaker. That's a good. Oh, I mean, I agree with Llama. We talked about it yesterday. I think they hadn't proven their case until the last two witnesses. I think they probably could have cut everybody else out and just used the last two witnesses. And I still would have, excuse you, ma'am, I still would have thought that she was guilty based on those two. But, hey, Calliope. She says hi.
I'm back. My whole family, my dogs, we need to get on a new schedule for this live streaming all day. Nobody's used to it because we have our normal routines and now everyone's thrown off. So, oh, hey, JT. Hey.
Yeah, that was a huge Annie face there.
Oh, yeah. Goodness. Well, so we got about 15 minutes or so before 9 when court is supposed to go on. Yesterday they started late, so I don't know if they're going to start late or not. Oh, let's see. A major news channel covered the trial this morning, and holy criminy, they missed like 80% of what actually happened with the first witness. I mean, that's the news for you sometimes. I think that's one thing about watching trials is if you watch it yourself, right, you can see how the news doesn't report. Now, granted, some of them, they have like a 2-minute window, right, where they can tell the story on TV. Like they are subjected to a time thing, but they leave things out. Buffy says, so I rewatched a lot of testimony last night. I got like 4 hours of sleep. Girl, I'm so tired. Oh, Annie, yeah, she's working on that, I guess. She's in a different room on a different device today. So
is it the mic or the camera?
Both are fine for me, but I also have in earbuds. So Buffy says I had to come to grips with the fact that I'm not sleeping till this is over. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. But yeah, do you guys want to watch some of these juror interviews from the Vallow trial while we're waiting? Oh, before I do that, there is actually, I want to read you guys something first. So today is a very big day in the true crime world. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the List case, Rex Heuermann, the Gilgo Beach killings, the serial murder, allegedly serial murder. He hasn't been convicted yet, but like, let's be honest here.
Is this better?
So, I mean, you sound
the same. Guys, I raised the mic because Uncle Hugh said I should. I don't think that's what he said.
So today at 11 p.m., and maybe we might watch this when court goes on break. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, because I do have my appointment today. But anyway, at 11 Eastern this morning, the Nassau police are going to reveal the identities of 2 of the victims, which is Peaches, who's been unidentified since 1997, along with the toddler beside them. And they're going to announce the real identities of these people that have been unknown for a long time. So they'll be doing that at 11. I'm going to read this article to you guys real quick. It's not very long, I promise. And that's not very long at all. Okay, so it says, Nassau police on Wednesday will announce the identity of Gilgo Beach homicide victim Jane Doe number 3, that's Peaches, and her toddler. Partial remains of the woman, commonly referred to as Peaches, based on a tattoo of the fruit on her body, was discovered stuffed inside a Rubbermaid container at Hempstead Lake State Park in Lakeview in June 1997. The skeletal remains of the female child, found off Ocean Parkway in Suffolk County in April 2011, was linked to the woman through DNA analysis done as part of the investigation. Nassau Police have called a news conference for 11 a.m. Wednesday, announcing only that Nassau Police Commissioner Patrick Ryder and Homicide Squad will provide an update. Sorry. Sources said the identifications were made some time ago, but have not yet been made public, which is very interesting, you guys. In 2022, the FBI sought information on a deceased male in Mobile, Alabama, who investigators believed had a genetic connection to the woman and child. Which I don't know exactly what that means, of like how he's related. I haven't thought about that yet. But investigators have said they believe the woman was likely killed within 3 days of the June 28, 1997 discovery of her mutilated remains. Peaches and the toddler are among 3 sets of human remains long associated with the Gilgo Beach case who have never been publicly identified. Law enforcement in Suffolk County have said they still do not know the identity of the third person, an Asian male, and have made recent pleas to the public for helping to learn their identity. And then the rest is just stuff we already know. But a big day in the true crime world.
Big day.
So, yeah, okay. Well, on that note, I'm going to play the first juror video. It's only about 12 minutes, and then we'll recap that or talk about that. And then if we have time, we'll watch another one, which is only a couple of minutes. Otherwise, we'll go straight into Karen. But don't worry, we have Karen on the side screen. We will switch immediately if court starts. All right, guys, let's see what they have to say. I know how to do this. Why am I... It's too early, you guys. It's too early. Okay.
Knowing how high profile this case was, what's going through your head?
Sadness. It's sad. Whoops, I'm sorry. It's just sad that, this has happened to Charles, and she's given up her life as well. It's sad.
What did you think of her defending herself? Anything that went through the jury's head with that?
Well, for me personally, I thought, what does she have to lose? Guilty or not guilty, what does she have to lose? So,
were any of you folks aware that this woman had already
I had never been
convicted
her.
of
I have never
3
heard of her.
homicides?
Yeah, no,
And
I've
the
never
jurors
heard of
did
her
not
before.
know that.
No, I did not.
And nobody brought it.
And ma'am, would you want to come in and talk too? Do you want to say anything?
Just
Yeah, what was your
there's a lot of backstory here, and this woman had already been convicted of 3 homicides, and they obviously didn't want you folks to know that. Nobody knew that during your deliberations.
No.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Well,
What was this experience like for you?
It was sad, like as he said. For me, it was the text messages that did it as far as evidence. And I feel like we uncovered some lies.
you
So-
think she,
Knowing now that she was convicted of killing her 2 children in Idaho.
I haven't had a chance to Google everything. I'm sure as soon as we get on the shuttle. So might have more to say later.
Was that difficult going through this and
Yes,
not being able
it
to be
was.
disconnected?
Yeah.
what
It
do you
just felt
think
like there was a lot of information that didn't make sense and that was missing.
do you think she did herself any favors by
No.
defending herself?
No,
You were not impressed with her lawyering skills?
no.
What did you think of her behavior during cross-examination? The way that at one moments she was argumentative with some of the witnesses.
I mean, many days she just was like smiling and laughing and didn't seem to take anything very seriously.
Were you
much
hoping
of that-
how much of that did that play into a factor in the decision?
It did.
Were you hoping to hear her testify? Were you hoping
Yes,
to hear
I
her
was.
testify?
I was.
And what
Me
about
too.
you?
Us
I
too.
didn't understand why she didn't call any witnesses.
Yeah.
To be honest with you. I
You
don't
did.
Or why she didn't have like I know she made a statement about the only family that was interviewed was her estranged brother, and why wasn't her parents or her sister, but yet she didn't call them. So
That's
in
why they-
saying that, she is not obligated to prove her innocence.
exactly, yeah.
And you gave her that benefit of the doubt. She would recognize she didn't have to put on the defense.
She knew.
Right,
that.
right.
She knew.
Was the fact that she didn't put up a defense or take the stand in her own defense part of your deliberation at all?
Did it
It was
affect?
all evidence. It was all evidence that was produced
Yeah.
and presented to us.
Sorry if this was asked. What would you say the biggest piece of evidence for you guys as a jury was when you came to the decision?
Well, for me, like her, it was text.
The text
were jamming.
history.
What,
Text
what
Can you
specifically
tell us
about the
which
text?
Oh, there were so
I don't know
many.
if I can do that. Yeah, there was.
I mean,
there
we
was
had
two of them for me
pages.
that really stood out.
Can you
Which
tell
ones?
us Which ones?
The
Um,
Nephi.
Yeah, that was one of them. Soon you'll be Nephi, and so will I. So that was one of them. But I don't know if I should say anything else.
We heard so much about dark spirits and religion and how this all plays into it. I mean, as a jury, what's going through your head when you start hearing that in court?
For me, that didn't really play a big role because you have to have evidence of conspiracy, and that is not evidence of conspiracy to me.
Was it
somebody?
Was it unusual for you guys to? I mean, you're talking about her brother Alex, the guy who actually did that was the triggerman. So many players were referenced in this trial, and you never saw them, and never heard
Correct.
from them. That had to be confusing when
It
you
was
guys got
very
back in the
confusing.
jury room.
Do this 7 minutes a
Oh,
day
sorry,
until
guys.
June. We start on Monday, April 28th.
Yeah.
It was very confusing.
What did how
It
did
just
what
felt like there was so much of the story that was missing.
Did she have any valid arguments, like anything that made you think maybe she's not guilty?
Do you want to answer? I can't think of any.
You know, honestly, up until yesterday, I would have said not guilty. But when the prosecutor, I don't know, what do they call that? When they give their
Closing
There was
argument?
an argument.
Yes, the closing
Connected
argument.
the
That's
dots.
really there's a few things she said in there. And when I looked them up today, I was like, oh yeah, that's bad.
It's
And you
closing.
were still on the fence yesterday.
I was yesterday.
Give us a sense of what it was like to be in that jury room. Was there any a point that someone was disagreeing, saying that maybe she is not guilty? Or were you guys
There was
all-
a couple.
and what was that like? Walk us through that.
It's just a matter of adults working things out, and going through all the evidence and figuring out, what we thought, what we were going to come to an agreement with.
To learn now that everyone that was in that house that day, minus Daybell, is all not with us anymore, is dead or has been killed. I mean, what is that like to hear as jurors walking out?
Sad. Like I kept wanting to hear from Tailight.
I was going to ask, is anybody wondering why Tailight wasn't testifying?
Yes.
You were.
Did you ever ask the judge why aren't they here? Or
No. And the one witness that really got to me was hearing Kay. I was holding back my emotions.
One of the biggest factors in your decision today?
One of the biggest factors was probably when we were sitting there, whenever they would ask a question about the Mormon stuff and all that, she would just kind of look at us and smile and smirk. So it kind of gave it away for a lot of it. Just kind of didn't really care.
What were those conversations like in the jury room? I mean, going back and forth when everyone was deliberating. Can you kind of put us inside that room with you?
Let's see. It was kind of, so a lot of us already knew. A couple of us just needed the extra, we need to re-look back through the evidence, the text messages and all that. So it was a little bit of back and forth, but all of us were pretty sure we already knew what we wanted.
was there one piece of evidence that really convinced you she was guilty?
Probably when she said that he was Ned before they got rid of him. That was probably the part where we were like, okay, now it's real.
Did you ever wonder why Tailight wasn't testifying as a witness?
Yes. We didn't really have much to say about it though, because we didn't really know anything, why she didn't, stuff like that.
And do you understand now that every other witness that was there that day is now dead?
Yes.
When did you learn that?
At the end, when we first were walking out, everyone was talking about it, and we got told to look up her previous stuff so that we were aware.
And in that jury
Wow.
room, this woman's been convicted of 3 homicides. You guys didn't know that.
We did not.
None of you guys knew that.
Correct. Yeah. Yep.
And then hearing all the missing pieces in the trial, the people who didn't testify, there were a lot of holes when you went into the jury room.
Yeah.
Were not explained to you.
Yes.
Must have made it much more difficult.
It did, which is why we went back through everything just to make sure we didn't miss anything, to make sure that we were 100% on what we were choosing to do.
Was there anything that made you think she might not be guilty?
I used to think that spring cleaning was just about scrubbing floors and throwing out old junk. I thought that if I
I could agree.
No.
When you went back to the deliberation room, were there any jurors that were uncertain and some that were certain? Where did you start? What was the foundation for deliberations?
I think probably 10 out of 12 of us were certain. The other 2, we helped them go back to what they needed to learn to kind of make up their mind. And then, we just kind of went from there.
Did you guys look at any additional evidence once you were back there? Because I know that not all of the evidence was presented in court, and they said there was additional. Lori asked you to watch the entire interview, for example, and
Yes.
Trina K invited you to do the same. Did you guys do any
We
of that?
did. That was actually one of the first things we did, because what we saw was only clippets. And going back through it, it was actually kind of the whole interview that was like that. She asked us to watch the whole thing, but the whole thing was pretty much those clippets, other than her laughing, smiling about, she was kind of just at peace. Like, she was just sitting there, her legs were crossed. She was sitting all the way up on the seat with no shoes on, just her legs were crossed like she was in her own home.
Lori made a big deal out of being called nonchalant or calm throughout the entire trial. Didn't think it was really fair. Was that something that affected you guys, her calmness or nonchalantness?
Yes. Being that calm when everything happened, it's not something that you would normally be calm about. You'd expect to be sad, asking how your brother's doing, since he was the one that got injured during it too. She didn't do any of that. She was just, she already knew it happened, and she just went with it like that.
Did you want her to testify?
I guess, I don't know. Yes, seeing Charles's sister's reaction when they did say she pled guilty was really relieving. It made all of us feel really good that they got justice.
Can we get your first and last name?
Natasha Smith.
Natasha Smith.
Also known as Tosh Reed Tucker, though.
Tosh Reed Tucker?
Yes.
Can you spell that?
TASS. And then my last name is Reed Tucker, REED-Tucker.
Do you plan to go watch a bunch of stuff about this case now, or are you
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe we're told that there's a Netflix documentary, and you can basically just Google it. Everything will pop up. So that's probably what I'm going to do when I get home. Yeah,
And you really didn't know anything about this case coming on as a juror?
No, and I told my grandma that I got requested for jury, and she asked if I know anything about it. I told her the name, and her jaw dropped. Like, I was supposed to know who she was. Like, she thought it was insane that I didn't know what was happening, but I just moved here 2 years ago as of March, so I didn't really know anything to begin with, but my grandma did, and she thought I was just crazy for not knowing.
Where'd you live previously?
Minnesota.
And so your grandmother was able to keep a tight lip on
She
things?
did, yes, she did.
Fun discussion with her tonight.
Yeah, and I actually see her tonight too, because my mom just flew in from Minnesota, so I'm gonna go see them after this, and we're probably gonna watch everything.
I have a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
Do you know what eating cabbage can do to your heart?
Wow.
Cabbage is a cruciferous vegetable that resembles lettuce and can be red.
Okay, that was all of that. Sorry about that, guys.
I agree,
Okay.
Terry.
Well, that was something. We do have ceiling fan up. So there's that. Wow, they said a lot of things. They said a lot of things.
Yeah.
Oh my
I
gosh, I don't
believe
even
that they didn't know.
Yes, that was sponsored by Big Cabbage. I love that, Juror. Yeah. Some of them did say some things that make me
A little worried.
but I can definitely imagine that when they walked out yesterday or the day before last, that people are yelling at them too, telling them what happened and that they should read it. And so I guess maybe that's how they found that out. I don't know. But I do feel for them when they go. They probably all went last night. I bet that today they woke up and was just like, holy crap. One thing that they kept bringing up, which I agree with, was that it felt like there were holes in the story, which people were, the prosecution and stuff, they couldn't bring up, that Idaho stuff, Tailight, Alex, and all this. They couldn't bring any of that up. And I definitely think that would have helped. Was the jury sequestered? No, they were not sequestered. They got to go back and forth. Same with Karen Reed. Her jury is not sequestered either, which I have a problem with. I have a big problem with the jury for Karen Reed not being sequestered. I think it's foolish. As big of a deal as this is, the retrial, protest outside, why aren't the jurors sequestered here? Just for a fair, we want the fairest possible trial for anyone. So I don't know. Can you imagine finding out after all of that when they hear what happened to JJ and Tylee's bodies? I don't think, none of us were prepared when
that was
they brought that out.
hard.
It was very hard and very disturbing to hear about. So I bet the next jury will know about this trial and verdict. Maybe. See, that's the thing, right? Is like, generally you're not supposed to bring up like prior bad acts or other trials you've been in, just like we watched with Lori, right? They were forbidden from talking about any of the trials in Idaho. Well, but here we're in Karen Reed trial number 2, and they have no problem telling the jury that there was another trial. And I just find that peculiar, because if I'm sitting on Karen Reed's jury, I'm like, wait, why is there another trial? Like, what happened in the first one? They must have not found her guilty or something like that. So I think that's interesting. I think this jury definitely should have been sequestered given the Idaho situation. Yeah, not every trial needs a jury sequestered, but I think any high profile ones, they should.
Especially if they're questioning the cops to this degree on, framework and, whatever.
And Karen, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Like, just take any possible suspicion of jury tampering away from that.
Yeah, I think so. You volunteered to be sequestered for 6 to 8 weeks. They take good care of them. They really do.
You are unmuted.
Oh, somebody just said we are unmuted. Oh, that must be the court.
I was like, I've never heard that.
Oh, we didn't get to hear the hear ye.
Oh, we haven't heard it yet. How stupid.
22 CR 117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
How disappointing.
Okay. All right, so I was told counsel wanted to see me about something.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Last night we received 19 new exhibits. One of the witnesses that the Commonwealth intends to call today Guarino. Many of these reports are Cellbrite reports that are run with new software and not addressed in any corresponding report. Some of them include data that have never been discussed by Guarino. There's at least one PowerPoint that is hundreds of pages long that appears to be cut and copied text messages and various phone calls. But again, we received at 10:45 last night. This is in violation of Rule 14, and we're asking the court to exclude, at the very least, the lengthy PowerPoint of phone calls and text messages that have been copied and pasted into a PowerPoint because we have no ability to go through in a timely manner and review them for accuracy.
What do you say about that, Mr. Brennan?
Your Honor, all of this information is from the phone discovery, which they've already had. There are a number of different select PowerPoints that were introduced.
When did they get it?
Last night.
No, when did they already have?
2023.
Okay.
And so what you may remember from the last trial is that there is, for example, Mr. O'Keefe's entire phone log, and then it's separated by his phone calls with the defendant, perhaps another witness. And so what we did is we tried to consolidate. Instead of having 50 of these things, I try to make them more limited. We did use more updated software. The only difference is it shows emojis. In addition, we took the phone calls and the emails or the text messages, which was presented at the last trial. Content has not changed. We just put it in a PowerPoint so that when it's read, instead of just reading the text messages and then searching for the phone calls, where Trooper Guarino would then refer to a separate document, it's simply an order. There is a presentation of a different PowerPoint, which is from the old data, 2023, but it is information that was not introduced at the last trial, although it was clearly provided to the defense in advance. And what it is, it's healthcare data of the defendant's watch, and Jennifer McCabe's watch. And what it does is it tracks her heart rate from midnight all the way through the next morning. Now, although that information was available to the defense, they could have done what they wanted with it. That information was never put in a PowerPoint presentation. I will not and do not expect Trooper Guarino to talk about it during his testimony. He's a witness I'm going to ask the court to recall. The reason I turned that over was to be transparent and to be collegial. We would not introduce it on direct, but as Your Honor ordered, there was an order not to get into third-party culprit evidence. Jennifer McCabe was never identified as a third-party culprit, yet in the opening, the defense suggested something about 227. If the defense is to cross-examine or suggest that a phone call occurred at 227, this would be to rebut that information. I could have waited until after the cross-examination and then sprung this as a surprise upon the defense because it is powerful evidence showing her heart rate is inconsistent with being in a criminal conspiracy, yet we provided it in advance so they'd have notice days before Trooper Guarino would even testify about it.
So the PowerPoints that were provided last night, you don't intend to use either one of those in your?
The presentation I would regarding the text messages and phone calls. At the last trial, Trooper Guarino read the text messages from the screen, and at the same time, he would look at the phone calls and he would go back and forth between the papers. This is simply putting the phone calls with the text messages in the chronological order so that on the screen, rather than read text messages and then refer to the phone calls and state there was a phone call, it can simply be shown on the screen.
What do you say about that, Ms. Little? It's content you had, it's messages that came in at the last trial.
The problem, Your Honor, is this is not from a Cellbrite report. It's been individually.
I need to see it. I need to take a look at this. Do you have an extra copy for me, Mr. Brennan?
I can provide a copy, Your Honor.
So Trooper Guarino is not going to be your next witness after Ms. Roberts, is he?
It's going to be Peggy O'Keefe, and then it would be Trooper Guarino. As I said, I can recall him, and I expect to because there's a number of other events. If it becomes an issue, I can call him to authenticate the phones that we'll need for our further witnesses, which is Ian Whiffen and Jessica Hyde, and then I can simply recall him. I don't need to read these to the jury today, but there's nothing new in it. There's nothing surprising, but I will make this as easy as possible for
All
everybody.
right, I'd like to be able to take a look at this. I'd like the defense to take a look at it. You're right, Ms. Little. You're entitled to be able to spend some time looking at what the Commonwealth intends to put into evidence today. So,
Is that what they
yeah. So
said?
I just took, I guess, Mr. Lally's copy. So, if you can get me, Mr. Clerk, would you give this back to Mr. Lally? If you can get me another copy today, that would be great.
He's really being called to authenticate documents.
Okay.
The defense may have other plans for him. There's no need to introduce any of this today through Trooper Guarino.
Okay.
He will be not only a fact witness for downloading and authenticating, but he is essentially our reader. I can bring him back today. I can bring him back in 2 days. It really doesn't matter. I don't want to deprive the defense of time to review.
Okay.
And so whatever is the time they need, I'll defer.
Okay. So that's what we're going to do.
Thank you.
All right. And Ms. Little, if you can take a look at them by tomorrow and let me know if you have any objections tomorrow. Does that give you enough time?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. Was there anything else before we started?
Not for the Commonwealth. Thank you.
All right.
Your Honor, I did email Mr. McDermott yesterday evening. We did speak with Dr. Wolf yesterday, and he is not available on Friday. Is there another day that works for the court reasonably soon that we can have them come in?
We could do it tomorrow afternoon if tomorrow's a better day for him. Yeah, they're just in Pennsylvania, right?
Could we do a Zoom hearing tomorrow?
No, he needs to be here in person. Mr. Alessi, I issued an order late yesterday. You were the one yesterday talking about this voir dire. I assume that you folks provided that order to the ARRCA witnesses. We don't have an address to serve them. We don't have enough time.
I provided a copy.
All right, so we could do tomorrow afternoon.
We have to make travel arrangements for them to get here. Yes. And that's, he has a conflict that begins on Thursday and goes until Friday. And so is there a day next week that works for the court?
Well, we could do Monday, but what I'm going to order is if it's continued all the way until Monday, the testing that he outlined that you were contemplating or were going to do, that has to be done by then. So we can do it Monday, but that testing has to be done by then.
We'll make every effort to make that happen. I don't have a status on some of the shipping components that they need for the testing.
Okay.
So I think we'll do the best.
All right. So that'll be done by Monday. We'll do this Monday. I don't want to devote a whole day where, I mean, Friday was easy to devote a whole day because the jury thought they were only going to be here a half a day. Can we do this just in the afternoon?
Your Honor, I am unclear as to what the subject matter of the voir dire is going to be.
So I am indifferent to this voir dire. All right. I'm trying to help you out by having the witnesses here because I found a violation of your reciprocal discovery. So I don't know how long this is going to go. I would assume I'm giving you the opportunity to put them on and the Commonwealth an opportunity to cross-examine them.
First, in terms of time, we can do it within a half a day.
All right. Do you agree with that, Mr. Brennan?
Regarding an afternoon voir dire of ARRCA on Monday,
Yes.
we'll defer to the court whenever is available.
I mean, I'd like to keep the testimony going. I've already told the jurors that they have a half a day Friday. So Friday we'll be back to where we were at the half a day.
Okay.
Will we have a chance to be heard on rulings regarding ARRCA? Because I still have the same concern about new information.
Yes. What do you mean? Before, when?
Right.
Whenever it's convenient for the court, but I have concerns about these witnesses bringing in new opinions that we will not have an opportunity to consider.
All right. Can we do that the day of the voir dire?
Whenever it's good for the court.
All right. So maybe we'll break with the jury at 12 on Monday. Now they're going to have 2 half days in a row, but we'll break.
Will we still do the voir dire and I'll have witness testimony prepared for Friday?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have one further follow-up question?
Yes.
Thank you. The reason I asked for, and I appreciate the opportunity for the voir dire, it's not lost on me. But what I'm trying to understand is I want to hit target, whatever the target of the court
So
is.
one of the targets, one of the big concerns I have is that 105 or more text messages were deleted, and you said in due course. I have no idea what you mean by in due course. It's a pending case. We need to figure out, I need to figure out that at least. And there, okay.
In Your Honor, the 30-day, if you make the call, the defense had this very same issue with a matter with District Attorney Morrissey. So you said, I'm unclear what deletions are, and we're happy to have testimony. The ARRCA witnesses can discuss it.
They're to bring them if they still have them.
That is also very helpful. But this 30-day auto delete, a lot of attorneys do that. District Attorney Morrissey did that.
I need something in writing about that. That's not my understanding
morning,
on how
Felix.
you keep records in a pending case. And remember, you still said out of the blue, months later, a bill came. This gives me pause about that, frankly. Okay?
We're happy to
So,
address that as well, Your Honor.
all right. All right. So,
Get the clarification.
all right. And there'll be more. I'm not limiting it to that, but those are my big concerns.
Appreciate it.
All right. Are we ready to start?
Judge, I just had a, yeah.
So let's figure that out. Do you want to, you know what? Let's see counsel at sidebar about schedule.
Okay, so Friday we will have a half day with the jurors. And Monday will also be half day with the jurors, but we will be doing the ARRCA voir dire on Monday, right? Is that what we got going on here? I think so. Sorry, I was busy trying to change the day on a thing, which I know how to do. I'm very proud of myself. Figured it out this early in the morning. My brain's working. Yes, we hate this courtroom. This is the weirdest looking courtroom I've ever seen. It gives me claustrophobia just looking at it. Everybody is on top of each other. There's stuff everywhere. It's chaos. Chaos. Also, if you didn't hear me, good morning, Felix. Welcome, welcome. Terry thinks she's feeling a little like Bev today. Oh, good morning, Sam. Oh, I don't know how we got here to be just me, but here we are. There we go. Oh, never mind. I should read things before I touch buttons.
All right. So are we ready to bring Ms. Roberts back in? I can take 5 minutes while we line the jury up if you want.
Ready, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Do you want me to get off?
Un momento.
All right.
Oh, what am I knocking over here? This new mic stand makes it so I can't see like half my desk. Oh, we went back to ceiling fan anyway. Welcome back, Annie.
Thank you. Hi, Felix. Welcome again. I don't know if you guys said hey already.
We did say hello already. Yes.
I'm sorry. That was too loud for her.
I think they're all set up like this in the courthouse. The bigger courtroom is the same setup. That's wild. Tell me why AJ decided to have a beard. Alan Jackson is who they're talking about. You don't like the beard? You don't like the beard? Okay. They don't use a bigger one because defense can't see all their faces. Okay. Oh, there's that. Oh, yes, there is a kitty beside Annie. The kitty has been staring us down. Yeah, staring us down since we were, like, before we came live and we were backstage. That cat, is that Calliope?
Yeah. Nani's in the other chair asleep.
She is not happy about
Being the less aggressive of the two.
Oh, goodness. All right. Well,
Yep.
meet Annie's overlord. Yes. Yeah, she's not happy about it. Or maybe she just wants to be on YouTube too. She does have quite the appeal. The real MVP to this trial is the ceiling fan. Everyone told us that we are going to be over the ceiling fan. Definitely over the ceiling fan already.
Yeah, it's not great.
Okay.
I don't know how does a courthouse that is that old not have a seal?
I don't know what is going on in Massachusetts. Okay. I have so many questions about how they do things there. And I'm going to have to find a copy of what they say when they bring the judge in. The hear ye, hear ye, hear ye, and all that jazz. Because I need to hear it. And if I just have to say it myself every day, I will. Because it's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Well, it's not ridiculous. It's just the fact that it's still happening.
It's ridiculous.
I mean, nobody announces anything when I walk into a room. Oh, goodness. Anyway, what do we got? Well, you got a long way to go yet. Maybe we'll come up with a name for each blade of the ceiling fan. I don't know. Standing right next to you. Oh, my goodness. So they were saying, I missed the first part because I was trying to update this banner, which I need a checklist of things to do every morning because my brain isn't even scheduled to start working for another half hour. So they said something about Kerry Roberts being on Good Morning America or something, like while she's been on the stand, or was it like before being on the stand? Because if it was this morning, that's a problem. Is there a gag order on everyone? No, I don't think so. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. Yeah,
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons who have anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, now holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right.
They heard
Good morning
us.
again, counsel. Good morning,
Clearly.
Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
I love
Thank
that
you
for
your
us.
patience. The lawyers and I got some work done this morning while you were waiting for us, and we do appreciate it. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone?
Right.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also
She was on
able to
this
follow the
morning?
instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their head. All right, thank you very much. Can we
love
have Ms.
that.
Roberts back in, please?
Oh yeah, there are some accents. I forgot you were in Massachusetts. I remember that now when we were watching this first one. But yeah, your guys' accents are great. I love it. I'm gonna laugh a lot, but I love them. My favorite is how they say Norfolk, which is just Norfolk. Can't get over it. Okay.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mrs. Roberts.
Good morning.
Yesterday, you told us a little bit about when you went into John's home at Meadows to look for him.
Yes,
And I recall you said that you did not see him there.
correct,
At some point, you left.
correct.
When you went into Meadows, who did you go into Meadows with?
Karen and Jen McCabe.
Have you ever seen any video from a ring camera depicting you and the defendant and Miss McCabe going into the home?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Actually, I've moved to introduce a ring video. It has certification and then a smaller clip of that ring video if there's no objection.
Did you say if there's no objection or there is no objection?
If there's no objection. There's no objection. May I introduce Your Honor?
Sure.
Exhibits 12A and 12B.
Thank you. One final. It's a 12C would be just fine. Thank you. Your Honor, if I may note, 12A is the ring video from 12 Meadows. 12B is the certification from Ring. And 12C is a clip of a piece, a portion of 12A.
That's accurate. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to play 12C for the jury.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, you've seen that video before?
Yes, I have.
Is that you and the defendant and Ms. McCabe going into Meadows?
Yes, it is.
When you came out of Meadows, did you have a chance again to look at the defendant's tail light on her Lexus?
Yes. When we left the house, she pointed it out to me.
Did you stop and get a closer look?
Yes, I did.
I want you to describe to the jury your best memory of what it looked like.
Karen pointed out and said, look, my taillight. And she said, do you think I hit him? And I said, no, I don't think you hit him. What are you talking about? Let's just go find him. But the taillight itself, the piece was missing. And as you got closer, there's a metal sort of square and one of the pieces was sort of sticking out. And I only remember it because I thought if someone walks by that, they're going to catch their jacket on it.
How long of a time did you have to actually look at the taillight?
Under a minute.
How close were you to the taillight when you looked at it?
I was in front of it. I could see.
And when you talked about the taillight, you said a piece was missing. Is this the left side or the right side of the Lexus that you saw the piece of the taillight missing?
It was the right side, so it was the passenger taillight.
May I approach?
Yes.
Should I remain, Your Honor? Sure. Thank you. Ma'am, do you recognize what is in that photo?
That is Karen's SUV.
Is it similar or a fair and accurate depiction of how you saw the vehicle that morning?
Without the snow, I can't be positive, but this square piece was missing, as is in this picture.
The photograph you look at is not the car in the snow in the driveway the day you saw it.
Correct.
Putting that aside, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the damage that you saw to the right rear taillight of Ms. Reed's car that morning?
Yes.
I move to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
Any objection?
No objection. Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish Exhibit 13.
Sure.
Ms. Roberts, I'm going to ask you to take a look at the photo that you just described. Do you see the white area in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that where the taillight had missing part?
Yes.
And where was the metal in relation to that white part that you see?
If you look at the white part, it's the upper left. It's sort of like a rectangle, but it's vertical, sort of.
And that's the metal part that you were concerned about?
Yes, one of the side, it's almost like an encasement, but the right side, I think it was the right side, was sticking out a little bit, like out from the car toward me.
Did you express any concern about the metal sticking out?
Yes, because I thought at that height, it could clip someone's coat or something if they were walking by.
You mentioned the defendant asked you if you thought she hit somebody.
Correct.
How many times did she ask you that?
She asked me that in the driveway. How many times? She said, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him?
And my answer was no, I don't think you hit him. I'm sure you hit something because your taillight's broken, but I don't think you hit him. Why would I think that?
Did you have any reason to think at that point that she hit anybody?
No.
Did she ever repeat that phrase or question in the same or similar manner again that night?
She did at the scene where we found John.
Before or after you found John?
After we found John.
Okay. So we'll get to that then. Could we please take that picture down, Ms. Gilman? How far of a ride is it from Meadows to Fairview?
I don't know, maybe 8 minutes.
So when you left John's house at Meadows and you traveled to Fairview, you said you were driving.
Yes.
Was there any comments or conversation from the defendant on that ride?
There was talk of Bella's mom, who lived near Jen's sister. There was talk, and I said, where is Fairview? And Jen said, it's off of Chapman, so it was near Spring Lane. And I knew of somebody previously that John had dated on Spring Lane, so I brought it up thinking, could he have gone there if he was walking home? I don't know. I didn't know where he was or why he was missing.
Describe the mood in the car.
Well, it was scary driving, and Karen was, frantic, and she was yelling. I don't even remember at this point what she was yelling, but she was yelling. She had an elevated voice. She would be in between us while I was driving, and she would sit back in the back seat and be in between us.
Did you have any words with Miss Reed?
I told her to shut up several times because I was trying to drive and I couldn't concentrate. I told her to sit back and buckle up because it was bad driving. I didn't want to get into an accident and her not have a seatbelt on.
How often was the yelling on the way to Fairview?
Oh, several times. It was like you couldn't control her. And I was trying to drive in a blizzard.
You went down Spring Road before you get to Fairview?
No, Spring Lane is before Fairview off of Chapman.
And did anything remarkable happen on Spring Lane?
I'm sorry?
Anything remarkable happen on Spring Lane?
No.
More of the same?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned yesterday that when you got to Fairview, the defendant began kicking your door.
Yes.
When you looked out, you didn't see anything.
I did not.
And at some point, you ran over to where Miss Reed was.
Yes.
Tell us what your first observations are when you get close to the defendant.
Well, it was a shape of a body, like the length of a body, shape of a body. She ran over and I said, oh my God. I jumped out of the car. I ran over and she was lifting up his shirt to try and warm him, I guess. So I went over to his head and I began to dig his head out of the snow.
Can you take us back and describe for us what you're seeing?
His body was completely covered, but his head was completely covered. So I started to dig around his face and his eyes, and his left eye was fine, but his right eye looked like it was huge, like he had something happen to it. And after that, I told Karen to get off him. We were going to start CPR. I had been certified at work through the American Red Cross, so I knew chest compressions were more important. So I started to do chest compressions, and I yelled to Jen and told her to call 911. Karen was trying to do mouth to mouth. I don't know if she knew what she was doing, but I knew chest compressions were more important, so I concentrated on that. I yelled for Jen. I carry blankets. I have 2 kids, so I carry blankets in the car. So I yelled to Jen to get the blankets. I don't know what I thought I was doing with blankets, but I wrapped them around his head, just thinking we're trying to warm him up. He was covered in
that's
snow.
how that got there. Okay.
When you first ran over,
did.
You mentioned that his head was covered in snow. Was his head fully covered in snow?
Yes.
When you look down, could you see who it was at first?
At first, no. I had to dig him out.
When is it that you realized that this was your friend John?
When I cleared the snow off his face.
Did you feel his skin?
Did I feel what?
His skin.
Yes.
And could you tell us how it felt?
It was cold. Like he had been there in the elements for a while.
You mentioned that his head was covered with snow before you brushed off the snow. Was other parts of his body still covered in snow?
Yes.
Can you share with us what you saw?
His legs were covered. His arms were by his side. He was on his back. Karen had lifted up his shirt, so now his shirt was down, but I was doing chest compressions so you could see his clothing. He had blood coming out of his nose and his mouth. And when I put the baby blankets under the back of him, there was blood on the blanket. So I think he had a cut on the back of his head.
Was the blood from his nose and mouth frozen or running?
I don't think it was running. It was not gushing.
You said that you brushed off the snow from John's face.
Yes.
Did you brush it off from both sides?
Yes.
Did you brush it off to the extent that you uncovered his entire face and head?
Yes.
So did you have gloves on?
No.
Bare hands?
Yes.
And that's how you felt the temperature of his skin?
Yes.
When you brushed off both sides of his face, did you ever feel any pieces of glass sticking out of his face?
No.
Did you ever see any pieces of glass sticking out of his face?
I did not.
How long did you give chest compressions for to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, I can't be sure. I would say 4 minutes, 5 minutes while we were waiting for the EMTs. I had Jen take over at one point. And then the EMTs came. So however long it took for them to get to us, 6 minutes.
When you were trying to save your friend John, did the defendant say anything?
She was just running around screaming, Kerry, Kerry, Jen, Kerry, Jen.
Was anything said at that point about her taillight?
About what?
Her taillight.
No, when the EMTs were around and they were working on the body, she was running around and saying, did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead?
When you were waiting for the police and EMTs, just briefly, what was the temperature like and the visibility like?
The temperature was freezing because I remember at one point I couldn't feel my knees, which is why I had Jen take over. And the wind was still whipping and the snow was still coming down.
At some point, did help arrive?
Yes, they did.
And when help arrived, what did you do?
I stood back and watched them work on him.
Did you see first responders trying to give first aid to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
How long were you outside for that morning?
At that point?
Well, the entire morning.
Oh, maybe a half hour.
When the first responders were trying to save John, what else were you doing?
I was calling my husband. I called my mother. When they put him in the back of the ambulance, I then made a call to Mrs. O'Keefe. I think I called Mr. O'Keefe first, but he didn't answer. So I called Mrs. O'Keefe and told her John had been in an accident. And she screamed, I can't do this again.
What did you do after that phone call?
The police put Jen and Karen in the back of a cruiser. And I was looking in the ambulance to see what was going on with my friend. So I was standing outside of the cruiser. They were inside. I was standing outside just watching. And Karen was saying, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? And I said, no, they're working on him. I can see tubes moving. I can see them moving. If he was dead, they wouldn't be working on him. She grabbed the front of my shirt and said, are they working on him? And I said, yes, they're working on him. At this point, I think I was in shock. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't think he was dead. I thought they could save him. I knew he was in the ambulance with the EMTs. And I was just hopeful that they were going to be able to do more than I could.
You said that at one point, Ms. McCabe and the defendant were in a car, and then you mentioned at some point the defendant grabbed you. Did she grab you when she was in the car or out of the car?
She was in the car. I was outside of the car.
At some point, did the defendant, Ms. McCabe, get out of the car?
Yes.
Did you go over to the ambulance before it left?
Did I go over to the ambulance?
Before it left?
No.
Did you watch?
Yes.
At some point, did you see the defendant get out of the car, the police cruiser?
No, I didn't see them get out, but they were out at one point.
They were what?
They were out of the vehicle, but I didn't watch them get out. I was watching the ambulance.
At some point, you saw them out?
Yes.
And were they near you when you were watching the ambulance?
Did what?
Were they near you when you were watching the ambulance?
I don't know. I wasn't concentrating on either one of them. I was concentrating on my friend in the ambulance.
When you were trying to save Mr. O'Keefe, did you ever see any signs of life?
I did not. And I checked his pulse. No, I did not.
After the ambulance took John to the hospital, tell us what you do next.
I left. I told Mrs. O'Keefe, I said, I'm going to come get you. She said, well, I'm going to have Braintree Police take me to the hospital, which was in Brockton. And I said, they're not going to take you to Brockton. I will come get you because neither of their cars had four-wheel drive. So I asked if I could leave, and they said, give me your number and we'll follow up with you. And I took Karen with me. We drove down the street. At some point, she was on the phone with Erin O'Keefe, John's sister-in-law, and Karen was saying, I think he's dead. I think he's dead. I grabbed the phone and I said, I don't think he's dead. He's in an ambulance. He's been in an accident. At this point, I didn't know what was going to happen. At some point in the car, as we're driving, she was on the phone with her mother. And I think when we were driving, we got all the way to the elementary school. And Karen said to me, if anything happens to John, I'm going to kill myself. You're going to have to take care of the kids. And I said, nobody's dying. Nobody's killing themselves. Let's not think about that. And then one of the officers called me and said, do you have Karen Reed with you? And I said, yes. And he said, could you please turn around and bring her back? Her parents are saying that she's suicidal, so we're going to take her to the hospital and section her. I said, okay. I didn't get far, so I turned around, went back. At some point, she was on the phone with her mother, and I got on the phone with her mother and said, I'm going to be heading to the hospital. Let me give you my phone number. It's the same hospital John's at. I'm assuming they're going to the same. That's where Canton takes everybody. And her mother said, please make sure that they don't let her have her bag. There are things in her bag, medicine I don't want her to have. So I said, okay, I will. So we got back to the house, and she got in the ambulance, and one of the EMTs asked me for her phone. So I handed that over, and I said, the mother wants to make sure that she does not have her purse because there's medication in there that they don't want her to have.
Did you see the defendant leave with medical personnel?
Yes, I did.
Before we move forward, I want to step back for just a moment. Did you see when the medical personnel, the first responders, lifted John from the ground and then put him on a bed?
Yes.
Shortly after they moved John from the ground and brought him to the bed to bring him to the ambulance, did you go back to where John lay when you first saw him?
Yes, I did.
Why did you go back to the spot where John was lying when you first saw him?
When they lifted him up, there was grass underneath him, and I could see his phone. So I went over and picked up the phone and the two baby blankets that were left on the ground.
So let me ask you, when you went back to where John was lying on the ground, you said you saw grass. There was not snow under him?
No, there was not.
Was there many inches of snow around that area?
Yes.
But none where he was lying under him? You said you picked up a couple of items?
Yes.
Could you repeat that again, what you picked up?
I picked up John's phone and two blankets, the blankets that I had Jen get out of the car.
What did you do with John's phone when you picked it up from the ground?
I put it in my pocket and gave it to a first responder when they came over, or I handed it off to a first responder.
And the blankets you picked up, were they in the ground area or on snow as well?
They were, I don't remember.
Okay. How long after you put the phone in your pocket, do you remember when you gave it to a first responder, how long you had it for?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the time that you picked up the phone?
I do not.
Have you seen video of that event?
Yes.
Does that video have times when you went over and picked up that phone?
Yes, but I don't remember, somewhere around 6:12, 6:19.
And you don't know how long you kept it in your pocket before until you gave it to a first responder?
I do not.
At some point, did you get in your car during that morning before you left and drove from the scene?
Yes.
Do you know if John's phone was still in your pocket when you first got into your car?
I don't know.
Was your car heated that morning? Did you keep
Yes.
it running?
Yes.
And was the
I
heat
think
on?
I kept it running the whole time. I don't even think I shut it off.
I want to now step forward to where you left us when you said that you had spoken to John's mother, Peggy. And did you decide what you were going to do next?
After I dropped Karen back off at 34 Fairview to get in the ambulance, I then made my way to Braintree. Barely. I was on the highway. I was the only one on the highway. I spun out a couple times.
Can you describe what you mean by spun out?
Well, the driving was, no one else was on the road. The driving was horrible. So I spun out almost at the Braintree exit to get to their house. And then I got to the O'Keefe's house and I said, we are not taking the highway back to Brockton. We're going back roads, which is a much longer way, but there was no way I was putting us in the car on that treacherous.
When you went to the O'Keefe's house, you mean Peggy O'Keefe and John O'Keefe Sr.'s house?
Yes, John's parents.
That's different than Meadows Road.
Correct.
When you got to their home, did you go in?
Yes, for a second. They were ready and waiting for me. They wanted to get to the hospital.
When you say they, can you tell us who was waiting for you?
John's parents, Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, were waiting.
What happens next?
Mr. O'Keefe said something about a Dr. Rice and that they were trying to warm John up. We got into the car. Mr. O'Keefe got in my passenger seat. Mrs. O'Keefe got in the back seat. Mrs. O'Keefe's niece worked at Good Samaritan, so we were trying to get in touch with her to see if we were going to be allowed in because there was still COVID restrictions. John's brother was already on his way there. And Mr. O'Keefe at some point said, he's gone, Peg. And he slammed his hands on the dashboard. But they didn't actually know if he was gone yet. At one point, Karen called me from the ambulance. And on the phone, Mrs. O'Keefe said, Karen, what happened? And she said, I left him at a party. And Mrs. O'Keefe said, and you just left him? And Mr. O'Keefe said, all right, that's enough. She's been through enough. Then we hung up with her. I said, we're on our way to the hospital.
Let me ask you a question. When the
Sounds
defendant
like
said
it.
that she left him, did she say whether she left him outside or inside?
No,
Was the question, follow-up question, never asked?
no.
Was there any other conversation with the defendant at that point?
Not in the car, but when I got to the hospital, she called me multiple times from the hospital room.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
How long did it take for you and the O'Keefes to get to the hospital?
I would say maybe 45 minutes to an hour.
Share with us the mood in that car.
I think I was in shock, and I think they were in shock. There wasn't, other than talking to Mrs. O'Keefe's niece, trying to find out if we could go in for COVID reasons, there wasn't much talk.
When you finally get to the hospital, take us through your first steps. What happens?
We finally get to the hospital. We walked in. Paul, John's brother, was there. We went over to him, and then Susanna, Mrs. O'Keefe's niece, came out from her office and offered to take me to the bathroom to wash up because I had blood all over my hands. So I went into the bathroom and I asked her afterwards if she could take me to the chapel so I could say a prayer.
Why does
She
she have
did.
blood
She
all
took
over
me to
her
the
hands?
chapel, and then when I came out, she took me into her office and explained to me that a Dr. Rice was going to come talk to the family and take him into an office and talk to the family, and then the family would be able to go see John.
Did you get a chance to see John?
I did.
Would you be willing to tell us a little bit about what you saw?
I waited in the waiting area. I spoke to my mom. Phone calls were coming in because people had heard what happened. And Mrs. O'Keefe, the family went in to see Dr. Rice. I watched them go in. I watched them walk down a hallway. And then when they came back out, Mrs. O'Keefe told me he was gone.
Strike that statement.
Without telling us what anybody said to you, please just share with us what you saw.
I went into the hospital room, and John was in a neck brace. At this point, there was a trail of blood going toward the gurney or the bed that he was on. This time, both eyes were filled with blood. They looked like raccoons. That's the only way to describe it. I thought he was going to look better seeing him in the hospital because he had been worked on, but he was not. There was much more blood.
Were there any other ways that John looked different in the hospital than when you first brushed the snow off his face in the front of Fairview?
When I brushed the snow off his face, his left eye was fine. It had an ice cube on it that I pulled off, but the right eye was out to here, like a golf ball. When I got to the hospital, both eyes were swollen with, it looked like blood. They looked purple.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
May I quickly approach sidebar?
Okay.
But EMT guy said that both eyes were like that when he saw him at the scene. So
yep,
there's that. Oh my gosh, who's that pretty lady in the background? Hey, babes, you guys, guess who we got? Looking all fantastic. We got Buffy here today.
Hi, Buffy. You look hot.
Hi, babes. Oh, you're muted, I think. There you are.
We had the same problem as Red.
It's fine.
The hair is not hairing today.
Oh, it's okay. You look great. Ice cube on his face. Yeah, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Way more detailed than anyone could remember. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really like where she's going with this today. Like at all. At all. Oh, thank you, JT, for gifting one membership. And guess who that went to? That went to Kelly P. I love that.
Aww.
She's not here yet today because she's on Pacific time. She'll probably show up
She's
here
still
soon.
sleeping.
I was going to say it is early on the West Coast.
Yes.
Right.
I'm going to show you a photograph.
I can't wait for Cross, though. I'll tell you what.
Okay.
Recognize.
Yes, I do.
Is that how John looked?
Yes, he did.
I asked if the camera not on now, please.
I'd like to mark this as an exhibit. I will not publish it.
I'm going to turn my volume up here. Not even in Massachusetts? It did sound like a female voice that objected, I think. Now I forget.
Yes.
Oh, a new popcorn emoji. That's fun. Thank you, JT.
Thank you.
We're weird, but not that weird. I love that. I can't believe I have a big problem. She was on Good Morning America this morning. I have a big problem with that.
After you last saw your friend John, what did you do?
After the hospital?
I'm sorry, ma'am?
After the hospital?
Yes.
I drove. Well, we went back into the corridor with the family. And Karen at one point called from the hospital asking me, she said her father was on his way and could I go over and greet him or bring him to the O'Keefes when he arrived? And she described him. Her father did arrive, so I went over and said, "Are you Mr. Reed?" or something of that nature. And I said, "Mr. O'Keefe would like to speak to you." So Mr. Reed went over and spoke to Mr. O'Keefe. And Paul and John's parents and I, we didn't know next steps. We were waiting to see if we could leave or if we have to give information. And eventually,
The best, Terry.
we were able to leave. So I drove Mr. O'Keefe home and Paul drove Mrs. O'Keefe home to John's house.
Before you left John, did you take a bracelet from him?
When Mrs. O'Keefe and I went in to see John in the hospital. There was a bracelet that was on his right wrist. It was a blue, like rubber bracelet. And that bracelet was made when his sister passed away, and her husband, and he wore it all the time. Mrs. O'Keefe still wears it to this day.
Oh.
Did you drive the O'Keefe back to their home?
I drove Mr. O'Keefe back to John's house, and Paul drove Mrs. O'Keefe back to John's house.
You went back to John's house on Meadow.
Yes.
When you arrived at Meadow with Mrs. O'Keefe, did you go in?
I arrived with Mr. O'Keefe, and no, I did not go in.
What did you do next?
I went home.
At some point after you went home, did you return to the O'Keefe residence or Meadows?
Not that day. The next day I did.
Where did you go?
Where did I go?
Yes.
I went to go to see the family the next day.
And where were they?
They were at John's house at Meadows.
So they were then staying at John's house at Meadows?
Yes.
Did you go in and visit them?
Yes, I did.
Why did you do that?
Because my friend had just died and I wanted to be with the family.
Were there other people that were coming and going?
Yes.
Describe the level of traffic of people coming and going to Meadows that next day.
There were people coming from all over. John's friends, people from Canton, people we went to high school with. There was people coming in and out, dropping off food.
When you were there the next day, how long did you stay for?
Several hours. Maybe like 2.5, 3 hours.
Did you ever see the defendant there?
I did not.
Wasn't she in the hospital?
Now, you told us that you had only met Miss McCabe once before that night.
Yes.
And after that night, shortly after what happened, did you speak to Miss McCabe again?
Yes.
How often?
Very often. We wanted to know what happened to our friend, so she would call me.
I'm going to allow that. Not what you said. Next question, please.
Would you speak to her on the phone often?
Yes.
Regularly?
Yes.
And so things changed
Yes.
after that moment.
Yes.
Did you start to see her in person?
Yes.
Spend time with her?
Yes.
For somebody who was not your friend, why did you, at this point, form this close bond?
I think because we went through something horrific together. We bonded over it. Mrs. O'Keefe at one point did say, you two need to sit.
Did you ever write down a list of things that had happened to try to remember?
Yes.
When you were spending time with Miss McCabe, did you become friendly?
Yes.
Friends?
Yes.
How close of friends did you become?
She to this day is a close friend of mine.
To this day?
Yes.
When you were at the scene, when you were trying to help John, there were police officers and first responders?
Yes.
Now, you're from that area?
Well, yes. I'm from Canton, but not that side of town.
And you are active in the community at all?
Yes.
Sports, children?
Yes. Yes.
Do you know a lot of people from Canton?
Yes.
Did you know any first responders?
Yes.
Who did you know that you saw that night as a first responder?
That morning?
Yes, I'm sorry, that morning.
Mike Lank is my friend's daughter's father. No, my daughter's friend's father. I'm sorry.
Your daughter's friend's father. And
yes.
Does he have children that are friends with your daughter?
Yes, his daughter is friends with my daughter.
How close are his daughter and your daughter?
There's a group of 5 or 6 of them that are best friends.
Are you on a first name basis with Mr. Lank?
Yes.
When you saw him that morning, did you recognize him?
I did.
Did you speak to him?
I said, Mike, is that you? He said, yes. That was it.
Are you friends with Mr. Lank's wife?
I am.
How often had you been to their house with the children or on your own before that day, before that morning when you found John?
Well, often when the kids can't drive. So when they do sleepovers or whatever, you drop them off, pick them up.
Your children would sleep over each other's house?
Yes.
So you had a friendly relationship with Mr. Lang before you found John?
Yes.
And do you continue to have a friendly relationship with him?
Did what?
Do you continue to have a friendly relationship with him?
Yes.
Did you go to his house the day after you found John?
I did.
Who were you with?
Well, Jen and I had gone to the O'Keefe's house together with, I don't know if it was one or two of her daughters and both of my kids. And then when we were leaving, my daughter said, "Can you drop me off at Mike Lank's daughter's house?" So I dropped her off.
And did you do that? You dropped her off?
Yes, I did.
When you dropped her off at the Lank house, did you speak to anybody?
His wife came out and got into the back seat just to find out how I was and how the O'Keefes were. And
how were you?
How were they?
How were you?
Oh, I was not well.
And did you have a long conversation with Mr. Lang's wife?
Yes.
Was Miss McCabe with you?
Yes.
After you left the Lank house, you left your daughter at the house?
Yes.
You remained in the car?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you speak to Mr. Lang's wife again?
Yes.
Are you friendly with her?
Yes.
Did you ever try to get inside information about this case?
No.
After this case began, did you ever come to court?
Did I ever come to where?
To court.
Yes.
And what was the reason you came to court?
To support the O'Keefe family.
At some point, did you stop coming to court?
I did.
Answer just yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware or watching about any type of news or publication on this?
Yes.
As you were watching and learning information, did you begin to contact people at the district attorney's office?
Yes, I did.
Did that include victim witness advocates?
Yes.
Did it include law enforcement assigned to the case?
Objection.
The form of the question, I'm sustaining the objection.
Who did you contact?
Specific names?
Yeah.
Steve Nelson, my victim advocate, Yuri Buchanan, who was a state trooper, and at one point I contacted Michael Morrissey's office.
Do you remember at any time being interviewed by police officers or state police about this case?
At my house on January 29th.
So that same day you found John, you were interviewed?
Yes.
Do you remember who interviewed you?
I do not.
Do you remember your mental state at that time?
I was not well. It was in the evening at some point.
Were you interviewed at a later time by any other law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay, and where were you at that next interview?
I think I was at Jen's house. We were making a timeline together when two law enforcement showed up to question her. But I happened to be there, so they took us in separate rooms and questioned both of us.
Were you sober at that point?
Yes.
And what was your mental state then?
Still, we hadn't even had a funeral. So I was still, I couldn't believe what was happening.
And after John's passing, did you still continue to help out with the children?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I would like to play an exhibit that's already in evidence.
Okay.
It's Exhibit 4.
Right.
Before you start it, ma'am, I'm going to show you a video from the scene that night, okay? Ms. Gilman, is this sound? Thank you. Could we start at 6:09:50, please?
he have blood problem? Does he do what? Does he what? Huh?
Oh, back to this video again. Okay.
Took me a minute to realize the stuff falling. I mean, that it's snow on the windshield.
Could you stop there, please? Ms. Roberts, do you see yourself in that video?
Yes,
And where were you in that video?
I'm over near the flagpole.
What were you doing in that video before you stood up?
I think I was picking up the phone and the blankets at that point.
You see the first responders getting there?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please.
Oh no, you're not blind. It's right here
Is
in
that you with
between
the
Annie
fur
and
on the
Buffy.
hood?
We're kind of
Yes.
blocking it. I'm sorry. Or you can look in my. Wait, hold on. How do I do this again? Oh, there's a. Nope, there. There's one behind me.
Yeah, we're covering where everything is happening on the side.
Yeah, like right behind us. Sorry, guys. I don't even know if you could really clearly make it out, to be quite honest with you. This video is garbage.
Tampering with the crime scene cabin.
Oh, jeez. They are in the crime scene. I'm assuming it's the tiny stick. Yes, yes. Oh, I keep forgetting you can't see my mouse.
That's
But
you in
that
the
is
middle
what
of
it
the
is.
street?
Yes, I'm to the right of the car.
I think this is going to be the video that we get beat with for the whole trial.
Oh my, I'm so over it already. I'll be honest, I don't really see the significance of all of this. Like, I mean, I don't even think Karen running back and forth and being loud and hysterical, I don't see a problem with that. I don't understand why
Just stop for
everyone's
one
like,
moment, please. Ma'am, you see the
God,
other two
she's
people in the
upset.
middle of the screen
Yeah.
right now? Do you know who they are?
That's Karen and Jen McCabe.
Do you see the proximity or the closeness between them?
Yes.
You are not close to Jen McCabe in this video.
No,
Is there a reason why?
I didn't really know her. And Karen was running around like you saw. I
Nice.
didn't want to be near her. I just found my friend.
Okay. Could you continue, please, to 6:15? You can let it run, please. Stop, please. Thank you. Ms. Roberts, is this when the first responders were moving John from where he was laying?
Yes.
Please continue. Could you continue to watch the area near the flagpole, please?
Oh.
Oh, there she walks over to get it.
I need you to point out, what am I supposed to be seeing?
I guess her picking up stuff right behind
Cool.
our faces. Oh yeah, there's her with the
Got it.
blanket.
Thanks.
Stop.
I just don't know why the EMTs wouldn't have picked that and the phone.
That
was-
last 15 or 20 seconds of video, did you pay attention to that, Ms. Roberts?
Yes, that was the moment that I picked up the phone and blankets, not before. I don't know what I was doing before when you
Cool.
asked me.
Got it.
And that location where you picked up the phone and blankets, was that where John was lying?
Yes, it was.
And is that where you saw the ground that did not have snow?
Yes, it was.
At that point, had you put the cell phone in your pocket?
Yes.
If there's no objection with the court's permission, I'd like to watch a little more of the film, but if we can double speed it, so we get an opportunity to view it. I want to get to another moment in it.
Okay. Any objection?
Objection.
Thank you.
So last trial, Jackson didn't cross her. I have a feeling he's definitely crossing her this time.
You didn't cross her in the first one? Okay.
They didn't do all this.
Oh.
Around 16, 17 would be fine, Ms. Gilman. Stop, please. The person in the blue jacket, do you know who that is on the right side of the screen?
That's Jen McCabe.
And you can't see you now. Do you know where you are at this point?
I don't know where I am.
Continue, please.
I agree, Felix. We need to write them all angry letters about this crap.
Clearly, they need to invest in some Rain-X.
I mean, I see, they're just doing body cameras
What are you doing,
last
Ms.
year,
Roberts?
which is crazy to me.
Cleaning off my car.
Also, why is it all just the women that showed up there? Like, what about their husbands? Weren't they friends with John?
That's a good question.
Kerry's husband was close.
Were they on duty?
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I hopefully not, considering they were just fucking partying like 5 hours beforehand.
I mean, they were also driving while partying, so.
That's true.
Now, the last testimony, Kerry's husband was at home when Karen called.
Could you please stop?
Right.
Did
But he
you
didn't
mention
go.
at some point you went back and the defendant, Ms. McCabe, were in a car?
They were in a police car at some point.
Did you do anything with them when they were in that car?
At one point, Karen asked us to say a prayer, to pray. So we said a prayer.
Was it before or after this moment on the video? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. If you could continue, please.
Now, the party should have cleared out by now. It's like 6 a.m. So, but the people who live inside the house did not come out. Right. Oh, I think he said that he did not remember Karen saying, "Let's pray over the body," or something along those lines.
He said he did not tell Trooper Proctor that.
Okay,
Trooper
yes, that's
Proctor put it in the report.
right. He claimed though that that never happened. What are we even doing?
Stop, please, just for a moment. Do you know where you are at this point, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay. If you can continue, please.
I feel like if we're saying this, the jury is thinking the
Ugh.
same thing.
Yes. Goodness.
Was that you walking by, Ms. Roberts?
Yes, it was.
Note the time is 6:21:22.
Brennan, you're gonna have to do something. You're killing me. Like what?
I don't feel like this
You know
is
where you
unnecessary.
No, I
Are
do
you
not.
behind this car, this dash cam view?
Say that again?
Are you behind the view of the dash cam?
I think it looks like I went over to the right of the vehicle.
Why does it matter? You gotta get me there, bro. Get me there.
I also have a lot of questions about why she was covered in blood.
Like, just ask the question you're trying to get to.
Why? Who was covered in blood?
Kerry.
Carrie.
Because he was
Earlier, she said.
Yeah, but if he's been out there for 5 hours, you would think that
He would have stopped
bleeding.
bleeding.
Well,
Like it
see,
would have.
what that EMT did not testify to yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
he testified to the last trial that there was a pool of blood under John.
Okay.
This is, for the record, 6
From his head.
23.
He didn't
08.
say where. He just said there was a pool of blood.
At 6:23:08, are you still beside or behind the view of this car?
I believe so.
And do you know where Miss McCabe is at this point,
No.
or the defendant?
No.
Please continue.
It's her state of being.
We don't do logic in Canton, you know.
I know. How dare I? How dare I?
Ms. Gilman, when it reaches 6:24:18, if you would stop again.
Oh, that's could be. Could be. I don't get what the point of this right now is.
I'm hoping he ties it together. He's gonna have to, because maybe it's just my
He's
ADD,
killing me.
but I can't connect the dots.
Mm-mm.
I mean, we know she was there. That's all I really need to know, I think.
At
I
this
know it's-
time, 6:24:18, are you within view of this camera angle?
No,
Where do you think you are in relation to this camera angle at this point?
I'm still either to the right or behind the dash camera.
And do you see the defendant or Ms. McCabe in this view?
No.
And this is at 6:24:18. Could you continue to 6:26:25, Ms. Gilman?
But why is this important?
I mean, they're living in Massachusetts. They know the weather's shit. You know, it's not like, I don't think it would take much convincing being like, hey, remember that blizzard we had that one time? Y'all remember it, right? That's really all you need to do. It's pretty memorable. I don't know, but I'm going to be pissed if I miss the defense's cross because I have my appointments.
But if they're trying to show us
Yeah.
that the weather was bad, they've already taken John away. So why is that relevant right now? Right? This is after they taken John away.
Okay.
Right? He's not there anymore, right? Did we see him put him on the stretcher yet? I don't know. I'm so confused and I need a narrator.
Well, yeah, but Felix, like, you don't need to be told what it's like to be in a blizzard, right? You've experienced it enough that you're like, yeah, it was really bad.
Blizzard.
Yeah, like, I don't know.
Like, what are we gaining from this at this point?
Vote not guilty just because of Brennan. No. Just because of this right here.
Objection. Can we play this at 2 times the speed, please?
I thought he requested that.
Oh, I was just making a joke. Did he?
I thought he did request that, but I think it was to a certain point and then played it off. I thought he said that. But this ain't it. I don't know what it is, but this
Did you notice the first person that came from the right and the second person that are not law enforcement?
That was myself, and I think that's Jen McCabe.
6:26:25. Continue, please.
To be fair, would the tape have stayed in that win?
And do you know who that is on the
Fair.
right with the police
It is
officer?
snowing.
That was Karen.
And windy.
Do you know where the cell phone is at this point, Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
I don't know. I could have handed it to a first responder at this point, or it could still be in my pocket. I'm not sure.
I don't think at that point they knew it was a crime scene, which is why nobody was arrested.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a dead body.
Well, I am of the thing that anytime you see like a random dead person laying there, it should kind of be ripped off. But they will tell you that they did not know it was a crime scene yet.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could next stop at 6:34:48.
Exactly, Holly. Guess what? Rule number 1.
Canton logic doesn't apply here.
Oh, noisy.
Was that you walking by in the street?
Yes.
Oh, goodness. Do. Oh, my goodness. Everybody do their morning big girl stretches. Ugh. Oh, goodness. Let's go, sir. I definitely think defense is going to cross her. If they went that hard on the EMT, they're going to go hard on everybody, I feel.
Oh, I'm sure.
I mean, I kind of hope so.
Right.
See, her testimony wasn't like this during the last trial. She was probably one of the better witnesses, and she was just telling it like it is. But Brennan's doing this kind of differently this time. So I watched hers last night and part of this morning, and it was none of this.
Really? Interesting. Very interesting.
I mean, I do have trouble remembering a year ago. I don't have a memory of Mr. Nuttall, but
yeah, I mean, I don't really give people a lot of shit for being like, I don't remember, that was a year ago. I can't even remember like what I did last Tuesday.
I lived a lot of life in the last year, so I don't remember a lot. But I did go back and listen.
But when you say my memory is great, it only gets better at time. I'm going to make fun of you.
A lot. I have notes.
Right. Lady in Gray says, Brennan is using her in a different way, I think, because she came across so well in the first trial. But I think one main reason she came across so well is because she wasn't crossed. Right. Breakdown with Buffy. Love that. We're eventually going to be on your television all day, every day. Just kidding. That's not happening. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Do you know who you're speaking with?
I don't know.
I can't see anything, sir.
Like, I can point out which one's her because she's the shortest of all of them. But
Mr. Brennan, at this point, can we pause this and take our morning recess?
Yes,
please?
Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Brennan, the jury's asleep. Can we take a break?
All right,
Can we
please,
just
jurors, close your
move
doors,
on?
on the chairs and follow me.
yeah, I mean, it's not even 11 o'clock. It's only 10:30. She was like, oh my God. We need to pause this. Everybody's falling asleep in the courtroom. What are we doing here?
Stretch break.
Does she normally, because she said breaks were going to be at like 11 every day.
She does. She is on her breaks and her lunch breaks and her stop time. She's on top of it.
I'm going to go with the jury must have looked disinterested.
I'm going with we all look disinterested.
Right? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
I mean, okay, maybe somebody else is able to connect these dots better than me. If you can, please enlighten me.
Yeah,
I'm just not there.
Oh,
I'm
look,
the
we
dumb
get
juror in the back going, okay, so picking my nails, looking at my hands.
Mm-hmm. I almost decided to go get my nail polish to paint I should do that today. Lady in Gray says prediction. After we waste all this time watching all this snow, the judge will rush the defense to finish cross. Can we wrap this up? Probably. Maybe.
She's always rushing the defense, though.
Oh, gosh.
She wasn't that bad yesterday, though.
I got this sexy Lumineer. Oh, goodness. There is a cobweb on the light. Right there. There it is. I wonder why we got the light instead of the ceiling fan.
Because you complained about the ceiling fan this morning.
That's true. And clearly they're listening.
Somebody's watching.
A handful of people. One of them is definitely the court.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, this is doing nothing for me. This is doing nothing. Like, I get it. She was there. She drove them around. Who I did not catch it. I might have been in the bathroom. Who let John's parents know? Who called them?
I thought it was Kerry.
That's what I thought.
I might have misheard
Kerry
that.
called them?
She
Okay.
said she called Peggy.
Okay, so Kerry's the one who called his parents. Okay. I wondered when I came back, she was like on their way or on her way to their house. And I was like, wait, how did they, who told them? And I do think it's a little weird that, like, she'd known Karen a little bit, right? She said they weren't friends, but they knew each other, obviously, because she was good friends with John. But then her and this Jen chick, who she only met one other time, became trauma bond besties.
Because they both found a dead body in the snow. I think you just bond over bodies. I don't know.
Why are we cheating on the fan like that? I don't know. Apparently we're in a polyamorous relationship with ceiling fixtures. I'm open. It's fine. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I can't see anything.
I feel like even though Lally was long-winded and his direct examination was painful because he was slow, he painted a much better picture. I think, and that's how I felt going back and watching it yesterday, was like he set the scene a lot better. Brennan's kind of haphazard, where I'm having a hard time picturing like what's happening, even though I already know. Like Lally did set the scene a whole lot better in his questions, although they were painful in the way he asked them. Brennan's just kind of haphazard. That's me. And maybe other people don't agree. I do like that we get to January 29th faster, but it just seems like he's a little like
he could bring more to it, that's for sure.
Because
that would be great.
Lally asked a lot more questions and got a lot more like details from the paramedics that didn't get brought up yesterday, which was kind of weird.
Oh, also, can we talk about how she's like, his left eye was fine?
Well, it's funny because that question was asked of the paramedic yesterday in the last trial. In this trial, he was asked the same question, and he said there wasn't. I remember that he said that there wasn't any bruising over both eyes, right?
Yesterday?
Yeah.
No, I think defense corrected him because at first he said,
Right.
he said that, but then they were like,
Yes, because I went back and watched the direct, and he definitely says that there was black eye on both eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And he definitely said he took off, or there was a puffy jacket removed.
That jacket. Ugh.
Yeah.
Yikes. But then, they kind of discredited that guy. So do we believe him? Do we believe her?
And he did testify that there was a missing shoe.
Yesterday?
In the last trial. But
in
they
the
didn't
last
ask
trial.
him about the missing shoe this time.
I just I don't understand what is their theory of him getting hit by this car that it hit him in the head? Because he's what, 6'2", I think they said?
I think the theory is that he was maybe bent over.
Was he trying to like push her out or something? Like, why would he be over behind the, I don't know.
Maybe because he lost his shoe? I don't know. I'm just.
I mean, maybe
I
the
don't
shoe
know.
wasn't tied. Was the shoe tied?
The theory of the case, of the defense's case, not defense, the prosecution's case, sounds like it has changed since the opening statements. And we really couldn't figure out from the last trial what exactly they thought happened. Because the guy who did the reenactment, Trooper Paul, that testimony. Like, if you get a chance to replay just him.
Oi. Bad, huh?
So bad. So bad.
Oh my goodness.
Like if you want to talk about someone you felt sorry for, like, I was like, oh no, this poor guy is literally going to go home and sit in the shower, rocking back and forth, crying.
Oh,
like,
no.
It's so bad.
Oh no.
It's so bad.
Oh my goodness.
No, JT, the broken taillight happened, according to Karen, when she was leaving the garage to go find him when he didn't come home. So the taillight would have been broken after he got out of the car. So it's either what the prosecution says, the broken taillight came from hitting John, or it's what the defense says, it came from when she left the house to go find him. She backed into his truck.
Question about the back of her vehicle, because I didn't see a before picture. Is that entire area red? Supposed to be red?
It's supposed to be red.
The entire thing? Okay.
In different photos, and that's where the back and forth comes, it's just the crack. And then all of a sudden it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And by the time you see it in the Sally part, like, it's all white. So you're like, well, it didn't look like that earlier. Now it looks like that now. So that's where the layers come. Right now it's just setting the foundation. But as you kind of get, you're like, oh, look at this picture. Not as much. But look at that picture. So you're constantly looking at the taillight to see at what point it was just a small crack and it got bigger and bigger.
Interesting.
I know you replayed, I did, and everybody else did who was watching this last year, replayed it and zoomed and slowed and tried to like make the image better and like upscale it, zoom in, replay. It was
because the only place that there was, what did they say, 46 pieces of tail light at this crime scene. Okay.
Yeah.
And none of it was embedded in him. Right. Like there wasn't a piece of tail light embedded into. How did it hit the back of his head? Right? Because they said it was in the back of his head, right? Or am I confusing this with?
Well, they're saying that hit the back of his head.
Or the face.
It would have happened when he hit the ground. The scratches on the arm is what they're saying he got hit. But he doesn't have any bruises or broken bones. The only places he has bruises is his eyes, and his face, and his arm with the scratches, the farrows.
Because I feel like with as deep of wounds that were on his arm, I mean, obviously, I don't know shit. I'm not a medical expert. But with as deep as I know, right? Surprising. With as deep as those wounds are on his arm, I would think that there would be a shard that they would have had to pull out of his arm.
I don't remember.
I mean, because there's multiple. You know, it's not like it's just like one. It's like every single one.
You would think.
I had to look up a picture. Yeah.
And it's just how did a taillight cover that much area on the arm? I mean, because it was pretty spread, right? Like,
it goes all the way up from.
Yeah.
I mean,
taillight's not that big. Like, I don't, and I feel like if he got hit and it got scratched, it would change direction on the arm at some point. I don't know. I need visual aids. I need a dramatic reenactment, please.
Oh, that's what we got ARRCA for, right?
They didn't do visual aids.
Oh, they didn't do visual aids. Well, that's
No,
unhelpful.
they didn't because they were still in the middle of the federal investigation. So there was only so much that they could actually do during the trial or say.
it's not as wide of a scratch. Like if his arm was bent and he was, you know, like both at the same time were getting scratched. Because it's that area. So I'm still looking at the picture.
But like, then how did it get his head? Was it like this? I mean, is that how he like?
Yeah, I mean, I don't. I mean,
But
it would
if he
have
was
to
blocking
be
his face,
like this or
then-
like this, maybe. I don't know.
we're just gonna have to do our own reenactment, I guess.
All right. Volunteers as tribute.
Oh my goodness.
Somebody stand up for my SUV.
Can we volunteer people?
No.
For a reenactment here.
All right.
It's all very interesting. I do think they should do visual stuff. You know, some of us can't see things in our head. So it gives us a little bit of a handicap.
And I agree. They should be able to demonstrate or use demonstratives in ways that jurors can see things because, like you said, you can't see pictures in your head. And I can see pictures in my head, but the picture I put in my head may not be accurate because
That's true.
You know, show me what you're saying. You know, if you want me to see what you're seeing, you need to show me what you're saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And they're taking the jury to the crime scene, right? Okay.
Yeah, I think she said that they may be going.
Yeah, they're doing a view and they're going to have the car out there too.
I feel bad for whoever bought that house.
Oh, you know they're over it.
Oh my gosh. I couldn't imagine just having people out there all the time. Because I wonder if like whoever bought it from the Alberts was even told that, oh, by the way, you're about to have a true crime house. Good luck with that. Okay, thanks, bye.
You're about to be on a tour, a murder tour. I'm sure they got like vans and buses that drive by. This is 34 Fairview.
Well, with all the cases coming out of Massachusetts lately, this one, Brian Walsh, the Sandra Birchmore, like they could have a total, true crime. Maybe we should go. No, I don't want to move.
I don't know. I have strong opinions about true crime tourism.
Yeah, it is kind of weird.
It's kind of gross.
And it's kind of weird.
Like the people that were showing up at the house where the 4 people Koberger allegedly murdered.
Oh, yeah.
People, that I'm like, that's just so.
Like, I don't mind like
That's
people
enough.
going and driving by or just looking, but
But
those that like
making
get
like
out of
an
their
event
car
out of it.
Yeah, they
or
do though.
use it for entertainment, like for the clicks for Insta or whatever.
Mm.
I'm like, ugh, that's
I mean, we're all curious.
of
We're
course,
we're curious children.
of course. But some of them do impede, you know, the private property line a lot. And it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. Just do it invisibly. Don't be
I
weird.
mean, I'm the person that would drive by and be like, wow. But I'm not going to get out and walk around and take pictures. That's weird.
Yeah, they had a big problem with that with Murdaugh, if I remember right.
Yeah, they did. Yep.
Ugh.
Mm.
So I'm glad you finally got to hear your hear ye's this morning.
That was so good.
It was so great. That was everything I thought of and more. It would be. It's great. So we know that they do it when they bring the jury in to start the whole thing. So I will pay close attention to make sure that is always on the screen.
Gotta make sure you get there before the jury does.
I like the when that did happen. I don't know which stream we're using, but they like slowly pan down the wall and window. It's very dramatic. The camera was being very dramatic about
They've
it.
had a year to perfect it.
They're like, we can only show so much stuff. How do we make this visually appealing for people?
No, why don't they have? Oh, the seal is over the jury. That's why they don't show seal.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
okay.
And that's why you
I'll
get
accept that.
boob light or, the only
There's a cobweb on it.
That's so funny you say that. The light fixture above our bed looks like a boob.
Yeah, they're called boob light.
We have a couple of the boob lights.
Right? Totally. That's so funny. We all,
So
we all have boob lights.
I literally have two of them over me. One's right here and one's right here. So I have a pair. Like I've got
Okay,
a set, complete set.
A whole set of bobets. That's
And I'm like, we need to change this because you can't look at it and not think it. Sorry.
when we were working on the logo for Couch Court, I was like looking through all the different fonts. Oh my gosh, thousands of fonts I went to. And they had some like really cute ones that I liked, but they were putting dots in the O's. And I was like, we can't go with these because it looks like boobies.
It looks like it.
It looks like boobies. And I just knew Elbow Feet was immediately, because we had one llama, right? And we showed it to Elbow Feet and he was like, that looks like a penis. I was like, what? What are you talking about? He's like, yeah, it does. I was like, of course you're going to find the phallicness. So we scrapped that one, which was fine because I like this one more anyway. It's way cuter. The other one was very pretty though. But once I saw that, I was like, oh, yep, nope. Going to do that before Elbow Feet lets me know that it looks like that.
You'll never not be able to see it. Yeah, sorry, I derailed the conversation.
Yeah, Felix, I know you're almost done with school. Here's a life tip for you. Adults are just older children. Okay. None of us are mature. Okay. We're all faking it.
We just pretend. We mask well.
Yeah, none of us know what we're doing. Spoiler alert.
Some of us don't mask well at all.
That's true. Old people are strange. Why would you even think that?
Old people.
We love you, Felix. Oh my goodness.
I'm not offended at all.
No, right? Oh,
Ban.
Right? It was nice having you, Felix. You're on timeout for the next 90 seconds. I'm just kidding. You're not. I wouldn't do that to you.
The reaction, the emojis. Cute.
Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, way earlier. Oh, if he had put in like, I think it was Jen McCabe's story in emojis. I don't know what it all means, but it looked very funny.
Jen McCabe. Oh, she's so. Just wait till she testifies. I wonder when they'll bring her in.
I would think probably next, or at least one of the responding officers. It's going to be whoever's at this scene is who they're going to keep going with.
I mean, that was 2 days last time. She was on the stand for like 2 days.
I think they'll probably pull up an officer next, some LEO, because they already have the EMT. They have, Kerry here kind of saying how it all started, like pre-EMT arriving. I think they'll probably have a cop next.
But which cop? Because there was a bunch of them last time. I mean, it was day 16 when Kerry testified last time.
What? Oh my gosh. Okay, well, I take back what I said because I don't know shit.
She was witness number 40.
Number 40?
What? Whoa.
Do you think that means that they're going to be using less people in this trial? I imagine some of them, they're going to try their best not to call them back.
Or he's changing up the order. I don't know. That's why I was like, okay. That's why when she came on yesterday, I don't know if you remember me go, Kerry. Oh, interesting. We're getting her already.
Oh, we got noise.
We got her so late last time.
It's interesting. An interesting change up. I do have a copy of the witness list. I think it's also in our Karen Reid case file over on the Discord. Join the courtyard, everybody, on Discord. Which I should probably pull that up now that I think about it.
Back to session, you may be seated.
Yes.
Oh, I saved it. That's right. All right.
I thought that was a fish tank for a second.
Ms. Roberts, we have about a minute and a half left. I want to watch the video until it reaches 6:35.
I was like, is Mr. Buffy there?
Right.
Where did I put that download? Oh, there we go. Okay. My witness doc. There we go. What's that sound? That's a weird sound. The little siren thing. Like, what is that? Is that what police sirens sound like in Massachusetts? It's fun. It does. Oh, maybe it's like an officer's phone inside the vehicle or something. This is very boring.
Do you know where you are at this point, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Could you fast forward just a little bit more, please?
Oh, yeah, it's definitely in the video.
Were you in the car?
I just got out of the car.
And do you remember if your car was warm?
Yes.
Oh, they're probably asking for the because that's cell phone temp data.
6:34:36. Do you see yourself?
Yes, I just got in the driver's side of my car.
And at that point, do you remember whether you still had John's cell phone or you had given it to a first responder?
I don't remember.
Between you having it in your pocket and giving it to a first responder, did you put it or place it anywhere else?
No.
Did you take it out of your pocket and place it in the elements at all?
No.
So it was either in your pocket or in the hands of a first responder?
Yes.
Thank you for your time.
Oh, okay. Time for cross.
Okay.
I knew I should have went to the bathroom. All right, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna make it back real quick.
Run.
Your Honor, may I? Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Roberts. How are you?
Good morning.
Under questioning by Mr. Brennan, you talked about the number of times or a number of times that you have spoken to the DA's office or some member of the DA's office. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about that.
Sure.
How many times in total do you think you've spoken to a representative of the district attorney's office?
I don't have a number.
Would you say it's more than a dozen?
Yes.
Would you say it's more than 50?
Maybe around there.
Okay.
Maybe less.
And who are the folks, Ms. Roberts, that you have spoken to at the DA's office?
Steve Nelson,
Okay.
the victim advocate, Yuri Buchanan, who's a state police officer, and the DA, Michael Morrissey.
And what was the, I want to take those in order, and two of those are at the DA's office. One of those is not. Yuri Buchanan is not at the DA's office. He's actually a Massachusetts state police officer. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's take those in order. How many times would you say you've spoken to Mr. Nelson? Just if you can give me a thumbnail.
I don't know, maybe 30, 40.
Okay. Have you received what you would consider to be updates on the progress of the case?
I would ask questions and he would give me very broad answers.
Okay. Were your questions ever prompted by conversations that you had with your friend, Miss McCabe, Jen McCabe?
Sometimes Jen would say, could you ask Steve this? Because I had a rapport with Steve.
Okay. Were those conversations by text message or phone calls or both?
I would usually text him.
Okay. What about the conversation with, or conversations with Mr. Morrissey, the elected district attorney? What were the circumstances under which you contacted Mr. Morrissey?
Well, during the course of this trial, the witnesses have been harassed.
That's not my question.
Objection.
But I'm answering your question.
Hold on. What's the, I'm going to sustain the objection. Next question.
Thank you. Were you phoning him? Were you meeting him? Were you texting him? That's my question. The circumstances of the communication itself.
I phoned the office asking for a meeting, had a meeting, and then he left a voicemail at some point and texted me and said, I just left you a voicemail.
Okay. Was that the extent of your conversations with Mr. Morrissey, the elected DA?
I had one other meeting with other witnesses.
Okay.
And the DA.
And turning to Yuri Buchanan, what were the logistics? I'll use that word instead of circumstances. What were the logistics of you contacting Yuri Buchanan? Was it by phone? Was it in-person meetings, text messages, or all of the above?
All of the above.
How many times would you say that you've spoken with Yuri Buchanan?
Spoken or communicated?
Sorry, good point. Communicated with.
Probably 20.
Okay. When was the last time? Actually, let me ask you a different question. Have you ever met with Mr. Brennan before your testimony today?
Yes.
What was the circumstance of that meeting?
Going over my testimony from the last trial.
Okay.
And sort of just asking questions on what might come this time. Would I be cross-examined? I wasn't last time. Just sort of, all the things went through my testimony.
Okay. When was that meeting?
I don't know, in the last couple of weeks. I don't know.
Okay. Where was the meeting?
At the DA's office.
Who else was there?
Different times that I would meet with him. Steve Nelson would be there. One time, Brian Tully was there.
They did.
Mr. Brennan's assistant.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Brennan's assistant.
Okay.
I don't know. Adam Lally and Laura McLaughlin.
Were those meetings, you said there was 2 meetings? Or did I misunderstand you?
Yeah, I think there were 2.
Okay. Were those close in time to one another? You mentioned 2 weeks ago. Were those both 2
I
weeks
said a
ago?
few weeks ago, but the other meeting was just before I was going to testify.
Meaning, what, yesterday, the day before?
Last week.
Was that also at the DA's office?
Yes, it was.
Were you shown anything at that meeting?
Was I shown anything?
Videos, testimony, transcripts,
No.
reports?
No,
Nothing?
I don't think so.
Okay.
We went over my testimony on the screen. And then I just talked about my testimony from the last time.
Okay. When you say you went over your testimony on screen, what do you mean?
We watched my testimony from the first trial on a TV screen.
Okay. So you were shown something. You were shown a video of your prior testimony.
Yes.
So I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
What?
You are.
Annoying. Who's doing the cross? I mean, is it Jackson? I think it's Jackson. I think it
I
sounds
think
like
it
him.
sounds like him. Yeah.
Okay. Well, okay. Oh, you think it's because they said last trial, Buffy? I feel like they said that yesterday too. Like specifically. They kept saying last trial, and I was like, that's kind of weird. Okay. Oh, that is Jackson. Okay. I thought so. Look at us catching on quickly.
Okay.
That's true. Oh no, they said last time. Buffy was like, I watched this 3 times yesterday. Yes, she did.
Commitment.
I certainly trust her recollection better than mine. She is dedicated to this case.
Oh, my goodness.
But you're probably right. It probably does have something. Excuse me. Oh. Sorry, that came out of nowhere. Well, it didn't come out of nowhere. It came out of a really boring video we just spent 30 minutes on. It probably says, FYI, if a case is a retrial, that information will typically be disclosed during voir dire, the process of jury selection, which makes sense. That's true, I guess. I did not. I know people were streaming it, but I don't think anybody really heard. See, now Angie said yawning, and now look what you did. Now she's going to yawn. I'm going to yawn again. Oh my goodness.
Oh no. Oh
It's
no.
been a chain reaction. Everybody yawn. Get it out of your system.
Oh, I don't have any tissues.
Oh my goodness.
Do you cry when you yawn? I cry every single time.
Yeah, well, so I can only this I can cry. So it does get kind of watery every time I yawn.
Is your tear duct on the other side blocked?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so. I don't know. It's very confusing. We'll talk about it because sometimes it does if it's food.
Other than watching your testimony, were you shown anything else? Transcripts, videos that you may have seen today, dashcam videos, anything like that?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think I was shown anything.
Okay. Did you discuss other parts of your prior testimony?
Yes.
Okay. What was discussed concerning your prior testimony and how it would impact how you testify today on direct examination.
Mr. Brennan had just asked me, can you just tell me what happened? So I told him the story verbally.
Okay. Anything come up about specific instances of how you were going to testify today
No,
or yesterday?
no.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit, Ms. Roberts, about the video that you were shown by Mr. Brennan. It's the dash cam video of Officer Seraph. I'm not sure if you know which officer that is.
No, I don't.
It's the one that you've been watching.
Okay.
That dash cam that shows your car in the foreground.
Yep.
I'd like to ask you a couple of quick questions about your memory of that incident, and then perhaps show you the video depending upon what the answer is.
Sure.
Do you remember when the officer first arrived, you and Miss Reed specifically were at Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yes.
Where was Miss McCabe at that moment?
She was there too, but she was waving down the first responders because it was dark out and he couldn't see us. He had a spotlight.
You and Miss Reed were both providing some level of CPR, some level of life-saving efforts.
Yes, as was Miss McCabe.
What was Miss McCabe doing?
When I was doing chest compressions and Karen was doing mouth to mouth, Jen was either on the phone with 911 or handing me baby blankets.
Okay.
At some point, she did take over doing chest compressions because I asked her to.
Okay. So Miss Reed was focused on Mr. O'Keefe's head, face area.
Correct.
You were focused on the chest.
Correct.
Miss McCabe was, at some point at least, she had called 911 or dialed 911.
Yes.
When Miss McCabe dialed 911 and was on the phone with 911, isn't it true that she was actually in a vehicle at the time?
That is not true.
She was outside?
She was outside.
That's your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Have you heard the 911 tape of that call?
Yes.
Okay. You're aware that that tape was also captured by an open line on Miss Reed's phone?
Yes.
That open line that phone was dropped inside the cab of an SUV?
It was in the back seat, I believe.
Right. So in order for that for that open line to capture sort of the background of Miss McCabe's side of the 911 call, Miss
Yep.
McCabe would have had to have been either at or in the cab of the truck.
The back of the SUV was open. She was standing there.
Got it. Okay. So she was right next to or adjacent to the cab of the SUV.
She was in back of it with the back was up.
I see that back hatch.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember Miss Reed's statement, her initial statement to Officer Seraph when he got out of his patrol?
I do not.
Do you remember her saying something to the effect of, "My boyfriend, I left him, he never came home"?
I do not.
Okay. Have you listened with audio to that dash cam at the moment that Officer Seraph arrives at the scene and y'all flag him down?
We just watched it.
Right. Have you listened to it for the audio side? I mean, in other words, instead of focusing on the
no.
video.
No.
Okay. I'd like to ask you to do that with the court's permission. This is it's been previously marked as Exhibit 4. And with the court's permission, I'd like to play that from runtime about 3:50 and ask the witness to concentrate most readily at about 4:07, maybe 10 seconds into
I hope this is nice and
I'm
clear.
going to give a little run up and then ask you to listen very closely to the audio.
Yep.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Okay, Evan. Stop. Do you recognize the video as being the same video that you saw and you looked at on direct examination?
Yes.
Okay. In just a quick second, the door to the car, you're going to hear it open. I'd like to ask you to pay special attention to the audio portion and Miss Reed's voice,
Okay.
if you can hear it. Go ahead. Stop. Did you hear that last statement?
No,
Did you hear a woman's voice kind of faint in the background?
I heard a voice, but I didn't make out what she was saying.
Okay. Did it sound like she said, my boyfriend, I dropped him off and he never came home?
Objection.
Could you hear that, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay.
Next question.
That's all I have for the video. We can take that down.
I heard him say what happened, but
Okay,
didn't
you
hear
can
that.
hear it
You
on
talked
the
about,
documentary.
on direct examination, some of the injuries that you saw Mr. O'Keefe having suffered, both what you observed at the scene and then what you observed later at the hospital.
Yep.
And you noted those injuries, correct?
Say it again?
You noted those injuries. Those were,
Yes.
you made note of those,
Yes.
or at least some of them. You said that you saw a hematoma of some sort over his right eye. Is that right?
Correct.
And there was some significant swelling to his right eye
Correct.
at the scene.
Correct.
Did you also notice a laceration just above his right eye, just under the eyebrow?
I saw it at the hospital, but I don't know if at the scene I saw it.
Fair enough. At some point, you saw that laceration to his right eye?
Yes, I did.
Did you also see a laceration to the left side of his nose, a smaller laceration to the left side of his nose?
I don't recall. I know there was blood coming from here, but I don't know if it was coming from inside his nose or from a laceration. I don't know.
When you said here, you're pointing to the left side of your nostril.
Yes.
And basically just above the nostril, correct?
Yes, right around the nostril, there was blood coming this way.
Okay, draining to the left side of his cheek?
Yes.
Okay. You also saw, once you got to the hospital, that his left eye had swollen as well.
Now, both eyes were swollen and filled with what looked like blood.
And his left eye was black as well as his right eye?
Correct.
Okay. You also indicated that you saw, well, actually, I don't know if you did or not, so I don't want to put words in your mouth. I apologize. Did you see his right arm?
I did.
Did it appear to you that he had some abrasions or lacerations, parallel abrasions and lacerations and punctures on his right arm?
They were scratches.
Scratches.
Is she going to see that through the clothes, though?
Ms. Roberts, you've previously testified that when you arrived, let me take you back instead of jumping right into it. After you met up with Ms. Reed at Jen McCabe's house that morning, so this is just after 5 o'clock or so, the three of you arrived back at One Meadows, correct? Is that right? I'm sorry.
Correct.
Okay. You're trailing the Lexus SUV, correct?
Correct.
The Lexus pulls in to the driveway and you pull in directly behind Miss Reed and Jennifer McCabe is driving.
Correct.
You're driving your SUV, correct?
Correct.
You've previously testified that when you arrived at One Meadows at that moment, that once that SUV, the Lexus SUV had pulled in and you pulled in behind the Lexus, you got out of the Lexus, sorry, you got out of your SUV, they got out of the Lexus, and that's a point at which Karen showed you the back of her taillight and said something to the effect of, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you think I hit him? Do you recall that?
I recall saying I didn't know if it was when we were coming or going, but she did point out the taillight.
Okay. When you previously testified under oath, your quote was, quote, Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her.
That's
Gave them
fun.
numbers when
Yes.
offering statements.
Sure. It's the SGJ, the grand jury, page 58, lines 14 through 19 for court and counsel.
Thank you.
Did you testify, quote, Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her, period. When we get out and Karen is now showing us the back of the car saying, my taillight, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you guys think I hit him? Question mark. End quote. Is that how you testified?
May I see it?
Sure.
Dun, dun, dun.
I apologize. I've already got it up here.
Does it have a date on it, Mr. Jackson?
It does. (4/26/22). May I approach?
Yes. Thank you. Do you have the pages after this?
I'm sure I do.
Because in the pages after this,
My
I say,
question, Ms. Roberts, is that a
Can't do
quote
that.
that I just said? Is that accurate? You see it in the.
yes, it is.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
She is a little spicy.
She's a little spicy. Wait for Jen McCabe.
Oh boy.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
One more time. Thank you. Just for reference, I'm going to show you both pages. That's the page I asked you to look at, and then the following page as well. Please take your time.
Okay.
But like not too much time because I'll get bored.
What I'm looking for is still not here because I did say I wasn't sure if it was
Yes.
before or after.
Bessie.
You do have to wait for
When you
Yep, I
gave
know.
this testimony, you were in front of a grand jury, correct?
I'm not sure which one that is.
Time and everybody.
April 26th, 2022.
Yes.
Okay, about 2 years ago.
Yes.
Sorry, 3 years ago. You were under oath at the time. Is that right?
Yes.
Things were fresher in your mind at that time than they are now, 3.5 years later, I'm guessing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked the question to describe the circumstance when you arrived at One Meadows. Is that right?
Yes.
And the answer that you gave was, quote, we pulled into it's a driveway. There's 2 cars and then 2 cars, then a single. So John's car is there. Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her. When we get out, and Karen is now showing us the back of the back of the car, saying, my taillight, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you guys think I hit him? That was your testimony at the time, correct?
Yes.
And just to be clear, I'd like to take a look at a quick video that you may or may not have seen before. We'll find out. Your Honor, I'd like to have this. Actually, this has already been previously marked as Exhibit 12C as in Charlie.
Okay.
And it's a short clip. So I'll play the entire clip with the court's permission.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and take a look at that video.
Okay.
Can you pause? Do you recognize what's depicted in the video?
Yeah. That's when we arrived at John's house.
Okay. And who's the person with the plaid red pants?
That is Jen.
And who's the person that's just rounding the back of the car in front?
That is Karen.
What is the car in front?
That's Karen's SUV.
That's the Lexus SUV.
Yes, it is.
Behind that Lexus SUV, Ms. Roberts, is there another car?
That's my car.
And who's getting out of that car?
I am.
Okay. And this is the point that you were describing in your, at least in the grand jury testimony at that time.
Yes.
This is the time that you're describing.
That I thought it was when we walked in.
This is the time that you were describing, right? When you arrive at the scene.
Yes.
Or arrive at One Meadows.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this through.
This is so not linear.
If
if you're having trouble following.
And you can bring the lights up. You saw
That's
the
helpful.
interaction between all three of you and the vehicles, correct?
Yep.
At any point, did anybody stop and take a look at the tail light or the rear end of the car?
Not when we were entering the house like I thought, but when we came out.
Okay. And there's no video of that.
I'm sorry?
There's no video of that.
No, I don't believe so.
Right. So the video that does exist describes nearly exactly the time that you testified that y'all stopped at the back of the taillight and Karen said, look, my taillight's broken. Oh my God, do you think I hit him?
Correct.
Okay. And that obviously
Why don't they have the video though?
incorrect.
It was incorrect.
So your memory was faulty about that incident, that part of that incident at least.
It happened on the way out of the house.
So your memory was faulty about that part of the incident that you testified to at the grand jury.
Yes.
Okay.
Shut up. What?
There's a lot of.
They have the video of them coming in, but not coming
that's-
out just a few minutes later.
Interesting.
You were interviewed
Sus.
on January 29th. You've already testified to that, correct? By
Yes.
Troopers Dunn and my memory's failing me now.
There were two. I don't know who they were.
Okay. I'm sure it's in my notes somewhere. Two individuals that interviewed you on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, things were very, very fresh in your mind at that point.
Yes, but I believe I was in shock. So,
The incident had just happened.
yes.
Okay. And you were asked to recount certain of the specifics about the incident that you had just experienced, not days or weeks, but just hours before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you did your best, I'm sure, Ms. Roberts, to be as full-throated as possible, to provide them with as much detailed information as you could and to be as honest as you could.
Yes.
I mean, you weren't going to lie to these police officers, right?
No.
In your very first conversation with those two troopers on January 29th, you didn't mention anything about a taillight or a cracked taillight or
No,
even
I
having
did not.
seen a cracked taillight, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I
You
didn't
then-
want to accuse anybody of anything.
You were then interviewed on February 1st, 2022, a few days later, correct?
I don't know.
Does that
I don't
sound
know
right?
the exact date. I was interviewed again, but I don't know the exact date.
Okay. During your interview, let me withdraw that and ask a different question. On February 1st, or whatever day it was, the subsequent
right.
time that you were interviewed just a few days later, you did then for the first time describe the taillight that you saw, correct?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at a report?
Yes, please.
She's doing a much better job at keeping her facial expressions under control.
Oh, really? Was she very animated within the first trial?
It was something.
I'm going to be honest. If I was on trial, I'd be so bad at that.
Well, my face says it all.
Yeah, I mean, mine too. Like I would have a very difficult time.
I may not say it, but you know what I'm thinking about my face.
Especially when like you know all these people. Ugh, how do you not take it personally? Like,
I'm handing you a 2-page report, Ms.
It's
Roberts. I put a little dot on the second page just to direct your attention to the discussion related to the taillight. If you want to take a look at that.
Okay.
Okay. May I?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that you were interviewed on February 1st, 2022 by a trooper by the name of Connor Keefe and a trooper by the name of Kathleen Prince?
Yes. Did Connor Keefe write that report?
I'm sorry?
Did Connor Keefe write that report?
Trooper Kathleen Prince wrote the report.
Okay.
Does that matter?
I was
No?
wondering the same.
Nope.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection that you did discuss the taillight at that time?
Yes.
And did you tell Trooper Prince and Trooper Keefe that you noticed the back right taillight in the middle, quote, in the middle, your words, was broken and a piece of the metal encasement was pushed forward?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't say the taillight was completely shattered, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say that the entire lens was missing, correct?
Correct.
You said it was broken in the middle. Is that
Yes.
right? And then you described today that a square piece was missing.
Yes. That's the piece I was referring to in the middle.
Just in the middle of the taillight, though. That was how you described it.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to shift gears for a quick second and talk about a March 7th, 2023 text message with victim witness advocate Steve Nelson. Do you remember communicating? You don't have to know the exact date, but if you do, fine. Do you remember communicating in March of 2023 with victim witness advocate Steve Nelson about the Ring camera at One Meadows?
I don't know the exact date, but yes.
Okay. Is it true that you contacted him to inform him that the O'Keefes needed to replace or wanted to replace the driveway Ring camera, that same Ring camera that we just literally saw through that perspective
Yes.
of you arriving?
Yes.
Did Mr. Nelson indicate that he believed that would be fine to replace that Ring camera if the O'Keefes wished to do that?
I don't remember if he said it would be fine, but at some point they were told they could replace it. It had broken. It wasn't working.
Did he indicate that he would check with DDA Adam Lally and then get back to you?
I don't know.
At some point, you were informed that the O'Keefes had the green light or the go ahead to replace that Ring camera at One Meadows. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then ultimately you then relayed that to the O'Keefes that they had the green light. You've talked to somebody at the DA's office and they said, yeah, go ahead and replace the camera, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever receive any kind of response from the DA's office either before or after you relayed this information to the O'Keefes to say, wait, hold on, we need to do a reconstruction. We need to make sure that the camera is in the exact same spot that it was at the time of the incident?
No.
Any communication like that?
No.
So the communication that you got was, yep, go ahead and replace it. It's no big deal.
Correct.
Okay. And ultimately, you learned that the O'Keefes did, in fact, replace that Ring camera.
Correct.
You have already described your relationship, at least in part, with Canton Police Officer Sergeant Michael Lang, correct?
Yes.
He is friends with you?
His daughter is friends with my daughter.
Your friend Lee with the family?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that he's also friends with the Albert family?
No. Well, no.
Were you aware that Michael Lang grew up with Chris Albert?
I was not.
Have you ever been in a social setting with both the Lanks and the Alberts?
No.
You're aware, obviously, you were at the scene. He was the first officer to respond to the crime scene at 34 Fairview on January 29th after Officer Seraph and after Mulaney arrived. Right? Then it was Sergeant Lang.
I don't know which order. I did see Sergeant Lang there. Yes.
Was he the, excuse me. I was just reminded You indicated that you don't remember the date of that text communication between yourself and Mr. Nelson.
No, I don't remember the date.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at a text message between the two of you about the subject of the Ring camera?
Sure.
Okay.
Do I need to know the date?
May I approach? I need to know the date.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Thanks.
Is it March 7th, 2023?
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Thank you, Rob. You indicated that you did recognize Sergeant Lank at the scene.
Yes, I did.
You had a conversation with him.
No, I said, Mike, is that you? He said yes, and that was it.
All right. Following that, the next day, you did go to his house. You've already described that.
I did.
You indicated that you went to his house to drop off your daughter for a play date. Is that right?
Yes.
But
When
you
she
also
was
indicated
13.
that you took Jennifer McCabe with you.
Yes, because I drove Jen McCabe to the O'Keefe's house, so she was leaving to go home with me. So I was going to drop her off.
Okay, so your memory is you took Miss McCabe from where over to the Lanks house?
I think she was at home.
So you picked her up?
Yes.
At her house?
Yes.
With anybody else?
With my daughter, my son. I picked up her and either one or two of her daughters. I don't remember.
And then you drove over to the Lanks house. Is that right?
No, I drove to the O'Keefe's house.
First.
Yes.
And what did you do with the O'Keefe's
Then
house?
left a couple of kids, and my daughter wanted to go to the Lanks house, so I drove my daughter to the Lanks house before driving home.
And Jen's child was with you on the way from Jen's house over to the O'Keefe's house.
Yes, one or two daughters. I don't know.
Dropped the one or two kids off at the O'Keefe's. Is that right?
As well as my son.
As well as your son. Then you went to drop off your daughter for the play date.
Well, she was 13, so it wasn't a play date.
Whatever. I don't know what you call
I know.
it.
I know.
I don't have a 13-year-old. What a date, whatever
Yeah.
it is.
So she went over to her friend's house. Yes.
Okay. But you took Jennifer McCabe with you
Yes, because I was driving her home.
back to her house without her kids?
Yes, she was going home.
Were you going to go back to the O'Keefe's and pick up her kids and then take all of them home?
I didn't have a plan. I mean, Patrick,
Okay.
nephew, is my son's best friend.
Got it.
So he wanted to be with him.
Okay. Did you, I think you just answered this, but I want to make sure I'm clear about it. You didn't take separate cars. You all
We
went in the same car. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did anybody stop by or go by 34 Fairview during that roundabout?
No,
Nobody stopped off at 34 Fairview either on the way or on the way back?
no. I don't believe so. That wouldn't be the route in which to
He's
get
kind of losing me here.
to my house.
Right, exactly. You indicated that you stayed, even though you were dropping off your daughter, y'all stayed, you and Miss McCabe stayed at Sergeant Lank's house for some 45 minutes. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
And Sergeant Lank's wife, you indicated, was in the backseat of your car?
Yes.
Did y'all ever go inside the house?
Jen went in to go to the bathroom.
Was Sergeant Lank there?
I don't know. I didn't go in.
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lank?
I'm sorry?
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lank himself, Mike Lank, on that trip?
No, I did not.
But you don't know whether or not Jen did?
I don't know whether or not Jen did. She went in the house to go to the bathroom.
Okay. You've indicated that there have been occurrences in which Jennifer McCabe has asked you to contact the DA's office on her behalf to ask a question here or there, get some information, correct?
To Steve Nelson, yes.
Okay. How many times, just a number of times, volume, would you say that Ms. McCabe has asked you to reach out to the DA's office in one particular or another? On her behalf?
I don't think very many.
What does that mean? Of the 50 times that you've had
No,
communications?
maybe like 4, not many, to my knowledge.
When you would on these 4 occasions or 4 or so occasions when you would reach out to the DA's office, gather information, whatever that information may be, would you then report that information back to Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
You obviously understand the importance of providing statements to law enforcement that are
That makes more sense.
free of influence of other people, other witnesses. Is that right?
Say it again.
You understand the importance of providing information to law enforcement as a witness to law enforcement, free of influence from other people.
Yeah.
In other words, you want to be as accurate and as independent as possible.
Yes.
And that's because if your statement is somehow, or if your communications with law enforcement are somehow influenced by others, it might call into question the credibility of the person providing the statement. Objection.
Can you answer that question, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay, next question.
Sure. A statement that's been colored by influence from someone else would lack credibility, right? Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk about the statements in the prior testimony that you have provided in this case, Ms. Roberts. There's been several of them. The first time you told your story to law enforcement was on January 29th. We've already established that, correct?
Say that again.
It was on January 29th, the first time you relayed your story to law enforcement.
Yes.
And that was to Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico. That's the name I couldn't remember.
I don't remember.
But you do remember Trooper Dunn.
I remember 2 troopers. I don't know their name.
Okay. Where did that interview take place?
In my dining room.
And who was with you when you gave that interview, if anybody?
My husband was home. I think my daughter was home at that point. My husband was home. I don't know if the kids were home.
Nobody else from outside the family?
No.
Okay. Who contacted you about doing that interview? How did they know to come to you at your home?
I don't remember. They may have just shown up. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember what time the interview was?
Maybe around dinner time, maybe around 5, 6.
Was it recorded?
I'm sorry?
Was it recorded in any way? Tape
I don't-
recorder running?
I don't think so.
The troopers were taking notes, obviously.
I believe so.
During your conversation with, and I'm jumping around a bit, so I apologize. During your conversation or conversations with Mr. Brennan and the DA's members of the DA's office in preparation for your testimony, were any of those interviews recorded?
No.
Was anybody taking notes?
No.
No, none of the DAs were actually taking notes, the ADAs?
I didn't look around the table to see if anyone was taking notes, but I didn't see them taking notes.
No pads and pens on the table?
There was a lot of stuff on the table, but I didn't see anybody taking notes.
Okay. You received a phone call just before that interview started at 5:25 p.m., correct?
Around 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Is this the night of the 29th, you mean?
This is the night of, I'm jumping back to the night of the 29th.
Yeah, I'm not following you
He's
very
kind
well.
of all over the
Okay.
place.
On the 29th,
Yeah.
you were interviewed around
Yeah, I'm a little
5:25 p.m.
He's not doing a
Just
great
little bit
job.
Before that,
Yeah.
you received a phone call just before that, correct?
I do not know.
Bethany's going to have to take us
Isn't
through
it true
the
that Jen
actual
McCabe called
timeline.
you and spoke to you just before that?
I spoke to Jen McCabe the entire day.
Okay. Including just before that interview.
I don't know.
Did you tell Jen McCabe that you were about to be interviewed?
No.
Did you tell her at some point did you text her and tell her that the officers had arrived?
I don't think so.
Did she text you back and say, call me right after?
I don't know.
Okay. During the course of that interview, when the incident was still pretty fresh in your mind, you indicated that at about 5 a.m., you got a call from Karen Reed indicating that John never came home and that she was worried, correct?
Correct.
You also indicated that she was worried that John may be walking and may have gotten hit by a plow. You relayed that to the officers.
Yes.
You indicated that you met up with Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe at Jennifer McCabe's house, and Karen was hysterical and worried that something had happened to John.
Yes.
You also indicated that once you were at 34 Fairview, once y'all had made your way over to 34 Fairview, Karen saw John and ran to him, although you and Jennifer didn't see him initially, correct?
That's correct.
You said that Karen was repeating the phrase, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" over and over. Is that right?
That is correct.
You also indicated that she said that if anything happened to John, she'd kill herself, correct?
That's what she said to me.
Object.
So the objection sustained.
Did you indicate at any time, I'm sorry, let me ask it a different way. Did either of the troopers indicate to you after your initial interview that if there was anything further that you could recall that would be useful, please provide it? Please give it to at that time.
I don't know.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to look at that January 29th report?
Sure.
So to confuse and catch a witness in a lie. I mean, it's a technique and a strategy. I just don't know if it's
I put a little mark by paragraph 5.
working out here for them, but maybe that'll come in later when they bring in the other people like you guys were hinting at. I mean, I'm getting that he's insinuating that she might have talked to other people.
During this interview with Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico, they indicated after you gave your statement that if you wish to provide anything additional, now is the time to do it. Objection.
Sustained.
Were you informed that you were limited on time in that interview? Meaning, we got to get this done. We're leaving. We're out of time.
No.
They didn't cut you off, correct?
No.
They didn't tell you that they had a limited amount of information that they wanted, and then they were just going to leave, correct?
I don't remember. I don't recall.
As a matter of fact, they told you that anything you wanted to provide to them, provide it. Give them as much detail as you could, correct?
I hope we see them.
I don't recall.
You just read the last statement that these troopers indicated, correct? If there's anything further she could recall that would be useful, please provide that information. Yeah.
Sustained.
John, may we approach?
Yes.
Okay. Sidebar. Let's see what you guys are saying over here. Elbow says she admitted before interview that her and Jen were getting their timelines straight.
Yeah. So the implication is that when they dropped the kids off for the play date, because they're all friends, they all know each other.
Right.
It was like a excuse to go find out more information and to talk to. This actually made more sense in the last trial because I think the way the witnesses were set up, it was told from beginning, like it told it
very chronological order.
Yeah. And she's witness number 40. So you had a lot more story before she got to talk.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Having looked at the report.
No, bring it to her and show it to her again.
She's just, it's the same thing that I just showed her. Having looked at the report, does that refresh your recollection about what Trooper Dunn and DeChico told you at the end of the interview?
I don't recall. It's not refreshing. I'm not remembering it. Even reading it, I'm not remembering it.
I see.
Girl.
Okay, fair enough. So as you sit
the
here,
witness.
the details about what we told or what those two officers told you are not fresh in your mind, and nothing's refreshing your recollection about that.
Right.
Okay, but you do remember the basics of what I just described in that conversation with those two troopers.
I mean, they asked me what happened. I told them, but I was also in shock.
You never said during the course of that interview that my client called you at 5 o'clock in the morning, just hours earlier, and said he's dead and then hung up, correct?
No, I don't believe I said it at that point. I did not remember that until a couple of days later.
I see. And in fact, when you were asked about that particular statement, when you asked about that particular series of events, that never came to your mind.
No.
That literally the first words out of Karen Reed's mouth, according to you now, is he's dead, and then hung up.
Correct.
When you heard that, you didn't take that to mean that she killed him.
No.
Of course not. She was panicked, correct?
Yes.
You did add that, I'm sorry, one other thing that you didn't add in your initial statement to Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico is anything about the taillight either, correct?
Not.
Okay. And you also didn't say anything about any sort of a Google search or the praying that you talked about in the back of the patrol car, anything like that?
No.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't remember.
I don't know. Stop asking me questions.
She is.
The second time you were interviewed, that was the February 1st interview. That was with Kathleen Prince and Connor Keefe, correct? And you just looked at that report, at least part of that report. Is that right?
Say it again.
Connor Keefe and Kathleen Prince, that was on February 1st, 3 days after your initial statement, correct?
I don't remember the date, but I remember meeting with them.
Okay. I want to make sure I get the dates down, so I'm sorry to belabor this, but. May I approach?
Yes.
Would it refresh your recollection if you would look at the report of that interview?
It might.
Okay. First paragraph.
Thanks.
Not having that much success so far.
No.
We never really got to see her interact with the defense last time, so she came off a lot more.
Am I reading the whole thing or just the part where you dotted?
Just if it refreshes your recollection.
Oh.
A lot more
Oh, for
likable
the date,
last
yes.
time.
Yeah, she does seem a little confrontational with the defense here.
February 1st.
That second interview was conducted at 12 Country Lane, correct?
Yes.
And who again lives at 12 Country Lane?
Jennifer McCabe.
So the second time you told your memory, your story to law enforcement, you were literally sitting in Jennifer McCabe's house.
Yes.
And you had met with Jennifer McCabe before your interview, correct?
Yes. We were putting a timeline together.
So you two were actually prepping, that's a valid term, prepping for your interview, putting a timeline together, correct?
We were putting a timeline together at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe.
And Jennifer McCabe, was helping you with the timeline, and you were helping her with the timeline.
Yes, we were putting together the events of what had happened.
So she was helping you, and you were helping her, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So both of you were assisting in each other's memories, correct?
Yes.
I remember this, and you remember this, and okay, now I remember this, correct?
It's not great.
Not how it's supposed to go.
Obviously,
Yeah, that's not great.
That's
not great.
Help influence your memory going
Yes.
over the event with someone else, correct?
Yeah.
So what's on that timeline, you would agree, is not completely independent, your memory. It's a combination of your memory and Jennifer McCabe's memory. Isn't that right?
Yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Why weren't they brought in like immediately after? Be like, all right, tell me what happened. Tell me what happened.
Because there's 12 hours between her first interview when they come to her house. That's the same day, but in the evening, right? Is what
Girl.
she was saying.
Didn't
But
write
when
down.
is Jennifer's? When was the interview? Why she's at Jennifer's house?
I thought that was the evening.
Oh, is that the
Thank you,
same?
Your
Okay.
Honor.
See, I'm
That
not
was
following very
that's
well.
a different.
He's not
yeah,
doing great.
it's-
So the two of you drew out some sort of a timeline for you to follow during the course of that interview. Is that right?
For me to follow what?
During the course of that February 1st interview, as you were interviewed in Miss McCabe's house. I mean, that was the purpose of the
February,
timeline.
2 days later.
To help you with that interview.
No, that wasn't the purpose of the timeline.
You used it for that purpose, though, obviously.
We did not. I was at Jen's house making a timeline and the two officers showed up to interview her. I just happened to be there.
Right. And when they interviewed you, did you have that timeline in front of you? That's my question.
No, I did not.
Okay. But you had just created it along with Jennifer McCabe.
Some of it.
Okay. And then it was after that that this timeline was coordinated between the two of you, that you actually told your second story to Trooper Prince. And when I say second story, I mean the second time you were interviewed on February 1st as opposed to January 29th. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever become aware of text messages that Jennifer McCabe was sending to others in a group chat talking about you in that interview?
No.
You were never told or became aware that she sent text messages to a group as she listened in on your interview?
No, I don't think she could listen in. She wasn't anywhere near me.
You weren't aware that or are you aware as you sit here that she sent a text message that said she's telling them everything, all the stuff?
Sustained.
Have you ever been provided a text message or told about a text message that perhaps Jennifer McCabe was sending to a group?
No.
Listening to your suggesting that she was listening to your interview?
No.
Boy, it's not great. Well, listen, I have to go for an appointment. Annie and Buffy's going to hold down the
third
fort.
time
Don't do
you
anything Llama wouldn't do, which is
told your story was later that night in a telephonic interview. Is that right? With Trooper Proctor?
I requested to speak to Trooper Proctor because I had remembered the very first time I spoke with Karen that morning, and I wanted to make sure it was recorded.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question was, did you have another telephonic conversation with Trooper Proctor, yes or no?
You said that night, but it wasn't that night.
When was it?
I think it was earlier that day.
Okay. But it was after the interview with Trooper Prince.
I don't think so.
I think it was beforehand?
I think it was beforehand.
You were still with Jennifer McCabe when that call took place, correct?
I was in her house. I was not with her. I stepped away to speak to him by myself.
In her home at 12 Country Lane?
Correct.
Who else was with you other than Jennifer McCabe in the house?
Her sister was there writing down the timeline for
Who's
us.
that?
Her sister, Denise.
Denise? So she was scribing the timeline as you and Jennifer McCabe were creating
She
it?
was writing it down as we were remembering things.
Right. And the three of you were doing this together, sort of communally.
Yes.
She would say something, then you would say something, then it would spark something that she would say, and back and forth, correct?
Yes.
How is it that Trooper Proctor got a hold of you? Did you call him or did he call you?
I think he was on the phone with Jen, and I asked to speak to him.
So Trooper Proctor got a hold of you through talking to Jen McCabe.
Well, I asked to speak to him, but yes.
Right. Was that interview recorded, to your knowledge?
I don't know.
The fourth time you met with police was February 2nd, the very next day, at about 12:08 p.m. Is that right?
I don't remember.
Do you remember signing a consent form for your phone?
Yes.
Was that the next day after this interview with Trooper Prince and Trooper?
I don't know
Keith?
what day it was. It was right after Karen was arraigned for the first time. Jen and I met with them and both handed our phones over willingly.
So you just answered my question. So when you met with police, whatever the date was, it was a few days later, you met with police. Yet a fourth time, you were still in the presence of Jennifer McCabe when you met with police.
Yes.
And handed your phone over. Is that right?
Yes.
She handed her phone over. Is that right?
Yes.
And the two of you were together when you signed your consent forms. Is that right?
Yes.
The fifth time you told your story was in front of a grand jury. Is that right?
I don't know.
Do you remember testifying in front of a grand jury?
I do.
Okay, let's talk about that for a second. Before you testified at that grand jury, just physically, you were brought into an anteroom where you waited to be called by ADA Adam Lowley, correct?
Yes.
Who was in that anteroom with you just before you gave your testimony?
My husband and Jen and Matt McCabe.
So Jennifer McCabe was with you yet again just before you gave official testimony under oath concerning this case and concerning the incident.
Correct.
Ms. Roberts, when was the last time you've spoken to Jennifer McCabe before you testified in this trial?
In this morning.
Did you discuss your testimony?
No.
So you and Miss McCabe, who became friends
Correct.
because of this incident,
Correct.
talked as recently as this morning before your testimony.
Correct.
And your testimony now is that you did not discuss anything about what you're doing here
No,
or what you're going
I
to
did
testify
not. She
to.
called to wish me good luck today.
When did you talk to her the last time before this morning?
I don't know, maybe a couple of days ago. I don't remember.
Within days of you taking the stand yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever?
Yes.
Ms. Roberts, I'm going to ask you. To take a look at, actually, let me ask it a different way. Did you say that you did or did not recall texting with Jim McCabe during the course of that January 29th interview with state police? Do you recall that or no?
No.
Okay.
During the interview, I didn't text anybody.
Okay. Are you saying you didn't text anybody or you don't recall?
I don't recall. I don't think I had I wouldn't be texting somebody if I was being interviewed by the state police.
Right. Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a report of text messages?
Sure.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you. So, may I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take a look. There's two tabs. Take a look at the tabs and the data across the two tabs, if you don't mind.
Okay.
I don't know, man. Jackson seems to be all over the place this time.
Yeah, I'm struggling to keep up.
May I?
Yes.
I hope it'll come together when Jen gets on this phone.
I mean,
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch if you'd like. And I forgot to tell you, anytime we're at sidebar, please feel free to stand up and stretch. Okay.
start doing jumping jacks. I mean, I'm not, but they could because they're not
That's
on
quicker than we
camera.
thought,
That would be
Judge. May
weird.
I
Okay.
proceed?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take a look at this document?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that there were two text messages at around the time of your interview with those two troopers?
No.
Do you recall, as you sit here, texting Miss McCabe that the state troopers were arriving or they're just getting there?
No.
Do you recall Miss McCabe texting you anything back about calling me after?
No.
Okay. Did you, in fact, different question, did you, in fact, call Miss McCabe right after the interview and talk to her?
I don't know.
I'm gonna need a play-by-play. What are you talking about?
Yeah, of like the proper timeline.
Have you ever testified that at the scene, Miss Reed was seated in the back of a patrol car along with Jennifer McCabe, and you were standing just outside the car and there was an interaction among the three?
Yes.
Have you ever testified or have you ever stated in any particular that during that interaction, Karen asked the three of you to pray.
Yes.
Have you ever said or testified that during that interaction where you're seated, where they are seated in the back of the patrol car, and Miss Reed asked you to pray, that Miss Reed said to Jennifer McCabe, Google hypothermia?
No,
You've never said that.
I've never said that.
You testified at the grand jury on April 26th. Is that right? April 26th, 2022?
I do not know.
Right? Does that sound right? April 26th, 2022?
I have no idea.
Late April 2022, does that sound right?
I don't know. It was 2022.
You testified under oath, correct?
Yes.
Swore the same oath that you swore here.
Yes.
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, but guilty of perjury. Is that right?
Yeah.
That's what I needed. Is it your testimony that you have never said that Karen told Jen to Google hypothermia, or that you don't recall saying that?
I don't recall saying that.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at portion of your grand jury testimony from that day?
It might.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sure. And if you can read on to page 83 as well.
Yep. I testified. I didn't hear it, but I was told that she was asked to Google it.
You testified under oath at the grand jury that at some point Karen was in back of the police cruiser, correct?
Yep.
Objection.
No, I'll allow that question.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told the grand jury?
Yes.
And isn't it true that at some point during the course of your testimony under oath, you said that Karen was in the back of the police cruiser?
Yes.
And then you went on to describe that Karen and Jen and I were standing outside, and she made us all start holding hands and starting to pray.
Yes.
I mean, what the she being Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
And at this point, they had lifted John up and taken him onto the gurney, correct? That's
I don't
what you
know.
described.
I don't recall.
Okay. I'm going to do this again, just so we're clear. May I approach?
Yes.
Sure. Thank you. Just a portion of the bottom of the page.
At the bottom?
At the bottom last couple of paragraphs.
Okay. Yep, I say I think, so I'm not
I
positive.
have a question for you.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. And you testified basically that you think, at least that's what you were telling the grand jurors, that you
Yep.
think that was the point at which they lifted John up
Yes.
and moved him into the ambulance, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
And then you were asked a question, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, correct?
Objection.
Do you recall that?
I did not hear the question about Google being asked.
That's not my question. May I ask? May I inquire?
Just repeat that question.
Sure. Isn't it true that you were next asked by Mr. Lally in front of the grand jury, quote, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, end quote. Remember being asked that question?
No.
May I approach you? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to look at lines 16 through 18.
Okay.
May I?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection? That was the question that you were asked?
Yes.
Okay. And in response to that question, you stated, quote, at one point she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long Google hypothermia, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
That was very detailed. You'll agree that that's a very detailed and specific recount of an event. You recounted where you were, back of a cruiser, or they were in the back of the cruiser, correct?
Yep.
You recorded or reported the time. It was right around the time that you thought they were lifting John up and scooped him up onto the gurney, correct?
Yep. I thought it was about that time. I wasn't sure.
Location,
I'm sorry, I didn't get that answer. You were talking over each other.
that's my mistake.
What was your answer, Ms. Ross?
I thought it was about the time they lifted him up, but I wasn't sure.
You were very detailed about who was there. It was you. It was Jen. It was my client, Karen
Yes.
Reed, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
You're so detailed that you talked about where you were standing next to the cruiser open door, correct?
Yes.
What the others were doing, holding hands and praying. Is that right?
Yes.
And the actual words used. You were as detailed about all of that as the actual words used. She asked her to Google hypothermia and how long, and then you stopped, Google hypothermia, end quote, correct?
Correct.
You will agree, at least for that purpose, you painted a very, very detailed picture in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
Yeah.
Except it's not true, is it?
I did not hear her ask that. I was told she was asked that.
The answer to my question, Ms. Roberts, and I'm a trick question. What you told the grand jurors was not true. You never heard her, my client, ask anyone to Google anything, did you?
I did not.
And yet that's what you testified to under oath, under penalty of perjury in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
I did.
And the reason you did that, the reason that you said that false statement was because someone told you to say it, correct?
Object.
Is that, I'm going to let her answer.
Nobody told me to say it. I knew it happened at that time.
How did you
which
know
is
it
why I
happened?
said it.
How did you know it happened, Ms. Roberts, if no one told you it happened?
Because we wrote a timeline. We already spoke about
So
that.
the timeline that Jeff McCabe helped you with, that influenced your testimony in front of the grand jury, correct? Obviously.
I was telling what happened in the back of the cruiser.
The timeline you can answer.
So when you ask a question, let her answer, okay?
Timeline you wrote. Jennifer McCabe's help influenced your testimony to testify in front of the grand jurors to a statement that you never heard, correct?
Yes.
You were later asked about that statement in another investigation, by another investigator or set of investigators, correct?
I don't know.
Were you interviewed by a different law enforcement agency, a separate law enforcement agency from the Massachusetts State Police at any time?
Yes.
And you were told that to lie to those agents would be a crime, correct?
Yes.
Punishable by prison, correct?
I was not told that.
I was waiting for him to say punishable by.
They asked you whether or not you
Ma'am.
heard Karen Reed ever say anything to Jennifer McCabe about Googling anything, correct?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you told them what you've just now told us, which is, I did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any Google searches?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of that interview and that report?
Sure.
Karen, we can read your lips. Cover your mouth.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at the entire document to familiarize yourself with it, if you don't mind. Go to the front page and don't answer anything about the document until I ask you a question, if you don't mind, please.
Sure.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, do you recognize that as being a report of an interview that you conducted?
I've never seen this before, but
Understood. Yeah, you may never have seen it, but does it remind you that's
Yes.
a report of a conversation you had with another law enforcement agency? I'm going to ask you to turn to page 7 of that report. And if you look, there's a small paragraph, about 2 paragraphs up from the bottom. I think I may have put a little blue dot by it, but I'm not sure. Please read that to yourself.
correct.
Done?
Yep.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, does that refresh your recollection about what you told these investigators?
Yes.
And what you told them was you, quote, did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any Google
That is
searches.
correct.
And you went on to say you saw McCabe on her phone.
I'll allow it.
You saw McCabe on her phone, but you did not hear Karen ask Jennifer to Google anything.
Correct.
So what you told the grand jurors was in fact false.
I misunderstood Mr. Lally's question.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Brennan, any questions?
Apparently a few times.
Thank you. Thank you.
When you spoke to the grand jury about your memory, were you trying to fool them in any way?
No.
Were you trying to,
Watch the form of your questions.
were you trying to mislead them in any way?
Sustain. Watch the form of your questions.
When you spoke to the grand jury, were you honest?
Yes.
When you were asked the question, what, if anything, did the defendant ask Ms. McCabe? Did you begin your response by saying at one point?
You can show her her response.
May I approach?
Yes.
Page 83, line 19. Can I ask you to look at page 83, line 19? Just read it to yourself and the lines will follow. You know? When you were asked that question by Mr. Lally at the grand jury, did you ever say you specifically, personally heard that statement?
I'll allow that.
Did you
No,
ever
I
tell
did
the
not.
grand jury you actually heard that statement being made?
I did not.
And when you spoke to the people in that report that you looked at on page 7, did you ever tell them you specifically heard that statement being made?
No.
Were you consistent in both of those statements?
Sustained.
Did you say anything different as
No.
far as what you personally observed between those statements?
I'll allow that.
No.
And when you were asked about what the defendant may have said to Ms. McCabe or Mrs. McCabe, did you generalize your answer?
Sustained.
Did you begin your answer with at one point?
Yes.
When you chose the words at one point, what were you trying to convey to the grand jury?
I'll allow that.
I didn't know at what time it was done.
Was that a topic of conversation around the time you were brought to the grand jury?
Around the time what?
That you were brought to the grand jury to testify? This Google search.
Was it? I don't know.
Okay. Were you asked here in front of this jury whether or not you personally heard that statement?
Yes.
By me. Did I ask you that question?
No.
Did you personally hear that statement?
No.
After this happened, you discussed what had happened with people, didn't you?
I'm sorry, say it again.
After you found John lying in the snow, did you discuss what had happened, what you saw with other people?
Yes, of
Did
course.
anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss this trauma that you had been through?
I'm going to allow that.
Say it again.
Did anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss what you had just seen?
No. Didn't say it again. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
After you found John that morning, did anybody, civilian or law enforcement, ever tell you you weren't allowed to discuss what you had just went through?
No.
Did anybody ever tell you that you couldn't have support of other people?
No.
I'll allow that.
No.
Was this a traumatic event?
Yes.
Have you spoken to it to a number of people about it?
Yes.
Tell us why you would want to speak to somebody about what happened that morning.
I'm going to allow that.
I've spoken to many people, obviously, that we all grew up with. But Jen in particular, I do speak to her. I am friends with her. We went through a really traumatic experience together.
Did you ever confide in other people other than Jen McCabe about what you endured that morning?
Yes, many people,
Why?
because it helps me get through. And it's whether John's family, friends, whoever, I've talked to a number of people about it.
You're friends with John's parents?
Parents?
John's parents, the O'Keefes.
Yes.
You still friends with them?
Yes.
Do you ever discuss what happened?
Yes.
You were asked by law enforcement if they could have your telephone?
Yes.
Was there a warrant?
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Did you feel like you had any obligation, legal obligation, to give your phone to law enforcement?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, they asked for my phone. I handed it over willingly.
Did you think you had to?
No, but there was no reason not to.
When they went through your phone, do you know whether they saw all of your phone calls that were on that phone?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I don't know. They cloned my phone, so I assume they saw everything.
Objection.
I'm going to strike that answer. So the answer is I don't know.
What type of information did you have on your phone when you voluntarily gave it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Text messages, phone calls, call logs, pictures.
You said that you stayed friendly and still are friendly with Peggy O'Keefe and John Sr.?
Yes.
At some point, at times, do you try to help them with things?
Daily.
Do you try to help them with the children?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you were asked about contacting the district attorney's office about replacing a ring camera.
Yes.
Whose ring camera was that?
It was at One Meadows where Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, John's parents, are now living.
What motivated you to call the district attorney's office about the ring camera?
Because we knew the ring might be some sort of evidence that they didn't want to take the camera that was not working down without permission.
Do you have a ring camera?
I do.
Do you know if there's a difference between the actual physical camera and the iCloud storage that keeps the actual video on it?
I don't know the difference.
Okay. Did you ever ask to replace any hard drives or storage, or were you asking to replace the camera itself?
Just the camera.
And that was in March 7, 2023?
I don't know when.
You were asked questions about what the defendant said that morning when you were trying to help Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
You were asked whether you heard any comments about her, from her, about dropping John off.
Say that one more time.
You were asked whether you heard any comments about her saying she dropped him off.
In the car on the way to the hospital. Okay. She said it to Mrs. O'Keefe.
When you were outside trying to help John, were you ever told where the defendant dropped John off?
No.
Were you ever told where he was left?
No.
Was it ever suggested that he went into 34 Fairview?
No.
Was it ever suggested that he went into any house whatsoever that morning?
No.
Were you ever asked to go into the house to look for him?
No.
When you were being interviewed by law enforcement, did you ever refuse to be interviewed?
No.
Were the interviews all the same or different?
They were all different. They were all different.
Were you ever asked to give a complete review and detail of everything that you knew?
I was just asked to tell me the story of what happened that morning.
And at some point when you were interviewed, you were asked about the phone calls that the defendant made to you that morning at 5 o'clock.
Yes.
When you received those phone calls, Jennifer McCabe was not on the line, was she?
No.
Was she a party to the calls?
No.
Did she influence your memory in any way about the words that the defendant spoke to you that morning?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
Do you have a clear memory of what the defendant said to you on the morning of January 29th, 2022 at around 5 in the morning when she first called you?
Yes.
Is it your independent memory?
I'm saying.
Is it
sorry.
your independent memory?
Yes.
How well do you remember it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Tell us what you remember her saying to you.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
When she first called, she said, John's dead, Kerry, and hung up.
And she called you back.
She called back.
When she
Are
called
you
back,
sure
was there
it wasn't
any
Kerry,
other
Kerry,
party on
Kerry?
the line other than you and her?
No,
What do you remember the second time that she called you?
yes. She said, John, I think he got hit by a plow. He did not come home last night. He would never not have come home. I wasn't supposed to stay in Canton, and Kaylee was here. He would never leave Kaylee by herself.
Did anybody ever ask you to lie
No,
or exaggerate?
no.
Would you?
Say that?
Would you?
No.
Sustained.
You were asked whether or not you told people on January 29th about the missing pieces to the defendant's taillight. And you began to say you didn't tell anybody that morning.
I didn't think it had anything to do with John. I didn't want to point fingers at anybody
Why not?
because I had no idea what had happened to him. I wasn't going to point fingers at his girlfriend.
Was it in fact broken with missing pieces that morning?
Yes,
She reversed it from yesterday too.
You saw the ring video of you and Miss McCabe and the defendant going into John's house.
yes,
Had you seen that video before today?
yes,
Had you been shown it before in
Yes.
other proceedings?
yes.
When you went into the house with Miss McCabe and the defendant, did you do anything before you went into the house, actually in the house?
When
Take
we took off our shoes and
You took off your shoes?
Jen and I both took off our boots
Why did you take off your boots?
because you had to take off your shoes to go into John's house.
Well, you say you had to. Explain to us a little bit of the background on that.
John was a neat freak. You were not allowed to wear shoes in the house.
Had you ever worn shoes in his house?
Oh,
Had you ever seen anybody wear shoes in his house?
no,
You and
they
Miss
do
McCabe?
now. They do now.
You and Miss McCabe took your shoes off?
Yes,
Did the defendant take her shoes off?
she did not
How do you remember that?
because Jen and I were standing there for about a good 2 minutes trying to get our boots off, and she had already gone in the house.
Do you know why you were called that morning?
No,
Did you volunteer to be part of this
yes,
after the call?
yes,
You had said you thought that you looked at the taillight before you went into John's house.
yes,
Do you remember actually seeing the tail light that morning?
I do.
Was it simply cracked?
No,
Do you know that the portion of the ring video from when you came out of the house with the defendant, Miss McCabe, do you know that that portion is missing?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever seen any ring video depicting when the defendant was showing you her missing pieces of taillight that morning?
no,
Despite no video, are you certain that you saw it?
say it again.
Are you certain that you looked at it with the defendant that morning in that driveway?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
Okay.
This is redirect, isn't it?
Objection.
Okay.
Quiet, folks, still on the record.
Okay, what just happened.
Okay.
Are they sending us to lunch again without telling us we're going to lunch again?
That would be stupid.
Was it a sidebar? Did I miss a sidebar?
I think she, I mean, the last thing I heard him say was, quiet, folks, we're still on the record.
I heard record, but it was really hard to tell with the accent what they were saying.
I think they were reprimanding
All
trial.
right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
When you first got to John and you were trying to save him that morning, do you have a distinct memory of it?
Yes.
Counsel had asked you if it was your story. Was this a story?
Say it again.
Was it a story that you told?
A story?
Yes.
It's what happened.
Do you wish it was just a story?
Objection.
Sustained.
No further questions.
Okay, so recross.
Just asked.
Oh.
Just a few minutes ago. Did you ever say that you actually heard that statement about that Google search? And you said no.
Correct.
The question that was posed to you by Mr. Lally was, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard?
Right.
Correct?
I misunderstood the question.
And you misunderstood that question?
Yes.
What
I
did you
did.
misunderstand about that question?
I didn't know it was that you heard, so I was explaining what happened in the back of the car.
I see. So you just ignored the part, literally, the part of the question where he said, what did you hear per se? That's what your
The word
testimony
was
is now?
heard, and I didn't hear it. I obviously got the question wrong because I did not hear anybody ask about a Google search.
Well, I know that's what you're saying now. I get that. But when you were asked, what, if anything, did she ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, your immediate answer was, at one point, she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long dash Google hypothermia, end quote. Correct?
Correct.
That was your answer.
Yes.
Correct?
To a question I misunderstood.
And that was a false statement, wasn't it?
Girly pop.
Technically.
Technically?
Yes.
He's got you on there.
Ms. Roberts?
Okay, so remember, jurors, I said earlier, comments of counsel are not evidence and you're to disregard them. Ask a question.
Thank you, Your Honor. What do you mean technically?
Technically, I was under oath and I did not hear.
Technically.
Karen
Is that a
asked Jen to
technicality?
Google it,
And yet under oath.
but I knew it happened at that
And yet
time.
under oath, you said you did.
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
Objection.
Was that a lie? Did you lie?
Oh,
I did not intentionally.
But you did.
Not in
Not intentionally.
Okay, that's the end of
Understood
this.
the question.
Sarah Boone.
All right, is there any
She's
other
gonna
question, or is
cry.
that it?
I didn't hear what she just said.
I said I
Look at that face.
misunderstood
I didn't
the question,
intentionally.
Mr. Jackson.
Ooh. Ooh.
Karen's gonna be so upset she missed this.
All right,
Can I ask one more question?
okay.
She gave him the mom look. Did you see that? That was the mom look.
At one point, she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long. Then you corrected yourself and finished with Google hypothermia. What did you mean by how long? What were you about to say?
I don't recall.
Had someone told you something about a phrase that started with how long?
I don't
Related to
recall.
hypothermia?
I don't recall.
Like, for instance, how long to die in cold?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right, Ms. McKay, I'm sorry, Ms. Roberts, you are upset.
Thank you.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
And Llama missed it.
Wow. She's gonna have to go back and watch that section. I'm gonna have to
Yes.
cut it or something.
I'd like to play
Wow.
clip 3.
Whew.
Wow.
This is played, and is it possible?
But not intentionally, Lady and Gray.
There's a lot of clips. I'm not sure what this is. I'd like to see it before it's played.
All right, how long a clip is this?
Probably about 10 seconds, 15 seconds.
All right. Jurors, we're going to ask you to take a break, and we'll bring you back in, and we'll see you at 10 seconds. All right, we'll give you a 5-minute break.
That's fine. Thank you, Ron.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, close your books. Follow me.
Well, we're not the jury. You could show us.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Wow, that was heated.
Yeah, towards the end there. Oh, that face. Did you see the daggers that she
Yes. Oh my gosh. There's a drama I've been waiting for all morning.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Okay, I gotta figure out what that timestamp is really quick. Because Tara's gonna wanna go back and see that. A specific part.
Wowza. So, what did you guys think?
Okay. Oh my gracious. Where are we?
It wasn't an intentional lie. I mean, I lie accidentally all the time.
Felix, did you watch it last year? Did you watch the last trial?
Who did? I've never seen the last trial. This is my first time watching.
Yeah. She was on the stand. The witness and the judge had an exchange that was like they were friends. Oh, is that what the smile was? I didn't hear.
Oh, it's because she accidentally called her Jen McCabe instead of Kerry Roberts when she told her she was wrong. And she realized she called her the wrong name, and so they were laughing about it. That's all.
That's not so bad.
No, it was because she said Miss McCabe. What do I think is different about this? I think I'm not.
Is it hard for you to follow too?
Yeah, Jackson's. Is this kind of all over the place for me?
Okay.
It's, and I don't know if it's because of the order they're calling the witnesses in. They haven't really told the story from the beginning, middle, and you know, like a or you know what I'm saying, a linear faction, because you
chronologically
remember she was witness number 40 last year. This was day 16 last year, so we had already been
40 witnesses in 16 days.
Well, she was witness number 40, yeah, but they had already like established every single paramedic, like up until that point. Like they went through every paramedic, every officer that had been like on the scene. Like they had already brought those people up. I think she even came in after Jen McCabe. So you already heard like Jen's side of the story, and you heard all these other people. So all these little missing pieces that you're having to go like, wait, what are you talking about? Was already in place before she was asked. And that's where it's messed up. So you're getting bits and pieces of a story you haven't gotten to yet because they haven't brought it in with the other people that was brought in here. Yeah. And I think that's why it's confusing. Like, I know what they're talking to, but you didn't, the scene wasn't set. Lally talked a lot.
Kerry's going to have a huge problem with that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Lally talked a lot, and he was brutal to listen to, but he asked a lot of questions. There was a lot of scene setting. Like that, there wasn't really. I mean, it was a brutal questioning, and some of the stuff was irrelevant. But you know, you knew that it was snowing. You knew where everything was. This is kind of all over the place. I don't know if that's why Jackson seems scattered, because to me, he seems very scattered this time. I said it last night when I was talking to my husband as I was watching it for the third time. I was like, dude, he's just, it seems like he's scattered. And I don't know. I was like, hopefully it was like first stage jitters and he's just got to like work out the anxiety because, okay, now you're in a groove, you're back at it. You'll get better, but like, I don't know, he seems, I mean, didn't he? Yeah, he just seems a little all over the place. And like I said, it's because she was witness number 2.
Yeah. Yeah, because the EMS guy was the first one.
Yeah.
Indeed.
We had a whole lot before. Like, we had all the cops. We had all the paramedics. We had the brother, the brother's wife. We had a lot. I mean, we had a lot. We had Jen McCabe before that. I think we had a good bit of the people.
Do you think they're lax on the timeline and order of the stuff because they've done this before? I don't know if that's the. I mean, Lady in Gray earlier said she thinks it's because, or she might think it's because they're trying to confuse the the witnesses or catch them in a lie, disorient them. But
and I also wonder too if it's, when you know a story really well, and you know it happened because you were there, and you're trying to tell somebody a story, but you're telling it
you're jumping
in a way that, even in a way like I already know the story. You have no idea what I'm saying. I'm just trying to get it all out there, but you're like, okay, wait, stop.
What?
Who, where, what, when, why, and you're just like trying to get. You're just the story so well that you could just too well.
Okay.
But
interesting.
And he probably is. That could be deliberately to throw off the defense. But what is that doing for the jury? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like
confusing them.
If I didn't know, and you didn't watch the last trial, so you're watching this like a juror from this trial. I'm watching it like I've seen both trials, so I already know, but I'm confused. You know anything? You're sitting there going like, I'm lost.
Well, I'm hoping
who are
they're
these
taking
people?
a lot of notes.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Who is Lank? Like, I heard the name mentioned, but who is he? Like, we already had that really established last trial before this story came in. So we know who Lank was. We already knew who he had affiliations with. He went in and questioned people all together, and and some of his what he had ties where he did favors for Chris Albert and Brian Albert at one time in the past. He's got a history, but we didn't get that established yet. I don't know. There's a lot.
I just figured out that CW is Commonwealth. I've been sitting here trying. That's so dumb. Anyway.
I don't think it's the Commonwealth that's not doing their timeline.
No. Lady in Gray said, but if CW can prove
their timeline, they might be able to prove their case to the jury. But I don't think it's the Commonwealth has even given a timeline yet, really. They're just.
I don't think so.
I mean, they're just calling people out of order, and everybody's confused.
You are
maybe they'll bring it back.
They got to Day 2, witness 2. I just want it to be like the last one with better questions
and comparison.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
When my car was seized, there was a few small pieces of taillight missing that I had picked out at John's at 5:45 before we drove over to Fairview. I'm showing Jim and Kerry, look what I just did to my light, and I'm worried that there's gonna be some kind of electric short circuit. There's like the bulb is showing and some of the red plastic's missing. So I picked pieces out of the light housing that had kind of collapsed within the light and dropped them in John's driveway.
I'd like to have that marked as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
No objection.
Right. All right. Rather than calling your next witness, who it'll take 10 minutes to bring a witness in and do all of that.
Yes, Your
Why don't
Honor.
we take the lunch and recess? I'm sorry, is the food here? Okay. Folks, we'll take a 40-minute lunch and recess, okay?
Bestie, you could have sent them to lunch while y'all were figuring that out.
Yeah, come on.
Your time management skills are wanting.
Okay.
You made, as a juror, I would have been pissed. You made me sit out there for 10 minutes while y'all looked at this video. Brought me back in and listened to a 5-second video. And now you're telling me I can go to lunch? I could have been at lunch.
I could have eaten already.
And we could have had this started when we came back. That's messed up.
That was pointless.
That's what I'm saying. Like, as a juror, I'd have been like, this could have been an email.
This could have been done. Oh my goodness. Okay, let me go back to nope.
I thought about that too, but Kerry wasn't a crappy witness the first time. She was actually a really good witness. None of that was brought up. There was none of that.
Was she hostile this time or last time?
No, she was likable.
Really?
They didn't cross-examine her.
Oh, you did say that.
She just all she really talked about. They didn't show her the video. Like, they didn't make us sit through all that. Like, they didn't do any of that. It was just what she saw when she went in the house. They did talk about the shoes because later on the Commonwealth is going to try to say that at some point when Karen goes back to the house, she's running through the house and you can hear the clack, clack, clack of her shoes through the house. And that must mean she knows that John is dead because John didn't like shoes in the house. So because he was dead, she wasn't worried about that.
What? That was
and that's
not.
why I was like, are they really going to try to make that claim again this time? Because no. Yeah, she did seem a lot more credible the first. I agree, Angie. She did seem a lot more credible the first trial. She was a lot more sympathetic. She did give daggers to Karen at some point. You can tell that she wasn't a fan.
In the first trial?
But she didn't come off like that at all. I mean, she was giving Jim McCabe vibes towards the end. Jim McCabe was like that the entire time.
What?
With the defense, yeah.
Do you think she'll be that way this time too?
Wait, I'm sorry, say again.
I said, do you think she'll be that way again?
Oh, 100%.
Interesting.
Because I think if Jackson went after Kerry and the gloves are coming off with Jim McCabe this time, I think.
Wow. Well, because from what I was reading, from everything we've heard, I'm interested to hear hers, especially because, she searched up that question about, how long to die in cold. and then deleted it. I cannot wait to hear from her.
She's got scary eyes.
Oh, does she?
She's got
people on X are saying the Commonwealth was putting on their seemingly unbiased witnesses. Kerry is anything but unbiased.
Oh, Kerry's definitely biased. I mean, she
Absolutely.
wanted John probably as much as Karen did. I was sitting there going, I think they all have crushes on him because she's like, oh, I would call and check on him, see if he wanted food. Like this.
I mean,
I was like, does your husband not like go, why you keep checking and bringing this man stuff?
Yeah,
like,
he's cute and he seems like he was a nice guy. So
no, I'm
I
not
get
suggesting
it.
anything. I just think it's funny. My husband would be like, well, you're over there and all.
What are you
Why you
doing?
bringing him stuff? That's a little weird.
Yeah. 100%.
Like he's not capable. Come on now.
But the clacking was in the garage.
I
What does that
mean,
mean, Bucky?
they made comments about all the stuff about her having those shoes on in the house.
That's fun, but they didn't go there this time. Do you think they'll go there with Jen, or you think they'll just leave that out?
When did they bring that up? This timeline is so convoluted. And that's why it's like, I'm going to need you to give me a timeline. I'm like, I don't know the timeline. I mean, like, there's so much. Jen is, y'all saw she was feisty, like, Kerry was feisty at the end. Jen's, like, practically yelling at everybody, the jury, the
Wow.
attorneys, everything. She was like,
I feel like I want to
yelling
go watch her interview from the first trial, or her on
Yes.
stand at the first trial.
and her eyes. It was her eyes. She's like,
Oh, well, you know what? That alone makes me think that I saw a picture of her on stand. Because there's a picture of this chick who had just, crazy eyes from this trial.
yeah,
it's been like
it's her. I can tell you that already. It's just her eyes are very.
Yes. Yes, it was her. She looks very animated.
Yeah, she was scary. I told y'all. See, like y'all think like me. I don't know. Maybe I'm just very Real Housewives of Canton, but like, it's like, what? Like, y'all were swimming. Come on.
Let me see here.
I mean, he's had the kids for several years. I think he's figured out how to dad by now. Why y'all got to be like handling him with kid gloves?
Oop. No problems. Yeah, every picture that I see of her is crazy.
She's got scary eyes. I told you. That was what I was saying.
What the
She's got
heck?
the scariest eyes.
Good grief. Okay. Okay. What? Let's see. I know I saw their witness list. Do we know what order their witness list is in?
No, and I don't have Twitter, so I'm sure somebody's got it posted somewhere in the Xverse, but Twitterverse, whatever.
Whew, this baby's got an elbow sticking out in my belly, into my belly.
He's running out of room.
Let's see.
Do you have the order in which they're calling them, Angie? I see you said I have a list in true crime. Yeah, and the courtyard, but like,
I see a list, but it's not the list that they're going by.
I need the prosecution to email me
Personally.
a list. Yeah, I'll give you my email.
Man. Okay.
It's Tara at TCWT.
She's gonna come back. Okay. Wow, they're calling all the Alberts, every single Albert. That's 7 Alberts.
Oh yeah.
7 Alberts.
Yeah. Because they're all like involved.
Goodness. Okay.
I don't want a combined witness list. I need the prosecution. I'm special, so the prosecution needs to email me. Just kidding, I'm not special, but
That's a combined list. I see a list of 91.
That's a lot of people.
Yeah, it is. That's why this is going to take so long to get through.
I mean, we're at like 1 witness today.
I'm going to have this baby before this trial is done.
Well, you just better bring that camera to the hospital room because
There will be a baby. There will be a baby watch before a verdict watch.
oh heck yeah!
Oh my
I
goodness.
think this is gonna go into July if I had to guess.
Wow.
I mean, it went into July last time.
Was it a year ago?
Yeah, it was the first week of July when we got a verdict.
Wow. Okay.
Now, let that sink in a minute. It was the end of April when they started the last trial, and it was all the way till July. The whole summer was in this trial.
Wow.
April, May, June, July. Yeah.
Wow.
Long. And, you know, all those half days that the judge likes to take.
Yeah, I think we've got a half day on Thursday and Friday.
Friday and Monday, was it?
Friday and Monday. It was 2 days. I just don't know.
Oh, that's my line. So, yeah, Friday and Monday because of ARRCA witnesses. But
Wow. Okay.
so many voir dires in the middle. 150 on the witnesses list. But not all of them are going to be called. They're just there just in case.
Wow. 150.
I mean, so far we've gotten through 2 witnesses. It's been a day and a half.
Let me open Discord.
It's going to be a good day. It's going to be a long day. It's going to be a long couple of months.
Terry, true crime. Some guy on X said this trial is revealing that the women of Canton married their second choice and John was their first. That's too funny.
Some guy on X.
Fair enough.
See? Not the only one that's thinking it.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh. The host Llama's going to be back soon.
Wait, what?
I said your host Llama's going to be back soon. And then she had, I'm going to let her talk about it, but there's an update, if you guys didn't see it, of the Go-Go Beach homicide. Which I think we talked about on True Crime Rewind Time a little while ago. Big face. How do we make that less big face? I don't think we can. Anyway, Peaches and the toddler daughter are supposed to be named. They've identified them. But I think Llama wanted to go over that. Or I think she'll be back before it actually gets started. So I have crazy eyes when it's big. Okay. Yeah, just about 40 minutes, Bells. But I don't remember when she said it. I didn't write it down, so. That's on, but I think it was 20 minutes ago, so maybe another 20 or 15 or 20 minutes. Maybe a little longer. Polypie, do you know? I feel like it's been 20 minutes, but. Well, you know what? I have my tablet where I have been taking notes, but I didn't take that. I did write down that Tara needs to go back and watch around the 3 hour and 50-minute mark so she can see that whole heated exchange. But thank you. I had to get a new pen because B lost mine. Oh, not good. All right, let's see. Well, it's a pen specific for my like tablet. It doesn't write. It's just like a stylus. But anyway, I wanted to be able to take notes and write out a timeline. That was the hope. Till about 1:30. Awesome. Thank you, ma'am. But I wanted to write out a timeline because that's how my brain works. I like to be able to see things chronologically. And I can't. I haven't been able to. So Buffy will be back. Technical difficulties, y'all. Let's see. Let me see if she needs. Well, if she doesn't come back soon, we'll just go ahead and play the Go-Go Beach update from this morning. Why do you think? Because, I mean, I can understand if the defense was doing it out of order to disorient people, but why do you think the prosecution's doing it? Because it wouldn't make sense to me, if he was trying to cause confusion for the jury. I mean, I guess if you want to win, you can confuse the jury, but that would leave me a hung jury. That's fair. It seems that way. I'll wait until all the facts are in, but I'm definitely currently questioning the prosecution. Their witnesses haven't been credible, which I've said again and again, but Lady in Gray says, I think Brennan is doing it to throw off the defense, but he is just confusing the jury. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be a very good defensive move on their part. Buffy, let me know if you need another link. Ooh, is that a llama? It's a llama.
Hi. Hold on. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Hi.
I don't
Sorry.
want to be you.
What's that?
I said, I don't want to be you.
You don't want to be me?
No.
Oh, so how long have How long have they been out
So
for lunch?
apparently, I was supposed to take notes on this, and I didn't. But Lady Gray thinks it's about 1:30-ish. They'll be coming back. They only took a 40-minute lunch break.
Oh, okay.
So I felt like it had been more like 20 minutes, but that's
okay.
To be expected. So
Okay. Did we
somewhere between 1:20 and 1:30, maybe.
That's fine. We got time. So did I miss anything crazy?
Yes. Okay.
Oh,
well, yes.
Give me all the
So
tea. Oh, by the way, I came with my midday Moscato. Because
so
also
I can't-
after therapy, it's always good to have a glass of wine, probably. So.
I wrote it down for you so you
Did
can go back
you
and watch too.
Ever asked to replace any hard drives or storage, or were you asked?
Oh, I guess they're back.
No. That was Amos adjusting the video. It's fine. They're not back. Sorry, everybody.
Okay.
Full start.
That was so close. Right. So Kerry's off the stand now. I think they're moving on. I might have misunderstood that, but she's currently off the stand. But she did get pretty heated and spicy. They did cross, of course, and then redirect and then recross. And she was pretty spicy that last little bit. Anyway, I wrote it down. I'll send it to you so you can go back and watch. But it was really just her attitude she got fussy.
Yeah, just getting exhausted from answering, or frustrated. I mean, was he kind of still talking in circles? Because
kind of. Miss Amos is ready to replay that if you
wasn't
want.
very long. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you all
I
are down
think
for
it was
a quick rewatch. Let's see here. Hold on. That explains why that. Okay. Sorry, I gotta remember I'm back now. Oh gosh. Okay.
Have it really?
All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Okay.
When you first got to John and you were trying to save him that morning, do you have a distinct memory of it?
Yes.
Counsel had asked you if it was your story. Was this a story?
Say it again.
Was it a story that you told?
A story?
Yes.
It's what happened.
Do you wish it was just a story?
Objection.
Sustained.
No further questions.
Okay, so recross.
I wish I could take credit, but it was Amy.
Just asked. Just a few minutes ago.
Amy's behind the
Did
scenes.
you ever say that you actually heard that statement about that Google search? And you said no.
Correct.
The question that was posed to you by Mr. Lally was, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard?
Right.
Correct?
I misunderstood the question.
And you misunderstood that question?
Yes.
What
I
did you
did.
misunderstand about that question?
I didn't know it was that you heard, so I was explaining what happened in the back of the car.
I see. So you just ignored the part, literally, the part of the question where he said, what did you hear her say? That's what your
The word
testimony
was
is now?
heard, and I didn't hear it. I obviously got the question wrong because I did not hear anybody ask about a Google search.
Well, I know that's what you're saying now. I get that. But when you were asked, what, if anything, did she ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, your immediate answer was, at one point, she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long dash Google hypothermia, end quote. Correct?
Correct.
That was your answer.
Yes.
Correct?
To a question I misunderstood.
And that was a false statement, wasn't it?
Technically.
Technically?
Yes,
You're being a
technically.
little bit pregnant, Ms. Roberts.
Okay, so remember, jurors, I said earlier, comments of counsel are not evidence and you're to disregard them. Ask a question.
Thank you, Your Honor. What do you mean technically?
Technically, I was under oath and I did not hear Karen asked Jen to Google it.
And yet under oath.
But I knew it happened at that
And
time.
yet under oath, you said you did.
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
Objection.
Was that a lie? Did you lie?
I did not intentionally.
But you did.
And
Not intentionally.
okay, that's the end of
Understood
this.
the question, Mr. Jackson.
All right. Is there any other question, or is that it?
I didn't hear what you just said.
I said I misunderstood the question, Mr. Jackson.
Ooh, Mr. Jackson. I see.
That's what happened.
All right.
Can I ask one more question?
Okay.
In that quote, you said at one point she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long. Then you corrected yourself and finished with Google hypothermia. What did you mean by how long? What were you about to say?
I don't recall.
Had someone told you something about a phrase that started with how long?
I don't recall.
Hypothermia?
I don't recall.
Like, for instance, how long to die in cold?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right, Ms. McKay. I'm sorry, Ms. Roberts, you were upset.
Thank you.
Wow. That's not great.
I think there. Did we need to go back any further, you guys? I feel like there was more.
I gotta get a blanket. For some reason, I'm in chilly. It's
I know, why do you
it's
mind?
very cold. I don't like a crap a blanket. My snuggy blanket. Oh, there's one right here. Okay.
It's the fan. There she is.
Oh, there's Buffy.
Okay.
Hey, girl. Hey. I also brought my Reese's Cups eggs for my afternoon snack.
Chocolate pomegranate.
Okay, so just so I understand what we just heard there, she had said that she misunderstood the question, but they had asked that she heard a conversation between Karen and Jen about Googling. I'm guessing that's probably the second Google search that they're probably talking about that was on Jen's phone or something like that.
The one at flat or whatever time. Yeah.
To Google hypothermia, which, okay. But he caught her up, he's Kerry up, because she didn't actually hear that. She was just repeating probably what Jen said happened. Is that what I'm gathering from that cross there?
Can you hear me?
I can now, yeah.
Okay, good. Yes, for the most part, because I think he was saying, like, you know, you told the grand jury, so on and so forth. And I know, poof. Anyway, so he was just pretty much getting her to admit to misunderstanding.
Okay.
Yes, Buffy. She didn't mention.
Right. Okay. So that's what we're gathering from Carrie's cross. I'll be honest. The cross was confusing for me.
It was confusing for Buffy.
Yeah,
and she watched the first trial.
Yeah, it was really kind of all over the place until he got to the part where, you know, I think what he's trying to get was Jen and her and whomever else, I don't know, but they got together about the timeline thing, which we all know is not great. Okay. Especially when you haven't been interviewed. Maybe they thought they were being helpful, but it's actually the opposite of being helpful. And what was the other thing I took away before I had to leave from the information? Oh, sorry, I forgot. This wasn't by my face. I hope that's better for everyone.
You sounded fine. I mean,
okay. Okay. I got to get used to moving this back and forth here. I forget what the other thing was that stuck out to me. I felt like she had a lot of hearsay. I felt that they allowed happen. So it plays
Or
into
maybe
the
I just don't understand hearsay.
or that, which it could be. We're not lawyers, everybody. Surprise. We're not lawyers. We're not legal experts, but I do feel like there was a lot of that going on. And maybe the defense just allowed it to happen. So that way, when they bring up people later, they might be able to point some stuff out, maybe. So maybe that was part of their, let's just see what happens. Did they bring up the Good Morning America at all?
No.
Because you know what? Terry called the lawyer's office. She did.
She's so good. Oh my gosh.
She did.
I wonder if they'll like bring her back, or if it just mattered to them at all.
I mean, it bothers me, right? Because of trials we watch, right? Like, you're not even allowed to sit in the courtroom. Like, you're not supposed to talk to anyone about anything until you are released, which can happen right after you testify, or you may have to wait until the trial has concluded to be released. And I find a problem with that. Now, I don't know what all she said, right? It sounds like she was just talking about how, John, and that more focus needs to be put on him, which I do agree, right? John is dead. We do have a victim, and it is getting overshadowed. However, I don't think going on Good Morning America while you are in the middle of being on the stand is a good idea at all. And it bothers me a bit.
It's just as dumb as Karen Reed doing a documentary during the first trial.
Yeah. What are they doing? What are they doing here? Not smart. Not smart at all. They interviewed them all together at Jen's house, and there's no recordings.
They didn't interview them separately?
Out. Yeah, well, she did say she was over with Jen's when they were doing the timeline, and they came to talk to Jen's, and she was there and did that too. I wonder if it was filmed before she was sworn in. On Good Morning America, usually that's live. But either way, it's not a good move, is all I'm saying. Especially for this thing. But so they didn't record any of these interviews with anyone at all. That is crazy to me. Especially we're dealing with a death of a police officer. So why aren't we recording interviews? And especially when they're not, like, you have phones. I've literally seen, we've seen how many things where they'll record it on their phone. I just, that bothers me a lot. The whole group that was at the house the night of the incident. Oh, so they were all together. Okay. See, again, whatever happened with this defense cross, a lot of it got lost on me. So, I mean,
the phones that disappeared. Yep.
The phones that disappeared. Whose phones?
Because
Kerry's?
The cop phones.
Oh, well, yeah, we're not there yet, but yeah, okay. We haven't gotten there yet. No, we haven't. Not yet. I don't know about all that.
I read about it. That must be what it was.
Yeah, I do have a lot of problems already with the way that they don't have body cams. They don't record interviews of people who were there. Hey, welcome back, Buff.
I'm having all kinds of problems today.
Internet problems or computer
But
problems?
you look hot.
I'm not sure what happened. Everything disconnected, and I would try to get back in, and it would say, "We don't recognize your microphone." What are you talking about? Like you did 5 minutes ago.
Are you using your new one?
Yeah.
Oh, that's strange. That's weird. Well, even though your internet's not working, you look great. I love your hair today.
Oh,
it is
you.
Fun. I love it.
It's humid, and it goes in a ponytail during humid season.
Does it? So Annie was telling me that even you were a little confused about the defense's cross, having seen the first trial and everything.
Well, just because I think everything's just so out of order from the last time. It's like I said before, we're at like it was day 16 when she was on the last trial. So we had established a lot more of the story and a lot more people. And they're talking about people who really don't, you really haven't got a lot of
They don't matter.
information on yet. So they're like questioning like the interaction with Link, and you're like, well, why does this even matter? Because you don't know who Link is yet. Like you haven't been really introduced to who he is and who his connections are, and because they haven't really established that before, we were already deep into that. So you're kind of listening to this going, okay, so they dropped their kid off to go play on a play date. Why is this a big deal?
Why is this a bad thing? Why is this a
right? And because they haven't established that yet. Because she's witness 2 this time, where she was witness 16, or she was on day 16. She was like witness number 40, from what I remember on the list last time. So there was just a lot more established. So by the time you got to that question, you were like, oh, really? You know what I'm saying? So it made that connection a little easier because you knew who he had talked to. He did the interviews with everybody in the room. He was like one of the few people that talked to everybody in the house together.
This is I'm sorry, Lank. Okay.
And he had connections with the Alberts. He did, if I'm recalling correctly, and y'all and chat, Bells, I see you there. and Lady in Gray, correct me if I'm wrong, that he is the one that did all like favors for Chris Albert and Brian Albert during the drunk driving thing that they brought up in the first trial. So
were they all caught drunk driving?
He did favors for one of the Albert brothers that
okay.
was in a hit and run while he was drinking, and he kind of so they brought that up in the first trial before they got to this part. So you already knew, okay, so this guy has his hands in a lot of things. So why are they in there? It's kind of suspicious that Jim McCabe and Kerry Roberts, who didn't have any connection to each other until after tonight, they weren't friends, are now hanging out. Let's bring our kids over to this person's house to play, and we can just ask them questions while we're there. So it was a lot more, it was a lot more suspicious last time than than it was this time because of the order of presentation. Whether that was by design for Brennan, or what, it just doesn't make it cohesive, and the dots don't connect the way they did last time.
Okay, yeah, I really struggled with this
you
cross,
did.
and there were 2 interviews, and when they were, it wasn't
because it's
it
all
wasn't
over the
great.
place, and that's what I said. And Jackson is great, but I don't know if it's the order of witnesses rowing him off, and he's trying to figure out how to make these connections because nobody's going to connect these dots in this way, and he seems to be a little scattered, in my opinion,
a little frazzled.
I mean, that was the vibes I was getting. So,
and Kelly, I knew a minute I started saying something about Jackson, Kelly was going to come in because I was like, and Kelly, well, she wasn't in the chat, so I was like, don't come for me, Kelly. But here I just said something about her man, so here comes Kelly.
That's right.
She has a radar.
She sensed it all the way.
I was talking about her man. I'm so sorry, but he is a little off today, and I'm gonna need him to go back and scream into a pillow, punch a wall or something. Let's go, because I don't. It's not. It's.
Remember the juror's interview? He said the jury found the Commonwealth witnesses to be credible. AJ is going after that. He is attacking witness credibility. Well, that he is. That is very.
Well, yes,
he definitely is doing that, trying to do that. But he's going kind of.
So far, he's doing well, but you still need the timeline.
I will say Well, it only if he might be going after their credibility, but if the story doesn't make sense, like, oh, you went to you lied. Like, why would you go over there? Like, but tell me why. Like, I don't know who this person is. Why would she lie about that? That doesn't make her sound not credible if I don't know who this person is.
Yeah, I will say, and I know, again, haven't watched it, you guys. I don't know everything you know, okay? But this is what I got from what we watched when I got back here, where she was like, and you guys can call her a liar, that's fine. But when she was like, I misunderstood the question, but I was being honest, and they asked her if it was a lie, and the judge asked her if she lied, and she was like, not intentionally, right? Which what she's trying to say is I made a mistake, and they want to call it a lie. I
But
get
she
why
made
she was
it
frustrated.
several times.
But I didn't get that from the cross. You know what I mean? As somebody, I don't know. I was just kind of like, okay, this is semantics that we're arguing about here. It from what I saw. So
The
I don't
fact
know.
that they sat down and created a whole timeline before questioning,
That is a problem.
She didn't actually hear it.
Mm-hmm.
She was told that, so she made that part of her memory.
Yeah.
Like, and I don't know how it's not an intentional lie when they ask you several times, did you hear this? I mean, obviously you didn't. You were told it, but that's not what you heard.
Yeah, I don't know if you're gonna there's much of a shock factor as they were going to.
Oh no.
AJ made the EMT testimony look unreliable because the story changed. That is very true. I mean, we've talked about this, yesterday and this morning, right? Mostly in trials, first responders, nobody questions anything about them, right? They're whatever. He did an amazing job with that. And I know that's what he was trying to do with this last witness. And he did, but it wasn't as like solid as he was with the.
Well, they didn't even cross-examine her in the last trial. Like she just said what she said.
Oops,
so
you're good at this, Elvie. He does. I mean, we watched some trials together. I don't know if we watched a whole one together, but a lot of them. And he watched the first trial.
Okay, but let's talk about that Brennan slip up where he is like, when you were interviewed.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
It was like, oh, bestie. When you were interviewed, like, oh.
He says AJ made Kerry admit she committed perjury at the grand jury, pointed out how her story was changed, and proved she coordinated with Jen and that Jen influenced her to the point of committing perjury. Again, I get that. I do. I just don't think it was as clear. Like what you just said was very clear. I just don't know how clear it was.
See, I got it.
Right. Well, like these people are taking in stuff not knowing anything, so I don't know if it was that clear for me. Or he could have went about it shorter. I don't know. I don't know. But she's done. Yes.
I understand. Okay. Maybe I understood what he was saying, but I don't think the context of everything is clear to make it completely clear.
Yeah.
Because they don't have the whole, like
we have holes right now.
Yeah. You have a lot of holes because I don't know what Brennan's doing. And I know that the defense is at the mercy of how the Commonwealth calls its witnesses. And that's not particularly wonderful. That's not great for them right now.
Okay. But I don't feel like, she is a solid, I guess she's important as a witness, but she doesn't seem like one of the bigger ones.
She wasn't one that I hung any opinion or any weight to in the last trial at all. Like I had to go back and listen to her testimony. I'm like, what did she even say?
Right. So she's not like a big gun in this.
No, you need to pay attention to Jen McCabe. She's the one you need to watch. I really hope they call her like today.
I hope so.
defense needs to be careful with Peggy O'Keefe. That's mother, right?
I
think
don't.
they will. They
I
would
don't
go.
I don't even think they'll touch her.
Yeah. For
Depends on
Peggy.
what she's. Yeah, I don't think they're going to do that. I mean, they didn't cross it, and I think that's why they were being gentle with. I mean, because they could have gone hard on her the last trial, but they didn't go at her at all. Kerry, last trial. So I don't.
I mean, you run a real risk being hard on any family member.
Did they even cross Paul O'Keefe last time? I don't think they did.
Kerry actually contradicted Jen the last time. Okay. Bells,
So-
I would not do well in Boston.
They wouldn't understand your accent, though.
They wouldn't understand me.
Oh, goodness.
I'd be like, what are you Southern people saying?
Did they give
It's
any
okay.
clue who's up next?
No.
No? Okay.
No, not yet.
Okay. But we
No,
are
it's a
getting somebody.
mystery.
It's a mystery. They are doing things differently, hoping for a different outcome. I'm assuming you mean both
Brennan
sides.
Yeah, well, both sides are hoping for a different outcome. And the
but
outcome.
especially prosecution from what you've
Mhm.
stated.
Yeah.
Like, does
They
it
really-
feel like a new prosecution for you who's watched it compared to the last trial? Does it seem like they're taking a whole new approach to this?
It's. I think I said it earlier that
Maybe it's been a long
Lally
day already.
Lally asked a lot of questions. A lot of.
Mhm.
He asked a lot of painful questions. They were like the same question over, but I feel like he did a lot better job of setting the scene for me.
Okay.
Just re-listen to, and yeah, it was long and painful, and he worded questions terribly and asked the same thing over and over again. But I feel like it was a little bit easier to understand.
Mhm.
And he's boring.
It is boring.
But I knew where we were, kind of. And we know we had snow. And we know that. We had a lot of snow. He told us
If
that
I
a lot.
see that freaking video, we've only seen it twice and I'm already over seeing it. I will
The
lose
stupid snow windshield.
my
Oh,
mind.
Lord.
Another thing that they did earlier with and you said it was more clear in the documentary. Why did they not enhance this audio that's apparently in the background of this video for the trial? Because
It probably is, but we're watching a video of a video in a courtroom where the sound is terrible already.
that's true. But she said she couldn't hear it either.
Well, of course. But would you say, oh, I'm a Commonwealth witness. I'm not going to sit there. Oh, I don't recall. Nope, can't hear that. I mean,
fair point.
I'm not calling her a liar. But,
Mhm.
people tend to, my ears don't work. Nope, didn't hear it. Sorry. No,
Mhm.
don't remember that. Don't recall that either. It's funny how selective hearing kicks in.
True. Even when you're being asked a question by the prosecutor in a grand jury. So there's that. So obviously the state is trying to use her as a witness to help with Jen's story's credibility, which I was kind of like, okay. Like I said, with the hearsay stuff, what I thought might have been hearsay is they're just allowing that because it will hurt somebody further along. Using a sober third party that should be really sympathetic for the jury to try and balance how badly Jen is on the stand. Right. Because so far, right, Kerry is the only one that didn't go out. Her husband went out with them, but she didn't go out with them. So that's interesting. So Kelly said that, where'd that go? She said Peggy O'Keefe is next.
I can't.
Oh, I didn't hear it. I believe her.
I think that's a bad order.
That's what I'm saying. The order is throwing everything off here. I don't know if this is good for Brennan or bad. I don't know yet, but it's so
Because now
strange.
I want to know more about the people that Kerry just talked about.
Yeah.
He should have started with the family first.
Yeah.
Because I'll be honest, everyone's going to forget freaking everything that they just talked with.
Maybe that's the goal.
I mean, maybe I don't think it's beneficial for either side. So I
That's
don't
why
think.
the first one was Paul last time and Aaron, where it set the family dynamic. So you knew how it started. and like you knew what was going on, and then you went into like what happened, and you had the paramedics, how he was found, and then then you brought in the people that were with him that night. Or that were
Do
found.
you all believe Kerry Roberts regarding the taillight?
No.
No. I don't. I don't believe it.
As to what?
That it was already gone, right? When they pull up to John's place?
It was already gone when they pulled up to John's place. It wasn't because she cracked it on John's car, leaving to go look for John.
Right. Well, the defense says that. But I don't know. I don't think she noticed it. No, I'm sorry.
They
It's not
both,
the taillight.
would have said that. The taillight would have been gone under both the Commonwealth and the defense's scenarios. Because they went.
Was that video after they found John and they were going back to the house, or before?
That was before they found John.
Before they found him. Okay.
Because they were going to look in the house first to see, because they were trying to convince Karen that he probably went home and you just didn't look everywhere in the house, and you can't find him in your own house. Because, how often does that happen?
Right.
Okay. So they convinced her to go back to the house. Let's search in every room of the house. And then Jen and Karen had a conversation. Karen said, I left him at the waterfall. Jen said, no, you didn't. I saw you outside of my sister's house. Karen's like, oh, let's go back to that house then. Jen said, yes, let's go back to dramatic reenactment.
I love it so
Let's
much.
go back to the house. Yes, let's do it. But we're all going to take one car, not two cars, because there's a blizzard. So they all get back in the car and they go driving. And as they're driving back to 34 Fairview, they're all driving. It's Karen screaming in the back. And what's her face is saying, shut up, Karen, you're freaking out for no reason. And she's still freaking out. And as they're driving, windshield wipers, and they're just screaming at her. And they pass up John's body. And Karen's like, let me out of this car. She's batshit crazy. And then she gets out and runs to John. So, yeah.
I need Buffy's dramatic reenactments for everything. I didn't even know how bad I wanted that. Oh, I love you so much. You're so Oscar for Buffy. I agree. I'm so embarrassed now. No, that was fantastic. I love it. I think it kind of captured kind of what they were saying. LV says Peg is a really hard one for the defense to impeach. She's the victim's mom, not connected with the crime, 1000% victim, one who believes the state story. AJ will have to treat her with kid gloves. I agree. They would make a huge mistake. Just let it happen. All right. Because I do think people understand, right? The family is going to have their own kind of bias in a way. I think juries do understand that. There was something in your reenactment. Oh my God, I love that so much. That just made me think of something that they had said. That was, it was about, okay, so they have the video. Is that John's Ring camera? Like when they get to John's house and we see the two cars and them walking inside. What camera is that? Is that his Ring camera, or why did they have the video of them coming in?
That was John's Ring camera.
But there's no video of them going out.
I think it was one of those where they went back to try to retrieve it, and Ring said, oh, it's all gone after staring him out of town. We don't have him no more.
Oh, that's funny. That is funny. True Crime in My Time, which is here, says Turtle Boy posted, quote, in poetic fashion, Kerry Roberts' testimony ends with Beverly Canoni calling her Jennifer McCabe, which she basically is. We got sound coming out of
OnlyFans.
All right. That's why I linger. Great content and opinion. Well, thank you, Harry Hole. And let me tell you, your name, the Harry Hole, I do smile every time I have to say it. So I do love
forgot that we're on
creative.
YouTube and people can watch this. Like, oh,
I love creative screen names. So
who is this weirdo?
no, your reenactment was amazing.
Okay.
It was deleted. The prosecution says, well, isn't that cute? Isn't that cute? Okay, let me pull this up.
Isn't that weird?
It's so
Wicked,
cute.
it's wicked strange.
Who are we back?
Why is it not? Oh, because I'm a ding dong. Oh, they're not even all back yet. Okay.
Oh.
Defense isn't even at the table. Just maybe people are
Flattered.
complaining about that. Look at that guy's facial hair back there. That cop. He's got like
Where are we looking?
big. Well, he just walked out the door. So.
Always miss the good stuff.
Oh, well, I mean, it wasn't great, but I was just saying. Proctor probably deleted it. I can't wait for this guy. Oh, that's the guy I'm talking about. The guy walking
Proctor.
back there.
I can't wait for that too. That'll be a good one. Higgins is pretty good to watch.
All right. Thank you, jurors.
Oh.
The people at the party are the ones you want to watch.
All right. Your next witness, please, Mr.
Thank you, Your
Brennan.
Honor. The Commonwealth calls Peggy O'Keefe.
Look at Kelly nailing it. Good job, Kelly.
I can't make any sarcastic comments about this. Sorry, y'all.
That's true.
You solemnly swear the evidence given before the jury in the case now hearing should be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
So, good afternoon, Mrs. O'Keefe. Yeah. All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mrs. O'Keefe.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brennan.
Could you kindly introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Margaret O'Keefe. I am John O'Keefe's mother.
Are you married?
Yes,
Who are you married to?
John O'Keefe Jr.
How long have you been married for?
Too long.
53
Too
long.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't hear you.
53. Long enough?
How long have you lived in the area?
We moved to Canton 3 years ago.
Before you moved to Canton 3 years ago, where did you live?
Braintree.
How long had you lived in Braintree for?
50 years?
Did you begin your family in Braintree?
No, we lived in Mattapan first, and that's where my daughter was born. And then we moved to Braintree.
Your daughter was born when you were in Mattapan?
Mm-hmm.
Your daughter's name?
Kristen.
How many children did you have?
3.
You, Kristen and John?
And Paul.
Is Paul the youngest, the baby?
The baby.
Did you raise your children? Well, how long were you in Mattapan before you moved closer to here?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
How long did you live in Mattapan before you moved closer?
2 years.
And then the rest of the time you were in the area?
In Braintree.
Tell me a little bit about your immediate family.
My daughter.
Oh, I do feel so bad for her. Losing 2 out of her 3 kids. It's.
I kind of hate that they're putting her on the stand like this. I kind of hate it.
A tumor, a cancerous tumor that she had for 5 months. She died in November of 13. She had 2 children. And then 2 months after she passed, her husband passed from a heart attack. And then you all know about John. And then my son Paul is over there.
That was 2013, ma'am? Could I ask you about her children?
She had 2 children, Kaylee, who's now 17, and Patrick is 14. And he's a run for my money.
Do you remember how old the children were when your daughter passed?
3 and 6.
Mm. Oh my gosh, that's so young.
When that happened, was there any plan for the children?
As far as
Or what was going to happen with the children?
when she passed
Yes, ma'am.
and when he passed,
Yes, ma'am.
my son decided to be the head guardian, and then we had I was the other guardian, and there was Steve's brother and sister were the other 2 guardians. There's 4 of us.
May I approach to adjust the microphone?
Yes, please.
Oh,
Thank you.
talking too soft. Okay.
I mean, how do they not cry? I don't know if I've ever heard a judge be like, don't cry.
Did I understand that there was a decision that John would be the primary guardian? Can you share with us how that decision came about?
Well, he was single. The other 2 guardians were married, and they didn't have children, but he decided to do it himself, and then I was the second one in case he needed me. So I was over there most of the time, like when the kids get home from school or, take them places, and then have them on weekends so he could have a break. So that's what I did.
Did other people help out in addition to you and John?
Yes, my husband was there, and Paul and Erin were there, and the other members of Steve's family.
I understand at some point John worked in law enforcement.
Yes.
Besides that, could you just share just a little bit about him with us?
He was a police officer at headquarters. And when he first started, he was in Hyde Park, and then he moved to Dorchester, and then into Boston itself, and that's what he did.
I was hoping if you could tell us a little bit about John besides his work.
He was enthusiastic with sports. He was wonderful with the kids. He took care of them and did everything for them. Take them places on vacations and everything. He was their number one, and they called him JJ.
Would you mind if I showed you a photograph?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph.
Okay.
And can you tell us what you see?
That's my son.
Thank you. May I introduce this as an exhibit?
Yes.
Exhibit 16.
Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Yes.
Ms. O'Keefe, do you know when this picture was taken?
Oh, I really don't know. It was in the summer of I don't know what year. I really don't know the year. But is that one he probably took him to a fair or an amusement park, and he had his picture taken there with it, and then the kids were with him too. So,
Do you know how old he was in that picture?
43, maybe.
What year was John born?
75.
Ms. Gilman, could you take the photo down, please? How old was John when he passed?
45. My mind's not working right now.
I understand. It's okay. Can I ask you a few more questions? Okay. You let me know.
I like how his
I
Boston
want to go
accent's gotten
back
stronger,
to
I think.
the morning of January 29th, 2022. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Were you home
I was home in Braintree.
in Braintree?
Mhm.
Who were you with?
My husband.
Did you receive a phone call?
Yes, from Kerry Roberts. It was about 6:15, between 6:15 and 6:30 in the morning.
Did you know Kerry Roberts?
Yes.
How did you know her?
She lived in Braintree for a while. John and her were friends. They went to the junior prom together. And then we found out that she moved. She lived in Canton, and she was around the corner from us, and she helped us out with the kids.
And when you were helping take care of the kids, would you often see Miss Roberts?
Yeah, because she'd take Patrick and her son Ryan places. And yeah, so I saw her all the time.
Often?
Yeah.
When she called you that morning, do you remember the conversation?
Yeah, she said John was found in a snowbank. And I didn't understand, which I said, what do you mean found in a snowbank? She said, they found him in the snow. They don't know what happened. She says he's brought up to the Good Samaritan Hospital.
So she says, I'm going to come get you and Papa because I don't want you driving. I says,
we can drive there. We both have 4-wheel drives. And she says, no, I'm coming. So she came to get us. And it took a while to get there because the snow was bad. And in the meantime, I had called one of my nieces to find out because one of my other nieces worked at Good Samaritan. And I just wanted to know if she could find out anything about it. And I just couldn't get a hold of her. So when we get up there, they told us to sit in this room and they would bring us down shortly. So finally they said, okay, you can go down. So we started walking down the corridor. And as I'm walking down, I hear Karen Reed yell, Peg, is he dead? Is he dead, Peg? Peg, is he dead?
Ugh.
And I just kept walking. And then I asked, I don't know who it was, a nurse or a worker at the hospital. And I said, what is she doing here? And she says, oh, she's being psych evaluated. So then they brought us down to the room where my son was. He's bruised up. His eyes were closed. It's just not a good scene.
Okay. I'd like to go back, if I may.
Okay.
May I?
Yep.
When Kerry Roberts picked you up in the car, did anybody go with you and Miss Roberts on the drive from your home in Braintree to Good Samaritan Hospital?
No, we were the only 3 in the car.
Who was the third person?
My husband.
During the drive to Good Samaritan Hospital that morning,
Yep.
did you ever have a chance while you were in the car to speak to the defendant?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about that conversation.
She, I asked her what happened, and she said, we went to a party. I left him there. I said, you just left him there? She said, yes, I just left him there.
Did she say whether she left him inside or outside?
No, she just said, I left him there.
Did she tell you whether or not she left him in the driveway or the street?
She just said, no, I just left him there.
You told us that when you got into Good Samaritan Hospital, you were walking down the hallway and you had another interaction with the defendant.
Yes.
And you told us that she was asking if he was dead.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe a little bit where in the hospital you had this interaction with her?
When they took us down to the emergency room, the doors open, and there was a corridor to go down to the other rooms, and she was on the left-hand side, and that's when she saw me come in, and that's when she started yelling, is he dead, Peg? Is he dead, Peg?
So when she was yelling, could you describe her mood or demeanor? Was she animated?
She's loud, and I don't know. She was just loud, and as she was saying it.
And when she was asking you, is he dead? Is he dead? Did you again ask her a question?
I just asked the nurse, what is she doing here?
And did you speak to Miss Reed herself?
No. No.
At some point, and you and your husband got to see John?
Yes.
And were you with Kerry at some point?
Kerry was there, and then my son Paul was there.
I take it she doesn't like
How
Karen.
did you get home?
I think I went home with Paul, and I think my husband went home with Kerry. We went back to Canton at the time.
Do you remember generally the time frame? Was it morning, afternoon, evening?
No, it was morning.
Do you remember getting home that day?
Yeah. It was snowy, icy.
Was anybody home when you got back?
No, it was just us. And then the kids started coming home. And that's when I was trying to, take care of them. And then there was a knock at the door. And it was Karen, her father, and her brother asked if they could come in. And I was just trying to calm the kids because Patrick was just out of control, yelling. And then they came in. And then he said, do you mind if we go upstairs and get a couple of her things? Which I never should have let them go up there. But at the time, I just couldn't think straight. And I really didn't have anybody else to help me keep them down in the kitchen. So I don't know what they got up there, what they did up there.
How long were they, when you say upstairs, do you know what room they went to?
I assumed the bedroom.
So I'm going to strike that, Mrs. O'Keefe. If you could just what you actually know, okay? And Mr. Brennan can ask a better question.
Thank you. Could I lead a bit?
Yes.
Ma'am, how many rooms are upstairs in John's home?
1, 2, 3, 4 bedrooms and an office. And off the master bedroom, there's a bathroom, and then there's a closet. It's a big house.
Did you see the defendant and her father go upstairs?
I didn't really see them go up, but I knew they were up there because I could hear them.
You didn't follow them up or go to look?
No.
You didn't know which room or rooms they were in?
No, I'm assuming the bathroom and the master bedroom.
My question was poor. You didn't see which rooms they actually went in?
No.
How long was the defendant upstairs in John's home with her father?
I don't know, maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Did you see them come back down?
No, I did not.
When they were upstairs, what were you doing?
I was trying to calm the kids.
Both of them?
But yeah, well, mainly Patrick.
How was Patrick reacting?
He was very upset once we told him because he slept over a friend's house the night before, and he just said, I'll never see him again. Sorry.
Would you like a moment?
Mrs. O'Keefe, would you like to take a short break?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
You can just let me know when you're ready. Take your time.
It was me. Did you hear that?
You ready?
Damn. It's supposed to be a quiet keyboard. Lies.
That morning, when the defendant and her father came into your home, did you personally interact with the defendant?
Nope.
Was there any hugs, condolences?
Nope.
Did you ever confront the defendant with any accusations when she was in your home that morning?
I don't even remember her being in the house. When she went upstairs, that's the last I saw of her.
Did you ever lean over a kitchen island? Do you have a kitchen island in your house?
No.
Did you ever lean over the kitchen island and say, I think he looks like he got hit by a car?
No. I don't remember talking to her that morning.
Did you see when she left?
Nope.
Did you ever see her Lexus in the driveway?
Nope.
The children, who's their guardian and custodian now?
Well, there's still 4 of us. 4 of us.
Where do they live?
One in Boston, one in Stoughton, and Paul's in Bridgewater, and me.
Where do the children live?
With me. In Canton.
They live with you full time?
Yes.
You're their primary caretaker?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a little.
I mean, I've been typing like all morning and yesterday, nobody heard it. So I think it's just my microphone's too close to it.
It might
yes,
just be in position.
yes, Terry, I will also buy that too. Thank you, everyone. And I wasn't angrily typing. I was excitedly typing.
That makes me like, can you hear mine when I type?
No, sometimes, but not very often. It's fine. It's fine.
Too funny.
I can't tell you guys the exciting things yet, but exciting things are coming. That's all I have to say.
Mrs. O'Keefe,
Get your pick one.
I'm very, very sorry for your loss. I have no questions for you.
Aw,
Good call.
That's a good choice.
Good call, defense. Good.
As a
call.
classy move.
A classy move. And instead of saying no questions, he addressed her and her pain, that they respect that and they respect her. Classy, good move. I don't think we needed to call her. But I'm glad that the prosecution didn't put her up there for very long.
I would like to introduce 2 clips, labeled 4 and 5.
But the lawyer did a great job addressing her and giving their condolences.
Get both on. Both,
Can you explain?
both clips 4 and 5.
Oh, Kelly, you did not disappoint.
Kelly stays thirsty.
Mm-hmm.
There's no objection to these?
What are we playing and nobody's on the stand? Okay.
I don't know what they are.
They did this earlier too.
Me either, Judge. I don't know what they are either.
It's always excerpts of Karen's comments or something in between. It's like our little slap. It's like a segue. We just need her
The
to
little
narrate.
Little
It's our
swoop. For the...
Karen's commentary swoop.
Oh, goodness. All right. See, the Commonwealth looks like a dick for calling mom. I don't think they look like a dick, but they could have honestly done without it. If I was a juror, I wouldn't have held the family testifying or not against them.
I'm eavesdropping on other chats, and there are quite a few people said that this was a sympathy, like from a plea grab from the Commonwealth. So it does kind of look shitty that they, sorry, my language, but for putting her up there. They could.
At the very least, you should have just put her first. It was a weird place to put her in. I will say that.
But Brennan's all over the place.
But, you know, she did a very good job having lost 2 out of her 3 kids. That was really good for her. It did feel icky. It did feel icky. I feel so much for it. And I know a lot of people don't believe what the prosecution is buying or selling. And, you know, here's the thing, right? Is I imagine that family of people who have been murdered, they just want answers. So whoever's going to give them some answers, whether they're good ones or not, they're going to latch on to that.
Oh,
you know, it's part of grieving at that point. And, you know, I don't feel bad for the family at all. Or I'm sorry, I don't have anything negative to say about the family buying into the prosecution story here. That
Oh, no,
actually
no,
makes
no.
sense.
Nobody thinks that their family, like he's.
No, I heard that the family got booed walking into the courthouse in the last trial. The
I'm
mother,
sure. I'm sure they. Well, there's
oh, which is
not everybody
disgusting.
is, you know.
That is disgusting to me. That is shameful to do
I
that
don't
to anyone.
endorse that behavior, but
Mm-mm.
I'm just saying that's not surprising the world we live in.
Yeah, no, that was when I heard that, I was like, that is gross. Cameraman needs to stop zooming in. I mean, do you want to look at the ceiling fan again, Kelly P? Do you? Because I don't.
She just wants them to zoom in.
Are these Karen's parents right here?
That is Karen's
That
dad.
looks like Karen's family.
Okay. Okay. Now they have a buffer zone. She's not on trial, guys, right? But it doesn't make sense. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. It doesn't make sense. I think my elbow feet was like, don't you worry, babe. This mic is so secure on this desk. It is
Lies.
It is not. I'm too excited, I guess. Too strong, clearly. My llama strength. Oh, goodness. I wonder who's going to be next. I think they're going to need to call
Jen McCabe. No, I'm just
No, I didn't knock it off. Also, babe, check your text messages because we're almost out of toilet paper. Okay, great. Thanks. It's important.
Did you get your fried mushrooms yesterday?
No.
You failed, Elbow Feet.
Elbow Feet.
In fairness, I was actually not hungry when he came home from work. So that is not his fault.
I hear trains.
Oh, train time.
So
Come
I
on,
live
ride
right
the
next
train.
to the train tracks too.
Close your
But
notebooks
you
and follow
can't
me.
hear it.
Oh, so they're letting the jury off. Oh, by the way, the text says, oh, okay. Thank you. Potty talk. Potty talk or potty talk?
It's potty time. It's
Potty.
potty time, pal.
Choo choo. Break into that song every time.
So what are we doing?
I don't know what we're doing.
Stop paying attention.
There was a lot of things happening.
We didn't do any of the Go-Go Beach stuff, just so you know.
Oh, okay. They sent the jury out of the room, so that's what I know.
Oh, we're probably gonna watch.
All right, so I'll watch the first one, then I'll hear your argument, Mr. Brennan and Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
So, Ms. Gilman, if you play that first one, please.
Document.
Defendant's interview 2020. Oh, that's on my birthday.
Into the driveway before me, so I was presuming she saw my cracked tail and was thinking, did you hit my son? I could sense from her that she was looking at me very warily. And then when John's nephew came home, I just wanted to see him and squeeze him. It was quite uncomfortable. I said, Dad, come upstairs to the master bedroom. I said, I think I need to leave because I think John's mother thinks I did something to John.
All right, so tell me why I should admit that clip.
You should admit this clip because it demonstrates consciousness of guilt. On the morning of John's death, Ms. O'Keefe sees her son at the hospital and goes back to Mr. O'Keefe's home. In the driveway is the alleged murder weapon, the Lexus with the broken taillight. It's the middle of a snowstorm, and a prelude to that is there is a phone call from the defendant's father to the Dighton police looking for a ride to go in and see his daughter at the Good Samaritan Hospital. He's looking for a police ride because the weather conditions are so terrible. When the Dighton Police Department declines that ride, he gets the assistance of his son and his son's wife pick him up and bring him to the hospital. At the hospital, there are a number of comments made. I think I hit something. There is evidence we have where the defendant, her mother and her father admittedly discuss in different ways the broken taillight. It is an issue that is primary on their mind. In this tumultuous, grieving moment, the taillight is central between these parties. Uninvited,
I don't think it shows that at all.
uninvited, the defendant and her father
I didn't get
go
that.
to the O'Keefe house without invitation. They knock on the door and they ask to come in.
It's her boyfriend's house.
They go into the
Of 2
house.
years.
There does not seem to be any interaction, at least with Peggy O'Keefe. And curiously, they go upstairs for 15 minutes. They stay at the house for less than an hour. This is a family that's grieving the loss of their son. Less than an hour, they go back outside. Instead of leaving in the one car, they take the alleged murder weapon, they get into 2 cars, and they drive away and remove the Lexus with the broken taillight from the scene. That is clear consciousness of guilt evidence, removing the murder weapon from an area where witnesses can see, photograph, identify the damage. In fact, despite the other evidence about the cracked taillight in the testimony, it is a centrally contested issue in this case. The defense is already questioned and confronted, as they have a right to do, about the shape, manner, and extent of that broken taillight. The removal of it is helpful for the defendant. And so the fact that they stay for less than an hour, remove the Lexus from the scene is important. This statement by the defendant is clearly an attempt to create an excuse, a ruse, for why they removed the murder weapon from the scene. It is an attempt to suggest
it's a ruse,
that
guys.
she somehow is targeted. She somehow on that morning is victimized.
Are you Stretch Armstrong? Because you're stretching.
Is the intent or the object of something that is abusive from Peggy O'Keefe. And so this evidence will demonstrate a key part of our consciousness of guilt evidence on this issue, that there was no viable reason to take that evidence from the scene other than to obscure it. It was not because Peggy O'Keefe yelled at her or intimidated her or threatened her. This was, again, a central conversation between her, her father, and her mother.
I just want to say, if the police didn't establish it as a crime scene, why are you expecting Karen to think that her car is evidence of a crime?
It is an extraordinarily strong piece of the conscience of guilt evidence. And inevitably, the defense may or may not try to provide some type of explanation or excuse, but we have a right to the full force of our proof, and this is part of it.
I disagree. I strongly disagree with that.
With regard to the first clip, which is clip 4.
That's the only one we're discussing right now.
Then in that case, now that I look at it and I see the transcript, I'll withdraw an objection. I don't care. It's not, I don't agree with anything Mr. Brennan just said. It doesn't go to consciousness of guilt. As a matter of fact, I think it very clearly shows the opposite.
I agree.
Okay, so there's no objection. So there wasn't an objection until I said, is there any objection to this? And then you all came to sidebar. I mean, they were just going to play. So there's no objection to the first clip, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so let's hear.
I made an objection to sidebar. I'm withdrawing it.
Okay, so Mr. Brennan, play the second one, please.
Yes.
Right. They didn't care about that cell phone being taken away from this crime scene that they didn't call.
And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like he got hit by a car. It looks like he got hit by a car.
By the way, that is not at all what I thought she sounded like.
Okay.
By the way.
So tell me how this comes in.
That was
Similarly,
the day
conscious of guilt evidence, the defendant making what we allege is a false statement to try to excuse her conduct of removing evidence of a crime from the scene. This has additional import. It has two facets to it. One, equally as important for conscience of guilt in the first part, as I supported for clip number 4 or 5. Secondly, it is important because we've heard testimony from Peggy O'Keefe that this claim never happened. So we now have direct testimony that she did not have a conversation with the defendant, did not make these claims to the defendant. And so while also conscious of guilt evidence, it has additional support from the previous clip.
But didn't she say John's dad said that and not
Mr.
Peggy?
Jackson,
So
thank you. With this video clip, Your Honor,
Okay.
it's very different. It has absolutely nothing to do with consciousness of guilt.
No, she said that was Peggy.
The argument
oh, I thought she said John's dad.
is baffling. How could that
No, that was
possibly be
Peggy.
consciousness of guilt if my client is simply reiterating something that she believes somebody else said? This clip is obviously, very obviously, and strategically being used to try to vilify my client with something that's completely irrelevant. In Massachusetts, you can't call a witness just for the purposes of impeaching them. What this clip would be doing is purporting to impeach Mrs. O'Keefe, who just testified. I never said that. I never said it. I never leaned over the island counter. Never happened. So bringing this in would be used to impeach their own witness. And that's what can't be done in Massachusetts. With regard to consciousness of guilt, how does my client reiterating or stating that something that the victim's mother may or may not have said, how does that relate to consciousness of guilt? It doesn't. This
agree.
is simply a wolf in sheep's clothing. They're trying
No,
to
it's
get it in
just to
because it
make
makes my
her
client look bad.
look
They
like-
just put on a very, very
That's
sympathetic
it.
and empathetic witness,
That
John
part.
O'Keefe's mother, and they're trying to make my client, Ms. Reed, look bad by saying something what they perceive to be pejorative, in a tone that's pejorative about that very same witness.
That's exactly what it is.
I do agree with that.
At
It
this
seemed like
point,
she was
there
just telling her
is no
perspective.
issue about whether or not
I mean, it's not great, don't get me wrong.
and said something about the car.
I mean,
being hit by the car.
that's how I tell a
She's
story
trying
when
to
someone's
create
being
the
ugly to
issue.
me. I use a mean voice like that.
Video clip in.
Yeah.
Has nothing
I mean,
to
but
do with
I do a lot of voices when I'm
It's not for impeachment of Peggy O'Keefe. We don't take the position that Peggy O'Keefe is lying. This is a statement of the defendant. It's in the form of an admission or a statement, which qualifies for admission substantively, not for impeachment purposes. The defendant should not be able to pick and choose which of her statements do not look good for her and do not look bad for her. She made the statements that are relevant to this case. It's not unfairly prejudicial. It's a statement that they embraced and they chose and they publicized, and it goes directly to the issue of conscience of guilt. Just because it hurts, just because it's incriminating, just because it's difficult for the
not
defense
incriminating. It's
is
just
not
a nasty
a
thing.
basis to preclude it. It is an admission, a statement of the defendant. It's admitted substantively.
If that were true, Your Honor, then they would simply put in the transcript. They wouldn't need to play the video. Transcript is one line. And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think he looks like he got hit by a car. He looks like he got hit by a car. Sorry. I think he looks like he got hit by a car. It looks like he got hit by a car.
Me without my glasses.
They want to play this because of its prejudice, because of the
Yeah.
tone that it sets. It's not.
Why wouldn't they
evidence.
submit this before
The
Peggy got
witness
on the
who
stand?
supposedly said the statement has denied having said it and said it never occurred. This is
Why do they
far
do
more
half the
prejudicial
things
than
that
it
they
is
do?
probative. If they want to simply use the transcript, that's one thing. But playing this video is simply being used to vilify my client because of the tone of voice she used in the clip. That's it. That's what's not allowed. That's overly prejudicial, and it's not relevant.
All right.
Paul
So what I'm going to
always
do
looks like
is
that.
I'm going to think about this. And if I decided to let it in, you can let it in first thing tomorrow morning. I'm not going to let it in now.
Good call, Josh.
May I ask for a ruling in the morning?
Yes.
May I introduce the one that was not objected to?
Yes. Do you want a consciousness of guilt instruction?
Bev, you're being very nice
Jackson?
lately.
No, we don't believe that it.
Somebody gave her a
That-
Snickers.
So you're in agreement that that statement just comes in?
We're not objecting. I'm not trying to introduce it. Don't put words in my mouth. I'm not trying.
No,
to
I
introduce
said
it.
you're,
But-
okay.
But I'm not objecting that it at this point that it should come in.
Okay.
You should object to
Bring the jurors
everything.
back and we'll do that.
I'm sorry, Jackson.
Can
You
they
should
come
object
right
to all
in, or
of her
is it-
statements
is it
coming
gonna be
in.
5
That's
minutes?
just not good.
Can they come right in? Thank you.
I don't care what they look like.
I'm really glad she made that call because the argument of consciousness of guilt does not apply, in my opinion, to
Put this
those
under
videos.
consideration and just admit the other one.
Yes,
At all.
and give it to me so I can look at it, please.
I mean, that's their argument. That's their reasoning. And I don't see that.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Do you want me to leave that on there so you can look at it tonight? And if we decide to take it off in the morning?
Yes. Thank you. Because you can just single it out and play one, right? Okay, thank you. Chrissy.
Oh, I'm sure. Again, I get it. Family's going to be family. I think it's ridiculous that the family is sitting right behind, like right next to Karen's defense team. I don't understand why they're not sitting behind. That's so close. Like, that's uncomfortable for everybody.
You should have seen it during closing statements. They had literally all the witnesses, Jim McCabe, Chris Albert, or Brian Albert, all of them sitting over there staring, because they're staring straight at the jury during, during the closing statements last time.
I
Just
know they want the
staring at
jury
the
to
jury.
see all their faces. I do get that. It's weird. It is very, very weird. Intimidation. That's why Yannetti blocks her. Yeah. Ugh, just something. Well, I'm glad she decided she wasn't going to go with it. So for now, we won't know officially till the morning.
What are we doing? Oh, we're bringing the jury back.
Oh, well, back with the fam. Okay. Yeah. Massachusetts does some weird things. I just don't understand why they didn't bring it up before Peggy got on the stand. I mean, we do know why they didn't do it. The defense did call him out on his bullshit. But I would imagine the vibe in that house wasn't great at the time.
Yeah. It wasn't. Especially because if you watch the doc, they got the phone call
Your Honor,
while
I'd like to
everybody was at the
introduce
house.
Clip number 4.
Okay.
They had pulled into the driveway before me, so I was presuming she saw my cracked taillight and was thinking, did you hit my son? I could sense from her that she was looking at me very warily. And then when John's nephew came home, I just wanted to see him and squeeze him and hug him. It was quite uncomfortable. I said, Dad, I went upstairs to the master bedroom. I said, I think I need to leave. I said, I think John's mother thinks I did something to John.
She would have said, I think I did something.
Call both calls. Nicholas Guarino.
All right. Definitely going to have to find that name on my list.
She
over
said
here.
John's mother thinks I did something to John.
Mhm. All right. Nicholas, who are you?
Personally, if I was Jackson, I just would not want any of her statements coming in on the interview.
Oh, there we are. Oh, we got MSP on the stand. Okay. Oh, that's supposed to be a
Oh,
comment.
Guarino. Okay. This is the text messages guy.
Ooh. I'm nosy. I want to read these things. KR has mastered resting bitch face. It's true. So true.
She's doing much better with her faces this go round, I feel like.
Mm. That is interesting that they do sit so far apart.
Yes, Lady in Gray. She did say that the statements can come in, but she made an objection just a minute ago, and if I was him, I would make them every chance I got.
I do. Thanks. She can
Hi. Stand or sit, however you're most comfortable. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What is this? A witness stand for ants?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes. My name is Nicholas Guarino.
Mr. Guarino, where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Norfolk.
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police for?
This is year 10 now.
How long have you been assigned to the District Attorney's Office for?
Since November of 2019, so 5-ish years, 6 years.
I want to go backwards a little bit. Can you tell me a little bit about what you did before you began working for the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, sir. I was a Norwood police officer for almost 11 years.
So how long have you been in law enforcement between being a Norwood police officer and a Massachusetts State Police officer?
February of this year started my 20th year in law enforcement.
Did you go to school before you became a law enforcement officer?
Yes, I went to Westfield State College, Westfield State University now.
Did you graduate?
Yes, I did.
Can you remember what year you graduated in?
Yes, it was 2003.
Did you have a particular degree from Westfield State?
Yes, I double majored. I got a major in criminal justice and mass communications.
When you began as a police officer with the Norwood Police Department, did you have to go into any type of specific training?
Yes, I went to the police academy.
And how long is the police academy?
6 months.
Generally and briefly, what was taught at the academy?
How to conduct investigations, respond to calls. They did a standard field sobriety testing week, physical training, Massachusetts law and criminal procedure.
When you began as a Norwood police officer, were you a patrol officer?
Yes, I was.
And did you remain a patrol officer for the 10 or 11 years you were there?
Yes, I was also part-time in the detail office. But,
What does that mean?
handling jobs when we're off. So filling details like road construction, I'm sorry.
When you left Norwood and began working with the Massachusetts State Police, based on your prior training, did you have to go through further training or were you ready to just begin?
No, I had to go to the State Police Academy for 6 months.
After you got out of the State Police Academy, were you assigned to a barracks?
Yes, I was assigned to the South Boston Barracks for my training. And then once my break-in training was done, I was assigned to the Holden Barracks near Worcester.
At some point during your time in your career with the Massachusetts State Police, did you start to receive any type of training in the specific field?
I'm sorry.
Did you receive any specialized training at the Massachusetts State Police after the academy?
Once I got into the district attorney's office, yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about what type of specialized training you received when you were assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
Yes. So I was hired by the district attorney's office. I do cell phone and computer forensics, as well as I'm a sexual assault investigator. I had prior sexual assault investigator school done, and I went for digital forensics classes as part of my now daily duties.
In order to work with cell phone forensics, did you have any particular background in it at that point?
I had taken some classes when I was at Norwood PD, but I didn't have any of the Cellbrite or Axiom classes that I do now.
We'll talk about those in a minute so you can give a little more explanation. Did you ever receive a specific advanced degree in data forensics?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever receive any specialized further degree or master's in data forensics?
No.
So your training came while you were a Massachusetts State Police officer through the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, that's correct.
What type of courses did you take to learn about forensics?
The first one I took was Celebrate Certified CCO CCPA is their intro course that teaches you how to use the program and how to extract cell phones using Celebrate program.
There's a couple words I want you to help us understand.
Yes.
The first is an extraction. What is, as simple as you can, a cell phone extraction?
Yes. Quite literally is plugging the phone into specialized hardware or software, and it pulls the data from that device to make a digital copy of it, so that way we can load it up later to look at it.
So when you extract the phone through a download, it basically mimics the content of the phone, but it's in a different shell. It's in a different form than inside the actual phone itself.
Yes, exactly. That way we're not manipulating or changing any data while looking, because if we were to open the device, it would change data by going through the phone itself or computer.
When you plug it in, can you explain a little bit about what you're plugging it into?
Yes. So the main program and hardware that we use is GrayKey. It is, again, specialized software and hardware that once the phone's plugged into it, the software is able to extract the information if we have the passcode. If we don't have the passcode and the phone is supported, it's able to guess that passcode depending on how long, like for an iPhone, if you have a 4-digit, it could take months. If you have a 6-digit, it could take up to 35 years.
So does the phone have to be accessible to actually do that download through GrayKey? Do you have to be able to open the phone with the passcode?
No. So if we don't have the passcode and it's supported, it can guess the passcode without making the phone useless after, say, for an iPhone, I believe it's 10 passcodes.
Is it a quicker process if you do have the passcode?
Much. It would take hours to download the device, depending on how much information's on it.
How do you ensure that the information that you extract from the actual device is accurate and the same when you're making a copy? How do you ensure the integrity of it?
So with GrayKey, it produces a progress report as it goes through its process. The only two fields that we can sort of amend in that PDF that it spits out is the ID number and then the investigator name. So after the data is pulled out, it creates a hash value, which is like a digital fingerprint for that specific information. So if you had gone in and to edit or change it, that digital fingerprint would change. It would change the big long string of numbers that it attaches to that file.
The digital fingerprint, is that the same thing you're referring to as the hash value?
Yes, exactly.
And how do you ensure that the hash value of the product, the copy, is the same as what's on the phone?
You can run the zip file that it creates with the information into a hash calculator, and it will give the same hash as what is produced from the GrayKey PDF report. So if something had changed or there was an error with it, the hash would not be the same as what was given from the PDF. And that's how we know that the data was not the same.
So if you download a phone and it has a hash value, this digital fingerprint, and then someone was to manipulate the phone and remove anything, even a period, from that data, if it's run again, will the hash value change?
Yes, it would not be the same because
Even
it will
if it's
show.
just, I'm sorry, even if it's just a period?
Yes, any alteration to that initial extraction with that number, it immediately would change.
So if you have an item, a computer or a phone, and you put it through the GrayKey program, and you do an extraction, a copy, where do you store that copy of information if it's not on the phone that you originally have? What do you do with it?
So once the program pulls that information, we have to place it onto our secure server at the office, and we'll take any of the files that were given via the extraction process, and it's saved there for us.
And so you copy it on another link or another digital file?
Yes, we'll save it to the server at the district attorney's office.
Can it be put on a physical item, like a zip drive or a hard drive?
Yes.
If you put that download onto a zip drive or hard drive, how will you know if that information on the hard drive matches the same information you originally downloaded from the phone to the server through Gray Key?
Again, like I said, you could run the hash value of that file again to correlate it with the PDF that we were given once Gray Key has given us the information. So that's how you would know all the information is the same, nothing has changed.
So for example, if you download an iPhone and it has that digital fingerprint hash value attached to it, and you make a copy or multiple copies, is the way to test whether or not those copies are exactly accurate is to look at the hash value of each copy?
Yes, and copying the zip file would not change the hash value. The only way it would change is if you physically went into it and deleted information somehow.
So now that you have the item, say for example, an iPhone, and you've downloaded it through Gray Key, which is hardware and software, and it's on a digital file, can you just open it up and start reading it like a report or a book, or do you have to do something else to it?
No, once it's pulled into that zip file, it has to be opened into another program, which there are many forensic tools, but the ones at the office we use are Cellbrite or Axiom. They're two brands, and then those programs make that information readable so we can actually look at it.
So if you were to download a forensic copy and you were to open it up without using that subsequent software, would you be able to read or see anything that's on that data?
To be honest, I don't know because I've never opened one of those zip files to know what's actually in them.
After the extraction happens, after there's that copy made, did you mention this further software you would use to be able to actually read the data?
Yes, so that's Cellbrite and Axiom. They're two different programs, but those programs will make the information readable.
Are those the programs that you typically use?
Yes, they are. And there's other programs out there, but those are the two that we normally use at the office.
Are they commonly used in the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, they are.
Are there other programs beyond Axiom and Cellbrite that can be used to decipher the information so you can read it?
Yes, there's many.
In your entire time with the Massachusetts State Police, have you used any other programs other than Axiom or Cellbrite?
To look at cell phones?
Yes.
We have Sanderson forensic software that can look at databases that are in the phone to look at information. I don't normally use those because I don't want to say, I'm probably not proficient enough that I would know this exactly means this, or I wouldn't want to confuse anything that I'm looking at.
When you look at the information after it's been through the extraction and then the analysis through the software, is the data still available if you want to look into the data?
From the zip file itself, sir?
Yes.
Yes, it's always available. It's, like I said, the data in the zip file that Gray Key gives us is never changed. It's just being loaded into another program so we can see it. That's all.
The software that you use, whether it's Cellbrite or Axiom, does that do the work for you as a forensic examiner?
Yes, so it runs, as the program runs, I should say, it will bring up different tabs. So it'll say phone calls, chats, photos, the databases, all different things that Cellbrite, their software, has run to pull this information out to make it easier for investigators to find what they're looking for.
Beyond the initial report that you can look at and look for the information, if you wanted to as a data forensic examiner, could you look deeper beyond the production of those software programs?
Yes, you could.
Forensic data analysis, when you look at these tools that provide these initial reports, is that the beginning, or does it dig deeper when you're a digital forensic analyst?
No, these reports are finding the low-hanging fruit in the proverbial tree. So it's showing you the stuff that the program is set that most people are looking for. As I said, the phone calls, the chats. If you need to go deeper into it, as I said, there's other software out there where you can pull these databases and try to go through the code to find what you're looking for. Once you find something, you would have to corroborate it with other evidence or data to make sure what you're looking at is exactly what you're looking for.
Have you been involved in the download, extraction, and analyzing data on phones as your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, that's my primary role in the DA's office currently.
And how many years have you been in that role?
Since November of 2019, so 5 years now.
Have you worked on a number of different cases that involve forensic data?
Yes, I have.
Is there a routine or a practice in your present role when you make a copy about what process you use and how you produce it in a case?
I wouldn't say there's a normal process. It's all case dependent. A lot of cases we get, people want PDFs of the information, portable cases that we can create. So it's basically the portable program that I'm using. That way someone could find the information they're looking for, or I give the raw information if requested.
Raw.
What's the difference between PDF form and raw information?
So Cellbrite can create a PDF form of every bit of information in the phone. It could be like a 10,000 page PDF. It literally just lists everything that's in there. If I create a portable case, as I said, that is basically like me giving you the thumb drive and it's showing you exactly what I'm seeing, and you can click on the tabs yourself from your own computer. And then if I give the raw file, that means someone has to go in and load it themselves to look for it.
I think it's better than ballistics, though. That's my
Typically,
least favorite
when you're
testimony.
producing evidence of discovery in a case, do you produce PDF or the raw file?
As I said, it's all case dependent. Not all cases have forensic experts to come in to look at the information. So I'll supply whatever is requested. Normally the PDF or the portable case is what I give, but if more is requested, that's readily available.
And so the raw data, if requested, do you provide that as well?
Yes, if requested.
In this case, were you involved in any type of forensic data extraction?
Yes, I did the extractions of multiple phones and analyzed multiple phones in this case.
You mentioned that there's a software and hardware, the gray key unit. Where's that located?
That's located in the digital forensics laboratory, which is keycard access and alarmed. Excuse me, at the Norfolk DA's office.
Are there other cases or the multiple cases that are occurring at the same time?
Yes, we constantly have phones coming in and out and being worked on.
What if you have a phone and the gray key unit's being used? What do you need to do?
We need to wait for that phone to finish, because if we say we unplugged it, it would interrupt that data transfer and we could lose it. So we wait until the phone's done and then the next phone goes up.
Did you become involved in some way in this case?
Downloading devices, sir?
Well, I'm asking generally for.
Yes.
No, I have no idea why I'm here.
Were you involved in investigating this case as far as speaking to witnesses or going to the scene?
No.
Can you describe the best you can what your role was relative to this case?
Yes, so I was brought, as I said, phones from this case to have the data extracted and then have it ready in our Cellbrite program for the investigators to look at.
Oh.
At some point, were you provided a phone that you later identified as a phone belonging to Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember when you were provided that phone?
Yes, it was January 29th, 2022, about 7:30 p.m. that night.
Do you remember where you received that phone from?
Yes, I was at the DA's office. I got it from Sergeant Buchanan and Michael Proctor.
Do you remember about what time of night that was?
As I said, about 7 to 7:30 p.m.
Thank you. When you received that phone, did you have the passcode?
No, we didn't.
Without the passcode, what were your next steps?
So the phone was placed in our digital forensics lab until we could get the passcode. I was told that a family member was going to be bringing it in so we could download the device.
Did you ultimately get that passcode?
Yes, we did.
And do you remember when you received it?
January 31st, 2022.
After you received the passcode for Mr. O'Keefe's phone, can you walk us through the process of what you did?
Yep. So once the passcode's obtained, we'll unlock the phone and then plug it into GrayKey, and then it's able to pull the full information from it without having to guess the passcode.
How long does that take?
Again, depending on the size of the phone, a few hours.
After the information was downloaded,
Probably
then what
not.
happened?
We place on our digital evidence server at the DA's office, and then if the phone is evidence, it would go into evidence. If it was a consent, we'd give it back to the person who gave it to us immediately.
Did this phone go into evidence?
Yes, it did.
When you downloaded the information through GrayKey, which you said was the hardware and software, does it produce a report with that digital imprint?
Yes, it does. It produces a report from the time you plug it in to the process it completes, and then the amount of data, and then, like I said, that digital fingerprint hash value at the end.
And did you do that with this phone, Mr. O'Keefe's
Yes,
phone? May
I
I
did.
approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, let's get to these messages. I'm nosy. I need to know.
Mm-hmm.
So he's collected this for everyone, right? Like all
I'm
their
going to show you a
phones?
document, sir.
I have no idea what he's introducing right now. Whose messages?
Oh, okay.
Because Higgins read his and Karen. We haven't met Higgins yet. This has got to be Karen and John's argument earlier that day.
Okay.
That's my.
Yeah.
Yes.
Your theory?
That's my. Yeah.
Showing you a
my-
document? Can you look at both
Yes.
pages, please?
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is the.
I'll just ask you a couple more
Oh, sorry.
questions if you don't mind.
Yeah.
More
It's probably
parties in
the
the
packet.
It's the GrayKey progress report
Him and
that they give once the phone extractions are completed.
Do you recognize that as the report that is attributed to John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes,
And does that document have that digital imprint, the digital fingerprint that you were talking about?
yes. So it's in. Yeah. So it's here on the back. I just want to see if it was in two places. But it would be here for the. Sorry, it's got cut off,
Why
but
don't I put it up for an exhibit so that you can show the jury?
Okay.
I'll ask you some questions.
Okay.
I'd like to introduce this as an exhibit, please. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Is it 18th of March?
That's right. Don't forget to hit the like button if you haven't already, please. YouTube likes it and makes other people be able to see our video. And subscribe and hit your notification bell if you haven't, so you don't
May I
miss
show
when we
that
go live.
exhibit to the jury?
Ooh, yes. Here we go.
May I approach the witness to show him the pointer?
Yes.
On this top button will be the pointer, the middle button will change the screen, so.
oh,
You can throw tomatoes in the chat. It's fine.
Can you walk us through what this report means?
yep. So here at the top, there it is. Again, it says GrayKey progress report, and then it gives the report generation date and time, and it is in UTC, which is get the exact definition, universal time coordinates, I believe. So you'd have to minus 4 or 5 hours depending on daylight savings time. So this one would have been January's -5.
Time math.
16/10 will be 1 noon, 12 o'clock for the actual time on the 31st. As we go down, device name is Johnny. The software version is the Apple iOS that was running at the time. Model number, iPhone 11. And then if you were to look up the N104AP is also a model number. The unique device ID. This one is what GrayKey assigns to the zip file that it creates. Serial number of the phone, the unique chip ID, the Wi-Fi address, the Bluetooth address, and then the phone number and then there's more information underneath.
Could we scroll that, please? Thank you.
This here is the IMEI, which is the International Mobile Equipment Identifier. It's not uncommon now to have multiple of those identifying numbers. The data partition size of the device, which is 83 gigabytes. The lock state, if the phone was locked, it would say locked. This one is unlocked. So we had the
I just got
passcode.
some hot
This was the
goss about
Gracie
this
agent
witness.
version for the software. And then this is the last time that the phone was backed up via iTunes or iCloud. This is the owner's name. You can have anything in this, but his phone had John O'Keefe set as the iPhone owner name, and then the different accounts attributed to the phone.
Okay. Can you show us where the digital fingerprint is?
Yep, it's down. So that the top part here is literally every time when it's plugged in to every process that it completes until the progress report is generated. Here, this is the full file system
tomatoes thrown at
was
him.
created on this
Knowing
date
what
and
I know
time. And then even though the partition size was 82 gigabytes, it actually pulled 125 gigabytes of data. Underneath this, if you're on the next page, is that unique fingerprints right here. So it has a SHA-256 and an MD5. They're just two versions of hashing to show that the file, the unique fingerprints, and that's what these numbers are here. So there's one for the image of the extraction, and then one for the keychain for the other
You could be totally lying right now,
documents that
and I
Reiki
wouldn't know.
creates.
And you mentioned that if anything is changed, even the period, that number and letter sequence will change as well?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Did you have an opportunity to download and extract any other phones?
Yes.
At some point, did you have an opportunity to download and extract a phone from the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember when you received that phone?
I got the phone the same time as I got Mr. O'Keefe's phone on the 29th at around 7:30 at night.
And so you received both phones at the same time
Yes,
from the same people?
correct.
Trooper Buchanan?
Yes,
Trooper Proctor?
yes.
What did you do with that phone?
Again, that was brought down to the digital forensics lab for holding until we could get into it, or a warrant was written, or whatever legal process was going to be done, so we could get that information.
Do you secure it?
Yes, that room is locked with keycard access that only myself and two others have, and it's also alarmed.
Do the case officers or investigators that aren't part of your unit have access to those items?
No, the only ones that had access were myself, Trooper Connor Keefe, and then the director, Samantha Vogt. She's a civilian that runs our lab.
And at that point, were you able, after there was process, were you able to get into the phone at first?
No, it wasn't supported by Gray Key, the phone model and number.
What do you mean it wasn't supported?
So the software, even if we had a search warrant, we plugged it in, Gray Key wouldn't be able to recognize it because it just wasn't supported at that time.
When you say it wasn't supported, does this have anything to do with a passcode?
For both. So we didn't have the passcode. So because we didn't have it, it wasn't supported for us to download that information from the device.
If you had a passcode, would it have been supported?
Yes, it would have been.
So is there a process when you have a phone that you don't have a passcode for to be able to access the content of the phone?
I'll say,
Yes, that's
Amos, I
correct.
now
We have to wait
understand Kelly's
until
comment earlier.
We
The
either
Sarah
have the
Birch
passcode
one.
or the
Sandra Birch
software
one.
and hardware is supported for the device where it can try to guess the passcode.
Let me ask you some questions about software. In forensic data analysis, does software change frequently?
Constantly.
When the software changes, does it advance?
Does the software get better?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
At the time you first had the defendant's phone, the software you had was unable to access the contents?
That is correct.
What do? Do you look for other software or do you wait for updates? What's the process?
Fine, Buffy.
If there is another software out there, we will use it to try to get the information. If not, we are at the mercy of waiting for the developers to come up with the information for us.
Did you wait in this case?
Yes, we did. We had to wait.
Ultimately, did software advance so that without a passcode, you were able to access?
Yes.
How long did you have to wait before you were able to access?
I believe it was July of 2022 that the software had been upgraded enough that it was able to brute force or guess her passcode for the device.
And where does the device remain until you're ready to try again?
In that locked digital forensics lab.
So when the software updates and advances, do you know that it will be successful, or you plug it in and you try?
No. So on Gray Key, they have like a link where you can click and it brings up a whole matrix. So it shows every make, model of phone and then the software associated with it. And it says it can do a partial download, a full download, a password guess. And it tells us, so when there's a new update, we'll check that to make sure that the devices we have can be accessed.
Did you make an attempt to have the software access the phone without a passcode?
Objection, Your Honor. Move the approach, please.
So I'm very low. Is that what you guys are saying with sound? Or the standards are very low? Well, Amy said that I was very low for you. But I think it's because the feed is high, the volume there, and we're not. Oh, you guys want to hear the hot goss about this witness real quick while we're on a little sidebar? Okay. So Amos let me know. This is per Turtle Boy's X account post. Just a reminder, Nicholas Guarino covered for alleged murderer and child rapist Matthew Farwell, that's the Sandra Birchmore case, by claiming he couldn't retrieve 32,709 deleted messages from Farwell's phone. The messages contain evidence of the murder, admittance to rape, and details of violent child rape fantasies. There's more to that. But this is the same guy who said he didn't find any of these people's text messages and missing stuff, who also said he couldn't find it for him. The feds discovered that Matthew Farwell texted Sarah Birchmore over 32,000 times. The feds found it. This guy did not. But when Nicholas Guarino did a full data extract report on Farwell's phone, he didn't find a single text message. This is the same trooper who didn't find any of Jen McCabe's deleted phone calls or Google searches, and who testified that John O'Keefe's Apple Health data shows him going up and down flights of stairs because he was driving on a hilly street that wasn't actually hilly. And if you think that's bad, wait until you hear about what he didn't find.
Did you use software inevitably
victim's phone that we did?
The defendant's phone?
Yes.
And how many times did you download?
So there was 2 downloads. One, thank you. One of the partial part of the phone, and then we, in the same time that we had it plugged in, we had the password brute force guess software installed onto the phone, so we would try to guess the passcode. So there were 2 downloads, one with very limited data, and then one with the full file system extraction, which is everything on the phone that it can get.
May I approach?
Yes. That is suspicious.
I'm going to show you 2 documents, sir.
So thank you, Kelly and Polly, that brought up the Sandra Birchmore case. This connects some dots. That's very interesting. The feds found it. The defense in this case found deleted stuff. This guy allegedly did not. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
I'm going to show you 2 documents that actually, the first one, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Is that a result summary from Gray Key for a search of the defendant's phone?
This is the initial extraction that we created before the password guess process went through.
I'd like to introduce this as the next exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
That's the original.
Yes, this is the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not looking great.
I showed you a second document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is essentially the same information, except it goes further of all the password guess attempts longer until we actually get all of the information from the phone.
Like you use this as the next exhibit, please.
No objection, Mr. Leslie?
No objection, Your Honor.
20, somewhere.
Could I have the previous exhibit as well, please? Sir, I'm handing you back exhibit 19, which was the partial download.
Okay.
Exhibit 20, which was the subsequent download. You mentioned hash value changes with the content of each download.
Yes.
Is there hash values specifically assigned to each download?
Yes, there is.
Are they the same number and digits in digital fingerprint?
No, they're not.
And explain again why they would be different.
Again, the first one was the partial. It was only 45 gigabytes of data. So it has one number. The second download was 109 gigabytes of data once it got the passcode. And again, that number is completely different again. And again, like I said, the information is not the same, so the hash values won't be the same.
Were the two other phones that you inevitably analyzed?
Yes, there were.
Let's start with the first one. Did you have an opportunity to create a file on a phone that came from Kerry Roberts?
Yes, I did.
Now, you said it's a two-step process. First is the extraction, the copying, and then it's creating the file.
That's exactly right.
With Kerry Roberts' phone, did you make the extraction? Did you plug it into the gray key?
No, I didn't.
Who did?
Trooper Connor Keefe.
How do you know Trooper Connor Keefe?
He went to meet with Kerry Roberts, received the device from her. He brought it back to the office and did the extraction. His name is also on the extraction gray key progress reports as well. And he wrote 2 state police reports regarding it.
Do you work with Connor Keefe?
Yes.
He works with, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I would say we do the same, essentially the same job working together.
So he's in your unit?
Yes, he is.
In the digital forensic unit?
That's correct.
That phone, did it come with any paperwork, any forms?
Yes, he had 2 signed waivers of consent from both parties for each device, one for each device.
And so as far as the copying, the extraction, you did not do the extraction on Kerry Roberts' phone?
No, I did not.
After it was plugged in and a copy was made, did you then access it?
Months down the road.
Were you assigned at that point to analyze or look at any of the data on that phone?
Initially, no.
At some point, did you create a file so that you could provide it to the parties?
Yes, I did.
Was that upon request?
Yes, it was.
And separately, did you know, or did you, let me ask it a different way. Was a phone from Jennifer McCabe extracted?
Yes, it was.
Did you do the extraction?
No, I did not.
Was the information after extracted again provided to a digital file?
It would have been, yes.
Did you, at some point later, did you make a copy to provide to the parties?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us what a USEF reader is?
So the UFED reader is a portable case that I can create through Cellbrite. Again, like I said, it's the exact same program that I would be viewing if I was sitting at my desktop, and said it can be made into a thumb drive to give to defense, prosecution, investigators, whoever. And there's no chance for the data to be manipulated because it's just a reader.
When you have the digital file that's been extracted and then created into a PDF or a form that can be read, can you print the entire file on paper if you'd like?
Yes, you could.
Would that include, could you print it so it includes the entire content of the phone?
Yes, it'd be thousands of pages, but yes, you could.
Is there any way to isolate particular things of interest that you might want? For example, if you wanted just the chats between two people, is there a way that you could have a program isolate just those chats and then give you all of them in a form that you could read?
Yes, so you can go in to cherry pick whatever information you're looking for to create into PDFs or other, it gives 5, I think, different mediums. You can have it output HTML, portable cases, XML files.
If you wanted to create a document that had a number of people in communications, could you do that as well?
Yes, you could.
So you can pretty much set the parameters how you want if you want to search for particular items.
Yes, it's very generous that way of being able to search for keywords, phone numbers, whatever it is, and then you can export that out into a PDF so you can print it.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go through the program and create a number of documents that isolated specific information that you wanted?
Yes.
For example, did you go through and create a report for all of John O'Keefe's calls for a period of time?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the program and create a report for all of the calls between John O'Keefe and the defendant for a period of time?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the program and create a specific document that would show just the text messages between John O'Keefe and the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the phone and create specific separate documents for communications, phone calls, and text messages between Mr. O'Keefe and other people, not the defendant?
Yes.
For example, Ms. Roberts,
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. McCabe.
Yep.
Did you go through any of the phones and create documents to show any text or conversation between parties not involving John O'Keefe?
If directed, I could, but I don't believe I did.
When you took on the task of creating these documents, was it something you did on your own or something that you would wait for a request from a prosecutor or another officer?
I would wait for a request. Again, my knowledge of most of the cases is very, very limited. So if they're looking for something specific, I can assist them. If they need some type of help, I can assist them. But normally I will open it up for them and they have a better knowledge of the case, so they know what they're going to be looking for. Everyone in our office is Cellbrite trained. Or if someone new comes in, that's the first thing they'll go to is to a Cellbrite training, so they know how to use this program. And it doesn't put the burden on myself and Trooper Keefe to try to find everything for every case.
Thank you.
Oh,
John, at this time, I'd like to conclude this witness's testimony to be recalled again.
You're in agreement with that, Mr. Lessie?
We are, Your Honor, subject to the recall.
cool. I get what?
You're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll see you again.
Why did we need to establish that now? Only to call him back later. Hold on.
Thank
you. Headphones are all taken.
Objective unclear.
I guess unless he's going to come after.
Do you have another
every-
witness, Mr. Brennan?
May I?
Yes, please.
All right. Well, that was
Commonwealth calls Mr. Whitley.
Ooh.
Mr. Whitley. Who are you?
Are you a new guy? Why don't I recognize that name?
Where did I put? Whitley. Oh, he's a Canton Fire Department, I'm assuming.
Because he's
Sean
bald.
Kirby, I'm just giving the court and jury in the case now here.
No, I have the witness list.
Oh.
That's where they're from. Daniel.
May I?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello, my name is Daniel Whitley, Whitley. I'm a paramedic with the Canton Fire Department. I've been a paramedic and firefighter there since March of 2006.
Before you became a paramedic firefighter with the Canton Fire Department, did you work anywhere else related to that field?
Yes, I had 4 years full-time as a EMT intermediate, and also a paramedic at American Medical Response in Brockton.
I'd like to take us right to January 29, 2022.
Yes.
Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Were you working?
Yes.
What was your role that day?
I was a field training officer working on the ambulance with my partner, Jason Becker.
Mr. Becker?
Correct.
That morning, did you know whether there was a call where a group of your colleagues went to an address 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Were you accompanying your colleagues on that initial call?
No.
Where were you at the time your colleagues left to go to that location?
I was at the Station 2, Ponkabog Station, on the north side of town.
Different station?
Correct.
At some point after that call came in and was responded to you, did you receive a call?
Sometime after, I'm not quite sure exactly how soon or later it was, but we received another call to respond to that scene.
As a result of receiving that call, did you make your way towards that location?
Yes.
Who did you go there with?
Just me and my partner at that time was Jason Becker.
What type of vehicle did you use to get there?
It was an ambulance.
What was the weather like?
It was snowing pretty heavily at that point.
Do you know about how long it took you to get to 34 Fairview?
Not exactly, but definitely longer than usual. It should have been an 8-minute drive. I'm guessing 10 to 12 minutes. You could refer to my partner's report for exacts.
When you got there, what did you see?
We arrived on scene. Our engine was there before. We run on a response with an engine and an ambulance to medical calls. And then at least 2 police cruisers and another car parked on the street, a gray SUV.
When you got there, did you meet with anybody?
Yeah, usually we get out, we say hi to my lieutenant and the other gentleman, Sam Parker, was on the engine before we got there. They were up front of where we parked, and then we walked down further, or at least I did, to the gray SUV.
When you reached the gray SUV, did you see anybody inside it?
I believe at that point we were kind of, getting out. We were walking down, they were coming out to greet us. There were 3 women there.
Okay. Did you speak to any of them in particular?
Not at that point, no, not really.
At some point, did you have any interaction with any of the women?
Yes.
In fact, did you know any of the women who were there that morning?
I knew Kerry Roberts.
How did you know Kerry Roberts?
First we're neighbors. She lives about 100, 200 yards away from me around the corner. And she helped organize a neighborhood block party, and I would volunteer every year to bring the fire truck to the block party and show the kids the fire truck for a little bit.
So you knew her well?
No.
Were you friends with her?
No.
Friendly?
I just would describe us as acquaintances.
Did you ever socialize with her personally, other than the block party?
No.
But you know who she was?
I knew who she was. I don't recognize her, yes.
Did you talk to her that morning?
Not beyond probably a hey or hi or something like that.
Do you know whether she ever gave you any items?
Thank you, Max.
I know at one point I had to exchange whether it was a purse or a cell phone or some object from Miss Reed.
At some point that morning, did you have an opportunity to meet with the defendant?
Yes.
Where did you first see her?
We were in the process of getting her to go to the hospital.
When you say we, who was helping you?
That would be, my partner, obviously, Jason Becker, and then my lieutenant, Greg Woodbury.
Where was she when you first saw her?
She was.
Somewhere outside in the street.
Do you recognize her in the courtroom today?
I do.
And could you identify her, please?
Yes.
Please. You're pointing to a person. Can you give just a very limited?
The woman standing, sitting in between these two gentlemen here.
Did you interact with her that morning? Have a conversation?
Yes.
When you first started speaking to her, what was her demeanor?
Pretty upset, crying. She was. We had a Section 12 in hand, which is a medical order or a police order to be taken to the hospital for a psychological evaluation.
Did you discuss that with her?
Yes. Yeah.
Did you ask her to follow you or to come with you?
Yeah, she did.
And did that happen?
To the ambulance, correct.
So you went to the ambulance with the defendant?
Yeah.
And was Mr. Becker with you?
Yes.
What happens when you get to the ambulance?
So it was snowing, and it was more to kind of just get everybody into a nice, warmer location where it wasn't snowing or windy or anything like that. And we would discussing that, we have a Section 12 that states we have, regardless of if you want to go, we have to take you to the hospital. She was arguing that she really didn't need to go to the hospital. And we were trying to convince her to go to the hospital because once the Section 12 is written, it doesn't matter what the patient says. We have to get them there one way or the other, whether it's cooperatively restrained or chemically restrained with sedatives or anything.
It's not a voluntary order?
It is not a voluntary order.
Inevitably, did the defendant agree to go with you to the hospital?
Yes.
When you were going to return to the hospital, was the defendant placed in the back of the ambulance where a patient would be?
Correct. So how we operate for anybody that's a Section 12 or anybody that is under the influence of anything, we always operate with two people in the back of the ambulance. So myself and my partner, Jason Becker, were back there. And then we had to take somebody from the engine company and have them drive to the hospital. And that was Sam Park.
Sam Bach?
Park, B-O-C-H.
Thank you. Before you left, before you started to drive away from Fairview, were you having any conversations with the defendant?
Yes.
Can you share with the jury what those conversations were about?
We were talking. She was upset. She kept asking if there was any chance her husband could be alive, and even sitting outside in the snow with no coat on for many hours.
Did she indicate what many hours meant? How many?
No.
How often did she raise the issue of whether or not or how long he could be out for?
I'd say at least 3 to 4, maybe more.
That's the skinniest of skinny ties.
Correct. Yes.
Was part of your job to try to get them to the location safely?
I think
Yes.
And sometimes you treat patients with physical injuries, don't you?
Oftentimes it is physical injuries. Yes.
Are you trained when you're trying to transport somebody on how to interact with them?
Yes. Well, sometimes if they're upset, in this instance, she kept asking if there was any chance that he could be alive, and that we really didn't know what was the patient that ambulance 1 took. We really didn't know what his condition was, and but figuring that it was a hypothermia type case, being the conditions outside, we were trying to give her hope that there is a saying in the medical field, you're not dead until you're warm and dead. And we I was basically, there's stories of children falling through ice and falling into rivers and being underwater for multiple hours and coming out, being resuscitated and having no neurological deficits. So I was telling her those stories just kind of to say, look, let's be sure we'll get to the hospital. We'll find out more there. Just trying to give her any sort of hope that her husband would be alive.
Can you describe her demeanor when she was in the back of the ambulance with you during your interactions with her?
She would go from pretty upset, crying. And one instance where she kept saying,
fascinating.
I can't take care of these kids. I can't take care of these kids. They're not my kids, and they're not his kids. And I, at that point, I understood who ambulance 1 had taken, because John was pretty well known in the town for taking on the care of his niece and nephew. So I said, listen, it's okay. It looks like you have a very strong support system. And then Miss Reed said, do you know Kerry Roberts? And she had been crying. And she picked her head up and said, do you know Kerry Roberts? And I said, a matter of fact, I do. And she said, anybody who knows Kerry Roberts wouldn't say that about her. And I said, well, she did come to out at early in the morning to look for your husband in a blizzard. And she just rolled her eyes and put her head back down. And I thought it was just bizarre.
Objection, move to strike.
I'll strike that last sentence.
Would you describe her demeanor as even through that ride?
No.
How long did it take to get to the hospital?
I mean, you can refer to my partner's ambulance trip report. I'm sure it has the.
Do you have it right with you, sir?
I do not know.
Well, let me ask you.
I would guess about 15 to 20 minutes, somewhere in there.
You don't have an exact memory?
No.
Damn you, Annie, with your yawn.
When you get to the hospital with a patient under these circumstances, do you leave them at the door?
No.
What do you do?
We have to hand off care. So we go in and we have to give a report to a nurse to let them know what their condition is, why they're coming to the hospital, and what we found taking them to the hospital.
When you got to the hospital with Miss Reed, did you interact with the hospital personnel?
Yes.
Do you typically, after you hand off a patient to staff, do you leave?
Typically, yes. This time, Miss Reed was, I'm going to say, not really cooperative with the nurse there. The nurse was asking her to get into a Johnny, give a urine sample. She was not cooperative. The nurse tried to work with her, had an ER tech go and ask the doctor if she had to get into a Johnny. She came back. She said, yes, she's a patient. She has to do all the normal stuff. We really didn't feel comfortable actually leaving the general area. I don't know if it was just shift change or what, but security wasn't there. And with her demeanor, we just didn't feel comfortable leaving the nurse by herself with Miss Reed.
You said that there was some difficult times. Was there some difficulty about the defendant accepting wearing a Johnny?
Yes, she was refusing to get into the Johnny, and the nurse kept saying, well, you got to get into this Johnny. The nurse did try to work with her and asked the doc if.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
And so the ER tech had to come back and say, yes, she has to get into the Johnny. And at that point she did. She seemed to have calmed down and was getting into the Johnny. Security personnel had shown up, and we felt comfortable being able to kind of leave the nurse and the tech on their own.
Before security came, was there difficulty in her providing a urine sample?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
Can you ask the question again? I'm sorry.
Why don't you ask it a little differently?
Sure. Do you remember whether she was giving the nurses a hard time about a urine sample?
Yes.
Objection.
So break that down, Mr. Brennan. The objection is sustained.
You said that she was giving nurses a hard time.
She didn't want to give a urine sample. And then the nurses kept asking her to, this is the cup, you pee in the cup.
Objection. Not funded.
No, I'm going.
You were there and saw this, right?
I saw it, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, you knew before you got into ambulance 2 that you were heading to Fairview Road for what is called a Section 12, correct?
We were dispatched for a Section 12, correct?
Right. And that was not your first call for a Section 12, right?
No.
You had been in that job since 2006?
Yes.
You've handled a number of them over the years, correct?
Correct.
The fact that the call came in as a Section 12 gave you some idea of the nature of the issue that you might be dealing with, correct?
We had an idea that it was for a psychological issue, correct?
Right. It told you that somebody at that location was suspected of being in some type of either psychiatric or emotional distress, correct?
Yes.
And on your crew, or of your crew, I should say,
I
you
agree.
were the one to drive the ambulance to the residence, correct?
I drove to the address at
All right.
Fairview.
Now, you've said that when you got to Fairview Road, you don't recall the time, but you do recall that there were still emergency vehicles on scene, correct?
I do.
There was nobody lying in the front lawn of 34 Fairview at that time, correct?
Correct.
And do you know how much later after 6 a.m. you would have gone there?
You'd have to refer to my partner's report.
You don't know if it was minutes or hours?
It
later?
was minutes. It was within the hour. I don't know.
Within the hour,
Yep.
okay. And you said that there were, or you testified that there were 2 police vehicles on scene, correct?
At least 2.
At least 2. There could have been more than 2.
It certainly could have been.
And those police vehicles in such a situation, particularly with the snow falling down, would have had their blue lights flashing?
I'm not exactly sure if they did or they didn't. Sometimes the police shut off their lights when they arrive on scene. Sometimes they don't.
Okay, so you don't have a memory one way or the other?
No, nothing sticks out.
But those police vehicles certainly were not hidden. They were in plain view, correct?
I would say so.
Minimum of 2, maybe more. Correct?
Yes.
And there was also a gray SUV parked near that residence?
Correct.
And there was a fire engine there as well, correct?
Correct.
You called it our engine, right? That was from your
Well, it would be engine 3.
engine 3 from
Or
your
at least
station.
the station 1 engine.
I'm sorry?
The station 1 engine. So Canton Fire has 2 fire stations. We were coming from the second station. The station 1 engine is the one that responded to Fairview.
Okay, and that was a typical large fire engine, correct?
Yeah.
And did the fire engine have its lights on?
I assume it did, only because we rarely shut our lights off on a scene.
Sure. And there were police officers walking about, milling about?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
I know I spoke with Officer Sarif and Officer Mulaney.
Okay. And
So
were
at
there-
least 2.
And you know them by name?
Yeah, Canton's a fairly small town, so you run into the police on a regular basis.
Sure. And you work cooperatively with them, correct?
Yes.
Were there other police officers besides Sarif and Mulaney?
I'm sure there could have been, but I don't recall ever speaking with them or interacting with them.
Okay. Were there other EMTs or firefighters there when you got there?
Just my Lieutenant Woodbury, and then firefighter Sam Park.
Okay. And they were in charge of engine 1?
Well, the station 1 engine.
The station 1 engine? Okay. And there were also civilians on scene, correct?
Correct.
So you would agree that there was a lot of activity outside 34 Fairview, correct?
There was a fair amount of activity.
I mean, there were people and vehicles and lights surrounding that residence, correct?
This place, my background.
I assume so, yes.
Well, you were there, so you don't really have to assume, you know, right?
There was at least 2 police cruisers and a fire engine.
Right, and civilians,
And
and police officers, and firefighters, correct? And civilians.
Correct.
All right. With all of that activity outside 34 Fairview, did you ever see the homeowner come out of his house?
I wouldn't have known the homeowner.
Do you ever see anybody exit the house?
I was not focused on the house at all.
All right. You were there to do a job, correct?
I was there to take somebody to the hospital.
Right. And you were there also to do a medical or psychiatric assessment while you were on scene, correct?
Well, yes, my partner was. Correct.
All right. When you got there, you learned, well, I have to strike that. You knew going there that your patient would have been Karen Reed, correct?
No.
Okay. When you got there, you learned your patient was to be Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
All right. And given the nature of the call, you knew when you arrived that you would be transporting her to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
One of the first things that you tried to do was to get a medical history from her, correct?
Or my partner.
All right. And you were present for that, correct?
I may or may not have been.
Getting a medical history is important so that you can pass along information to the hospital when you eventually arrive there with the patient, correct?
Yes.
And you know that when assessing and treating somebody, getting more information is always better than getting less information, correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so there are times when you'd like to get less information from a patient before you transport them?
So it would be pertinent information. For instance, if somebody was complaining of chest pain and they had, stents placed in their heart, we wouldn't talk about how they had their tonsils removed when they were 12.
Okay, fair enough. But getting more information is not going to negate the crucial information that you do get, correct?
I mean, it certainly could in a critical stage. If there was a critical patient, we wouldn't typically overburden passing off a report to a nurse or a doctor with non-pertinent information.
Okay, it's not your testimony that getting less information is always better than getting more information, is it?
I would say getting pertinent information is better than having.
That wasn't my question. My question was, is it your testimony that getting less information is always better than getting more information, sir?
I would not agree with that, no.
Okay, thank you. Now, the medical history that was taken from Ms. Reed listed her as having multiple sclerosis, right?
I want to see it, please.
Oops, sidebar. Okay, so this guy, let me make sure I'm following because I've had a lot of chaos going on behind the scenes with Wolfie coming home. So I have missed a few things with this witness. So let me just try to get caught up here. Okay, so this guy was on the scene at 34 Fairview when they found John's body. They take John in a different ambulance. They put Karen in one ambulance, him in the other, because apparently she's at the scene expressing that she has some suicidal ideation going on.
Okay.
And they take her to the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what I've caught from this? Oh,
Well,
Bell says
yeah.
no.
No?
Bell says no.
That's what I understood.
He was there to pick up Karen specifically. Right. So they have, because Karen's dad had called them and been like, we need somebody to
Okay,
get
so
them.
we are right.
Right.
Maybe.
But Karen did not ride with John to the hospital. They arrived in two separate ambulances.
Oh, I see. Bills. Okay.
He wasn't there when he found the body. Right. But they're still picking her up from the scene. Okay. See, I was under the impression earlier.
I was so confused for a second.
I was under the impression earlier that her going to the hospital for these ideations was later. Like after they left the scene. I did not realize that they were happening at the same place. So that's interesting. He came back after Karen left, and then Kerry brought her back to the scene. Okay. Anyway, okay. So it was, she left the scene, then Kerry was told to bring her back to the scene. Why would they ask her to bring her back instead of picking her up from wherever she was? That's interesting, but okay. Also weird. Well, maybe they wanted to collect her urine to see if she was on drugs. To decide whether if this is a naturally occurring break or a drug-induced break, because it can be hard to tell the difference. So that's probably why they wanted a urine sample, would be my guess, because you can't believe someone when they say, "Oh, I'm sober." I mean, you'd want to, but you can't. Though, if I was in the middle of having those ideations and someone picked me up, I'd be like, "Why the hell do you need my urine? Get out of here." You know?
Excuse me.
All right, what do we got over here? It was, oh, I already highlighted that one. My apologies, because it was the cops who called the Section 12, not her dad. I could have sworn in opening statements they said it was her father. Like, okay, now I'm confused. A lot of people think she was sectioned in order to get a sample, not because she really needed one. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. I thought they said her dad was the one that called, like in opening statements. Okay. I mean, I would like to hear the phone call. Express concern. Okay.
Thank you. Sir, the medical testimony, history that your partner and you took from Ms. Reed listed that she suffered from multiple sclerosis, correct?
Correct.
And you know that that's a chronic disease of the central nervous system?
It's my understanding.
And what does chronic mean?
I believe any disease lasting more than a certain amount of time. It could be 2 years, 3 years, 4 years.
Persists for a long time or constantly recurs?
Correct.
And it's a disease that affects neurological muscle control, correct?
That's my understanding.
And last question, it's also a progressive disease, which means it tends to get worse over time?
My understanding.
All right. Now, when you first interacted with Karen Reed after you got to 34 Fairview and encountered that whole scene, it was clear to you that a major focus for her was whether John O'Keefe was alive or dead, correct?
Correct.
Bless you. She asked if somebody could survive after having been found in the snow without a jacket, correct?
For many hours, correct.
All right. And you mentioned something about
Mr. Annie.
Gosh. That you assumed that you may have been dealing with the hypothermia situation from earlier, correct?
Well, she said that he had been out in the snow with no jacket on for many hours.
And you assumed hypothermia was your testimony, correct?
Yes.
You are not qualified to diagnose hypothermia, are you?
I'm not a doctor.
Okay. And you don't know if your assumption about hypothermia was correct or incorrect, correct?
Is my assumption correct?
My question is that as you testify here today, after having dropped off Karen Reed at the hospital for that Section 12, you don't know if the assumption that you made that you were dealing with the hypothermia situation was correct or not. Is that right?
Well, they were certainly working on him at the hospital as a hypothermia patient.
You don't know if your assumption was correct or not, sir.
I guess I don't.
And you told her, in fact, that you could not speak to that, correct?
I'm sorry, to what?
in terms of how long somebody could survive outside. Correct?
I couldn't speak to his condition is basically what I was trying to say to her.
But she still persisted in asking you over and over if he was alive or dead, correct?
Correct.
She wouldn't let that go. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And that was despite your not being able to give her an answer, correct?
Again, we were just trying to sort of give her any hope.
Right. Okay. So she kept asking it, and you were trying to give her hope that he could still be alive, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, today you claimed that her demeanor had changed when you mentioned Kerry Roberts, correct?
Correct.
And the term that you used to describe her demeanor when you mentioned Kerry Roberts as being part of a support system, what term did you use?
I'm sorry.
When you just testified on direct examination, did you characterize the way that she reacted when you mentioned Kerry?
She had been crying in her hands, and I said, you know, it looks like you have a very strong support system. And she picked up her head. She had her face in her hands. She picked up her head out of her hands, looked at me, and said, "Do you know Kerry Roberts?" And I said, "Matter of fact, I do." And she said, "Anybody who knows Kerry Roberts wouldn't say that about her."
Okay. And you've previously described that in testimony last year as her being snarky was the term you used, correct?
Correct.
But you were first interviewed by the police on February 8th of 2022, correct?
If that's what the report says, yes.
About 10 days after this?
About that.
And the events of January 29th were fresh in your mind on February 8th of 2022, correct?
As fresh as they are today.
Okay, so you do not allow that your memory was better on February 8th of 2022 regarding January 29th of 2022. It wasn't better on February 8th than it is today, is your testimony.
I would feel it's just as good.
Okay. Your memory does not get better over time, correct?
For this case, it seemed to stick out to me.
Okay, so are you testifying that your memory gets better over time?
No, but
that would be crazy, wouldn't it?
Correct.
In that February 8th, 2022 interview, you were asked about Kerry Roberts, right?
That would be crazy.
I'm sorry, what day?
February 8th of 2022. Okay. You were asked about Kerry Roberts, right?
I do not recall if I was or was not.
You told the police that you knew Kerry Roberts from your neighborhood, correct?
Okay, yes.
And you've testified today that she just lived 200 yards away from you, right around the corner, right?
About that.
And you told police that you had seen Kerry Roberts on scene at 34th Fairview when you got there, correct?
Correct.
You also told police that Karen Reed had told you about making statements about her wanting to die, correct?
Correct.
But on February 8th of 2022, just 10 days after these events, you never mentioned to the police during that interview that Karen was snarky in any way, correct?
I don't know if I did or I didn't. I don't know if it would be in their report.
If you saw that report, would it refresh your memory as to whether or not you mentioned snarkiness?
I don't think I mentioned snarkiness that day. No.
Okay. All right. Well, that answers my question.
Okay.
Bells, look what I got. It's not Skittles, but it's close. But look what elbow feet got me. Oh, stupid green screen.
But
it's freeze-dried candy.
Interview, and of course, even after January 29th of 2022, you went back to your neighborhood, the same neighborhood that you lived in with Kerry Roberts, correct?
Correct.
Do you still live in that neighborhood?
I do.
Does Kerry Roberts still live there?
She does.
So you and Kerry Roberts have continued to live in the same neighborhood for years after January 29th, correct?
We have.
And before you ever encountered Karen Reed that day, you had interacted with Kerry Roberts in the past, correct?
Briefly, yes.
Well, you were both on the same neighborhood Facebook page, were you not?
Yes, that's why I volunteered to bring the fire truck to the
Right.
block
So
party.
one time she had posted on that neighborhood Facebook page that she wanted to have a fire truck at the neighborhood block party, correct?
Correct.
And that's when you replied and volunteered that you would bring the fire truck to that block party as she requested, correct?
Correct.
I don't know what's
And you
happening in
also
my
worked
mouth
with
right
Kerry
now.
Roberts on the Ponkapog Civic Association, did you not?
I did not know. She worked on the board prior to my arrival on the board.
So you both worked on the same board, but just at different times?
Different times, correct.
All right. We had, I think you had touched on this earlier, in addition to knowing Kerry Roberts, having been with the Canton Fire Department since 2006.
These are weird and awesome.
There've been many times when you've worked
Is it
in
the flavor or
conjunction
the
with the
texture?
police, correct?
Both.
And in addition to the two police officers that you mentioned having seen at 34 Fairview on January 29th, that being Seraph and Merlaney, you know many other officers at the Canton police station.
I do.
And as you say, Canton's a small town, correct?
Relatively.
People know each other, correct?
Correct.
You also knew former state trooper Michael Proctor before you arrived at 34 Fairview, correct?
I did.
Michael Proctor actually was 2 years ahead of you in school, was he not?
He was.
And you learned at some point that your school classmate, Michael Proctor, was the lead investigator into the death of John O'Keefe, this case, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, when you spoke to the police in February of 2022, Michael Proctor was one of the troopers to interview you, correct?
Correct.
You did not go to school with Karen Reed, right?
No, not to my knowledge.
You didn't help coordinate neighborhood block parties with Karen Reed, right?
Nope.
You were not in a civic association that Karen Reed belonged to at any point, correct?
Nope.
She was a stranger to you on January 29th, 2022, correct?
She was a patient of mine, yes.
Well, as far as you knew, she was an outsider to Canton, correct?
I did not know that.
You didn't live in the same neighborhood with her?
I'm not sure if we did or did not.
You had no personal contact with her either before or after January 29th of 2022, correct?
No.
All right. Now, as a result of your having gone to the scene, there's a patient care record that is generated, correct?
Correct.
And on this issue of the snarkiness and the demonstration that you just did, there's a contemporaneous report of your team's observations from January 29th, right?
Are you referring to my partner's run report?
Yeah, the patient care report.
Yes.
All right. And that patient care report is dated January 29th of 2022 and is timed at 9:03 and 34 seconds a.m. Does that sound right?
Sounds about right.
All right. And that 9:03:34, from your knowledge of how patient care reports are generated, would that be the time that you arrived on scene or the time that the report is written?
I mean, I would have to see what time, the exact time you're referring to, but it could be the time the call is closed, or it could be the time you finish the report.
These are kind of
there
sour
could be multiple
bells.
reports. I'm not exactly positive which report you're talking about.
Okay. In any case, it was from that morning, correct?
Well, it did. I assume so.
I mean, there was only one morning that you went to 34 Fairview.
Well, no, but there could be two reports. So the engine has to write a report and the ambulance has to write a report.
But they're both about that morning, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, there are boxes to fill out on the patient care record, correct?
Correct.
One of the boxes is primary impression.
Yes.
What does primary impression mean?
That is just what we believe the patient's not complaint is, but what we believe the patient is suffering from.
Okay. And that is listed on the patient care record for Karen Reed as a behavioral/psychiatric episode, correct?
Yeah. So that's a box we check. for just about any section 12.
Sure. And of course, that mentions nothing about snarkiness, correct?
No, that is my partner's report.
Okay. There's also a box for secondary impression, correct?
Correct.
What is secondary impression?
That might be like just a secondary complaint most of the time, a lot of the times.
Is snarky an
patients don't have
option,
a
though?
secondary complaint.
Okay.
And the
But in
box
this
says-
case, it's listed as anxiety/emotional upset, correct?
Yes.
All right. And again, that mentions nothing about snarkiness, correct?
That's my partner's report, yes.
There's also a box for signs and symptoms, right?
There is.
And nowhere in the signs and symptoms box is snarkiness mentioned, correct?
No, I don't think that would be medically appropriate.
And then in the patient care record, it's recorded that Karen was found sitting in the front passenger seat of a friend's car, crying and visibly upset, but cooperative, right?
If that's my partner's words, yes.
All right. And those words, actually nowhere in the patient care record is it listed that she was snarky in any way, correct?
Why wouldn't they
Again,
call that
would not
partner,
be
though?
Something we would put into a patient care report.
And you did not put it in, correct?
It was my partner's report, and no, we did not put it in.
Okay. And once Ms. Reed agreed to go with you in the ambulance, it's fair to say she was still upset and crying, correct?
At times.
If I may have a moment.
Sure.
Actually, if I can just get my glasses so that I can see.
I don't know how to describe these freezer dried fruity candy, but it's pretty awesome. They're a little sour. Remember I told you this eye only tears up when over food? This one's all teared up because of how sour they are. This one is fine.
Okay. You had just testified that you said at times she was upset and crying when she got in the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
You testified on April 21st of 2022 before the grand jury, did you not?
I did.
And that was 3 months after the events that you're testifying about today?
Roughly.
And your memory back then was fresh, was it not?
Yes.
And you were asked the question, once she was in the back of the ambulance and she agreed voluntarily to go to the hospital, did she appear to calm down at that point? Do you remember that question?
I do.
And your answer was, I mean, she wasn't arguing against us at that point. I mean, once she, agreed to come with us voluntarily, I mean, she was still upset, crying, and talking on the phone. Do you remember that answer?
I do.
All right. You didn't mention in that answer that it was only at times that she was crying and upset, correct?
My fingers are all sticky now.
No.
Okay. The whole time, from beginning to end, Ms. Reed was constantly worried about John, was she not?
Yeah.
You recall that she was on the phone at one point speaking to someone that she called Papa, correct?
Correct.
Did you later learn that Papa was John O'Keefe Sr.?
I am just learning that just now.
All right.
Thank you.
In any case, you heard her say to Papa, is he dead? He's dead, isn't he?
Sustained.
You could hear on the other end of the line that Papa was saying something to her, correct?
The objection sustained.
May I approach?
The witness or me?
Sidebar.
Okay.
Sidebar.
So many sidebars.
So many sidebars. So
I mean, I think the most sidebars was Murdoch, but
So I don't know. I've never heard of Can Pie Foods, but whoever you are, if you would like to sponsor Couch Court with Llama, I will happily promote you every day. This is the weirdest experience my mouth has had.
I've never seen
Does
them
that sound great?
around. Where did he get them?
I don't know. I'll have to ask him. I don't know.
Can you please?
I don't know how to describe it, you guys. But it is weird and delicious. It's kind of like popcorn, but not. I don't know.
Lightly
But
is
Bells, you were right.
feeling
They're awesome.
the 7.5 hours of lack of attention. So if you guys can hear her, I'm sorry.
She has things to say.
Who pet me?
Just forget about it. We won't even have our show. We'll just let our pets do it.
I love you. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. I had to
You
try
may
like
join
not to
me
eat
on
that
the
whole
bag.
bag. But I just keep eating them because I want to experience them like
again
one more time. Like, what is happening right now? I don't know.
What did you?
Oh no. You sent Bells the wrong candy. I don't think so. She has a bunch of favorite kinds of candy. It was Amy, by the way.
Amy is. What candy did you send her? How can it be wrong if it's freeze-dried? Unless
Right?
it's not
Or any
freeze-dried.
candy.
Yeah.
This is pretty cool. This is so weird. I love it.
Mm.
So this guy, what do we think about this guy?
Who is this guy?
No, not this guy. That's John's brother.
Oh,
Who was filming
Paul?
his wife. Yeah. I meant the guy on the stand, the ambulance guy. Why? How are they allowed to ask him and bring up his partner's report and what the report says when they should be bringing that guy to talk about the report?
Why should they be at? It's not his report, so.
It's just very confusing because usually you're not allowed to comment what other people saw, right? We just saw that in the Lori Vallow trial. Granted, different states do different things, okay? It's a mess. It's a mess. But
Yeah,
the lead detective could not comment on other people's reports per se. But here we're fine with that. It's interesting.
A whole bunch of questionable things happening.
It's interesting. It's interesting. So interesting.
I don't want to keep you folks here until 4:30. It's been a long day.
Those are her favorite.
I'm going to release you today.
I need to get.
Come back tomorrow. We'll make every effort to start right at 9
I need to
tomorrow.
get some.
Please
Hold
follow
on.
those cautions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know and be very careful on your social media.
Is she sending the jury home?
All rise, please.
Oh.
Jury's being sent home. She just said jury's being sent home. They are going to try their best to promptly start at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess that makes it easy for my husband to come home.
I don't know if this guy was released from the stand. I don't think so. But apparently, and viewers weren't wrong. They were like, when Bev is ready to be done, she is done.
Apparently. I need to pick up some more. I need to pick up some Starburst jelly beans. Wow, that took forever for my brain to get.
All right, so we're still in session.
Court is still in session. Please be seated.
Okay.
We're not.
It's my fault.
All right, so I would like to move things along a little bit more expeditiously tomorrow. What would be very helpful to me, Mr. Brennan, are these clips. I haven't seen I haven't watched anything on television about any of these. Do you have them all in one compilation that I can look at in advance? If you don't, you don't.
I thought we had provided it to the court. If we haven't, we will. May I have a moment?
Sure.
Great.
It's been a sluggish day for us, man. Good grief.
Oh, man.
Amy, you're the sweetest.
Is it 100 hours or something, or is it?
No, we sent the share file, but it's my oversight. We should have brought in a hard copy for you as well.
I don't know that I have a shared file. Was that?
Dropbox link
Oh,
on Monday that we sent,
all
but
right.
I can put it on a zip drive as I should have. And I can,
All right, because I couldn't open that. It needed an email and it didn't accept mine.
didn't
That's what
realize
that
the
was.
court didn't have access. We will get a zip file and
All
we'll
right, you
give,
talk to Tori about it, okay, Tori? You'll get it for me. All right.
the intention was that you'd have an advance opportunity to look at them. I'll fix that failure.
All right. Have your associate talk with Tori.
I will.
All right. All right. Anything we need to know before tomorrow?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right.
All right.
Sorry.
Why the
candy?
There's so many things that could point at, but the blurred out fan.
I love it. I love it so much. Hold on. Let me gather myself from these candies over here. I have a new favorite thing.
Freeze-dried candy.
Mm-hmm. It's so weird.
Are you gonna try other freeze-dried candy, or are you gonna stick to that?
Are there others?
There's some they do like freeze-dried nerds, freeze-dried like nerd rope. I mean, like the gummies, they do
These were
freeze-dried.
very much like freeze-dried Skittles. So if there's more, I'm willing to try them because it is a weird experience. Belle says yes, lots of freeze-dried candies. Everybody needs to get some. Highly recommend. Let's see. Lady in Gray says, I can't believe she hasn't already seen these clips. Agreed. But I'm not sure Brennan told her he planned to show them piecemeal in pieces like this. Yeah, I was surprised too that she doesn't see these because these seem like old interviews. You know, not something that like Karen did last week or whatever. So it is kind of weird that I guess she hasn't seen them, that they haven't been submitted yet. So let's recap the day. What do we have? We had Kerry Roberts started the day off on the stand. That was a shit show.
Yeah. But it ended interestingly.
It did end interestingly. So with Kerry, the defense basically caught her committing perjury with the grand jury by saying she heard something that she did not hear because apparently she didn't understand the question. So they attacked her credibility. Then we have here Daniel Whitley, who is, I can get rid of that. Oh, no, wait. We have that guy in between. Oh, farts. What was his name? That's okay. He'll be back because he just came to lay down some foundation, apparently. I'll let you know what I think this guy's probably going to do. What was his name? It started with a G. Gimbano? Oh, crap. I just know he's a skeevy dude who's caught up in another case doing not so great things. Well, not finding great things. There he is. Nicholas Guarino took the stand. He was the Celebrite guy who had John's phone, made copies of that. We did not see any messages by John. He was just there to establish foundation. I imagine, and they said he was not released after that. So that means he is definitely going to be coming back and testifying again. That should be interesting. That guy is questionable. So that'll be fun. And then we just had what was he? Daniel Whitley, the Canton the Canton Fire Department. He was called out. So we're still at 34 Fairview. He was called out because apparently John had already been taken away with an ambulance, and apparently Karen was suffering from suicidal ideation. Maybe by her dad called it in. Maybe Kerry called it in. It's very confusing because what I thought happened was not what I was hearing today, but I think I'm just confused. Anyway, they took Karen into an ambulance, took her to the hospital, where the defense really kind of laid into him about his partner's report and what it said in the boxes. Because according to this, according to Mr. Whiteley, the Canton Fire Department guy, he said that she was being rather snarky. What was it she said exactly about Kerry at first? And she was like, "Oh, you know Kerry? Well, then." Apparently, I didn't catch what.
I think he said you have a good. It seems like you have a good support system, and she said, "Do you know Kerry?" And then,
apparently,
you wouldn't say that if you know her.
Yeah, something like that. To which he called her snarky. But however, nothing about her being snarky was in the EMT report. It was saying they thought that she was having some sort of, behavioral mental health crisis. However, she was being cooperative with them, which is saying a lot for someone who's hysterical. He is the fire chief. Thank you, Bells. Thank you for clarifying that. I did not catch that he was the chief. But so she's apparently having this crisis, but yet she's cooperative. The one thing that keeps bothering me that people are saying is that it seems like she's overreacting and being dramatic. And everyone else is just like, yeah, we're chill. It's fine. That's kind of.
Yeah, but it's her significant other.
Yeah.
She's allowed to react differently than people that are just friends or acquaintances or whatever.
I mean, imagine if it was any of their husbands. Like okay.
That's a stretch for me.
I did think it was a stretch. What was the other thing that they were doing that I was like, that is a stretch? Oh, I think it was when they
everything.
Yeah. The defense was doing some stretching earlier, I think. Or maybe it was the prosecution. I don't know.
I think it was prosecution. Because they were trying to say it was something about the interview that she did. Or the doc that she did. I don't remember.
So they wanted to bring in these interviews. Oh, and I forgot Peggy O'Keefe testified today.
Yeah.
John's mother.
Third?
That was a little heartbreaking to hear. She was after Kerry. That was heartbreaking to watch and hear because she's already lost 2 out of her 3 children. That was hard. But after Kerry got off, that's when prosecution wants to play these clips from 2 different interviews that Karen Reed did. The first one received no objections from the defense. The second one did receive an objection because the prosecution thought they could submit it as consciousness of guilt. No, not in my opinion. It didn't seem like that. She was reiterating what other people said or the vibe she was getting from going back to John's house when his family was all there after everyone found out that he passed away. Yeah. The second one, she is kind of doing a mocking, what's the word I'm looking for? What's the thing when you copy other people? Or impression.
Okay.
Kind of mocking impression of the mom who apparently was like, well, it seemed like he was hit by a car, blah, blah, blah. And prosecution wanted to say, oh, that's consciousness of guilt. I disagree.
That was stupid.
It was stupid. The judge did not make a ruling in the second video. They were allowed to play the first because defense didn't object. She said she would get back to them in the morning of whether or not they're allowed to play the second video. And then at the end, as you can see, she just said, I want all of these things. Yeah, they say that she is being loud and Jennifer told her to be quiet. I mean, it's weird. It's very weird. I don't really understand why everyone's like, oh, this is out of the normal. Like, I mean, we've seen, right? Nobody knows how they're going to react until they're
grieve differently.
Actually in that moment, right? We've seen people that have been very stoic. We've seen people who have been over the top dramatic. And by people, I do mean like alleged murderers. But even regular people, right? We just watched Lori Vallow. She didn't seem freaking phased at all. She could give 2 shits. It was a regular Tuesday for her. I don't know if it was a Tuesday, but I'm just saying. She was not bothered by anything. So Karen's behavior running back and forth, being loud, I don't find that weird. I would do that for you, elbow feet.
I think it was 9 to 4:30. Or
What are the
4.
yes, same as today. She said she's hoping court will start on time at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Friday, I think she said it's just going to be a half day with jurors.
And maybe Monday?
Monday will be a half day, and that will also so juror, I think half day in the morning on Monday, ARRCA voir dire in the afternoon was what I gathered from the plans earlier today. Jim McCabe told her to be quiet while they were standing over John's body. Now, in fairness, if you're trying to concentrate to save somebody's life and somebody be out of control, I'd probably be like, I need you to shut the fuck up right now while I'm concentrating.
Yeah.
I don't think either one of them are at fault in that scenario if that's what went down. You know, her being hysterical, of course, and the other person wanted to concentrate. But they did just discover a dead body. The paramedic, or I'm sorry, who was it? Was it the paramedic, the fire chief that we just talked to? Oh, no, I'm wrong. He only dealt with Karen. Never mind. Scratch that. I'm getting a little. Oh, Jen wasn't trying to save him. What was Jen doing? I know Kerry was doing chest.
What I get from that is that they really just didn't like Karen.
Yeah. Oh, Jen was calling 911 and then took over chest compressions and got shit out of the car or whatever. I'm sorry. I'm not as good at reenactments as Buffy is. I'm sure I'll get better as we go. Yeah, they covered his body to be warm. Oh, can we talk about the fire guy said that, you know, it's not until a body is not dead until it is warm and dead. And then he used the example of children being in water for hours and then being resuscitated and perfectly fine.
What?
That's what he said. That's what he said.
I don't know that I've ever heard of a case like that.
To be in water for hours? I mean,
what?
That seems a little. I mean, don't get me wrong. The human body is weird and miraculous. Okay, I mean, people have survived things going through their brain and been fine, but it was just weird.
I hope they bring on some credible witnesses eventually.
Belle says it happens a lot. I'm gonna look that up tonight because that is fascinating.
Yeah, send me the link.
If that's the case. There's Encino Man. Yeah, we're gonna base all of our knowledge off of Brendan Fraser and Encino Man. Yeah, I know I do. Well, you guys, that was an interesting day of court. Hopefully tomorrow we don't have to watch that stupid freaking video. I'm surprised they didn't play it for this guy, even though he wasn't there, but he had to read his partner's report, so why not? I think this guy is still on the stand in the morning, so we'll be back to fire chief. He was already on cross. I wouldn't expect him to be on the stand for very long. It did seem like they were kind of close to wrapping up. So, all right, ladies and gents, I don't know about y'all, but I still got a ton of other work to do and stuff. So I think we're going to go ahead and go for today. We will be back at 8:30 a.m. Eastern tomorrow morning for day 3 of the Karen Reed trial. So if you haven't yet, please like this video, subscribe, and hit the notification button. It's a little bell thing, so that way you get notified when we go live. Annie, do you have any closing thoughts?
Nope, just thanks for letting me entertain you while Llama was gone, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Always. Always. All right, you all have a great day, and as always, go forth and be amazing. Bye, everyone. Bye.